Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. 3 level 18 professionals assisting. The Island Master is really powerful. The heroes at the headquarters all know the Island Master is the great detective. The conversation erupted again as soon as it started. In the association, steward's office. Ding. The door burst open, startling Xiligui, who was examining the marks on her neck in the mirror. She adjusted her collar upwards. Looking up, she saw Shiyali returning from outside, holding the latest edition of the newspaper. It's so hot outside. Have Wu Heng think of a way to cool down the whole island, said Shiyali, picking up the remote and lowering the air conditioning by 2 degrees. Xiligui gave her an unimpressed look. You think he can do anything, right? Want the whole island a little cooler? You even dare to dream of that? Shiyali tutted at her. Being well off afterwards really makes a difference, even helping an outsider over your own sister. Boring, retorted Xiligui, then added, check the newspaper and see what it says. Shiyali leaned against the armrest, opened the newspaper. I glanced at it on my way back. He really plans to install electric lights for everyone. He already said he's definitely going to do it. At the Golden Sail Tavern. Speed is of the essence in war. Once the investigation team got the intelligence, they were led directly by the level 18 professionals, rushing to the City Lord's mansion to demand people. Meanwhile, the military from all sides was also rushing to the City Lord's mansion, leading to a standoff. City Lord Daxier came out of the front door, still behaving properly and courteously, asking about their intentions. Wu Heng presented the evidence he hadn't questioned. City Lord Daxier, one of your commanders has killed our local station steward. Please hand him over for us to take back for investigation. Daxier's eyebrows were tightly furrowed, but he also said, if it's really my men, rest assured, I will not shield them. Saying this, he ordered people to search the barracks for the individual mentioned in the reports. With Sabin's narration, the crowd below whispered among themselves. It really is related to the military in the city. He was originally a pirate, recruited into the army due to a shortage of soldiers. This city lord seems quite sensible, always willing to cooperate. With level 18 professionals there, even if the army surrounded them, they could have killed him outright, dare not cooperate. After the patrons discussed briefly, Sabin continued the story. Before long, soldiers hurried back, saying, City Lord, the man the investigation team is looking for had indeed served as a commander in the military but died in battle with the enemy forces, and his body was also burned. Afterward, to appease the investigation team, the City Lord had the surviving members of the original gang found and brought to them. The team took the individuals away from their hands and escorted them back to the association for interrogation. Under the severe pressure of a host of high-level professionals, the 2 gang members didn't conceal anything and spilled the entire story. It also confirmed their previous identity as pirates. Although there were many inconsistencies, it largely matched the intelligence reports. With everyone's efforts, the 2 confessed to their pirate backgrounds and their hidden purposes in the city. Although there are some parts of the case that do not make sense, they were sufficient to report back to headquarters and conclude the investigation. The investigator recorded that Elder Tapani gave the order to take the criminals back home tomorrow. Chapter 719, like a hero, these gang members are really ruthless, they even dare to kill a steward. Didn't you listen carefully? They used to be pirates. Most importantly, Netali City appointed these gangs to official positions, utilizing them to destroy the clues in an attempt to blur the truth. Yes, but at least the murderer was caught, and now we can report back to the headquarters. I heard the investigative team and the army started fighting, but that didn't even come up. The story concluded, and the patrons once again started discussing. The pace of the entire story noticeably accelerated after obtaining the clues from the Snake Badge Consortium. They went directly to the City Lord's mansion to demand people, followed by interrogation and case closure, surprisingly quick. The patrons discussed for a while. Looking up, they saw Mr. Sabin still standing on the wooden stage, smiling at everyone. Mr. Sabin, nothing else for today? Planning to tell more stories? Let's talk about the latest Demon Dog story then. I also want to hear Mr. Sabin's stories. The original story ended. Bards usually leave, but Sabin was still sitting up there, seemingly about to continue. The story hasn't ended yet, Sabin said, pressing his hand downward and continued. The headquarters investigative team explored the intelligence, and although there were still many doubts, according to the existing evidence, the criminal was the deceased gang leader. The crowd instantly quieted down. their brows furrowed. The story hadn't ended? Or was there a twist coming? Then, Sabin continued the narration. The investigative team started preparing to arrest the White Wings gang leader, the leader involved in child trafficking. But before the arrest, they discovered the old man from the Snake Badge Consortium there. The associates immediately arrested both the gang leader and the old man. As the White Wings gang leader and the consortium elder were seized, armies from various parts of the city began gathering at the association. The island lord conducted an autopsy, found out the city's commander was a member of the evil cult who had killed the local steward and also arranged the misleading clues. The local city lord also cooperated to complete the commendation. With the autopsy, the army also began to surround the association. Patrons widened their eyes, filled with shock and disbelief. Indeed a twist. The commander was part of the evil cult. The seemingly mild city lord also turned out to be cunning. How could this be? Hueco Kingdom's largest coastal city had become a nesting spot for the evil cult. If not for the investigative team's case being known across the island, everyone would think this story was fabricated, even more so than the previous serialized stories. But everyone knew it was true. Sabin's voice grew more solemn, his speech faster. The army surrounded everyone in the association. Elder Tapani shouted, Jian Vito, take investigator and Wu Heng, preserve the evidence and leave, immediately drawing his sword and facing the level 18 evil cult commander. Jian Vito was about to leave with Wu Heng and the investigator, but Wu Heng said, hold on, I can find the city lord's location, I'll go kill him, wait for me. Without waiting for the others to respond, he charged out, leading the way. The investigative team then faced a tough battle. And Wu Heng reached where the city lord was hiding, fiercely charging in alone. As Sabin narrated, the audience gasped in amazement. Just as the investigative team was about to be overwhelmed by the army, Island Lord Wu Heng flew into the battlefield on a flying carpet. Holding up the city lord's corpse, he shouted, the city lord is dead, those who retreat can live. Seeing the death of the city lord, the army below became disorderly and chaotic, and many threw down their weapons and dispersed. We were lucky that Island Lord Wu Heng arrived just in time, saving everyone. With this, the association officially took over Netali City. When the story ended, the room remained silent. Evil cult commander disguising as a decent and kind city lord, daring to surround and attack the headquarters investigative team. It's too exaggerated. This is even more exaggerated than the Pirate King attacking Gold and Silver Island, where last time they killed the local steward and vice steward, but this time it was the entire investigative team. Of course, the most profound action was still from Island Lord Wu Heng. Unlike previous times relying on intellect and observation to solve cases, this time what made the deepest impression was him alone killing the city lord, saving all the investigative team members. As if with the story, everyone saw the black-haired, black-eyed Island Lord breaking into the enemy's lair, dragging the city lord out, turning a detective story into an action-packed tale, making everyone involuntarily feel admiration. No less formidable than those level 18s. Mr. Sabin, is it the end? No sequel, right? Sabin stood and bowed. No, there's no sequel. Island Lord is really fierce. Island Lord's mansion. Wu Heng sat in the radio room, holding a wireless handset. On the other side, was Wen Mansha, who was trying to soothe the child while speaking. Master, our army has advanced further by 2 cities, the city's defensive forces have basically fled, and there was hardly any resistance, Wen Mansha softly said. Hueco Kingdom's decision to challenge London City now seemed to have backfired. After the skeleton army crossed the border, they were unstoppable, basically steamrolling their way through. And in this world, the population of every city is limited, tens of thousands constitute a big city. The population of villages and towns is mostly in the hundreds to thousands. Any minor resistance was like providing troops for the skeleton army. After being killed, the accompanying skeleton mages converted all into the skeleton army. The current situation seemed to have formed a closed loop. Chapter 719, like a hero, the more they resisted, the greater the number of skeletons became. Without resistance, they could only flee. Restrict those beastmen, don't let them raid the inhabitants like bandits, Wu Heng said. With the situation having developed this way, Wu Heng couldn't possibly suggest a retreat. If Hueco Kingdom saw their weakness, they might provoke further. They had no choice but to keep fighting and see what would happen next. But when facing ordinary residents, Wu Heng still didn't want to make things too terrible. He didn't truly want to kill that many people. Once the skeletons received orders, they wouldn't act beyond them, but it was the Beastmen Alliance army who had been following. They naturally were very rough. If left unchecked, they might be even worse than bandits. When Mangekyō said, Master, rest assured, we've formed a monitoring team to investigate and restrict everyone. Once bad behavior is found, We'll control them immediately and bring them back for processing. You think things through well, Wu Heng praised with a smile. Wen Mancha also smiled and said, you've been promoted so fast, I won't let you gain a bad reputation. Good girl. Wen Mancha continued, in 2 more days, we'll be at Blackstone Town. I'm curious to see the expression on Stuart Slither's face. When I first took the position of City Lord, she used to call me names like gang leader and such. There's some prejudice against gangs over at Hueco Kingdom. Don't worry about it. Actually, the gangs in London City were worse. It wasn't just prejudice. They really weren't good people. Wen Mancha stubbornly said, then I want to see if she's afraid. When the time comes, I'll have the skeletons surround her association a few times to scare her. Don't, Wu Heng advised. Slither does take things quite seriously. Don't make her think you're really out to get her. You always take her side. No, it's just that I'm afraid you two won't get along. Wen Mancha wanted to continue, but then she heard a child's crying from the other side. She could only say, Master, I'm going to take the child to rest. I'll report back to you with any new updates. Alright, let's stay in touch if anything comes up. The communication ended, and Wu Heng handed back control to the skeleton investigator. He leaned against the edge of the desk, pondering this round of events. The direction in which the skeleton army was advancing, the defenders had begun to flee, taking over cities was not a difficult task. As they pressed forward, it was a matter of when Hueco Kingdom would gather their forces to resist. On his end, he also needed to supply London City with ample ammunition. Who sent a message? As he pondered, Glenda flew down from the ceiling. Wen Mancha. Her troops have been pushing forward smoothly, they're almost at Blackstone Town. That fast? Glenda was surprised as well, floated to one side and said, provide more support to Wen Mancha, let her push all the way to the main city. Conquering Hueco Kingdom, would that be faster? Wu Heng had thought of this question just a moment ago. Hueco Kingdom is not small. Even if each city put up no resistance, it would still take months to reach the royal city from our current position, and that's ensuring an adequate supply of skeletons and weapons. From the recent battles, the skeleton army did hold an advantage. But the idea of conquering London City by force still presented a considerable challenge. The closer they got to the center, the fiercer the resistance would be. It might even result in the scattered forces within the royal city uniting once again. That would only prolong things. There was also the intervention from the association to consider. They might step in to mediate at any time. It's not as simple as it seems. Of course, they could try. Continue pushing forward with the London City forces while still supporting the fifth princess. Whichever side showed better results should be pursued. Glenda thought there was sense in this. You are the expert on skeletons. Wu Heng looked at her irritably. How's the new edition of the newspaper doing? The effects are pretty good, especially the part where you, alone, killed the city lord and then rescued people afterward. The response has been very positive, Glenda said with a smile. You write well. You really did do that. It's not made up, Glenda responded with a smile. As they spoke, Zhao and Bella flew back in. Uncle, we're back, Zhao cheered. Then, she stared at him with big eyes. Wu Heng looked back at her expectant face and repeated his previous question. How's the newspaper doing? Glenda smiled faintly on the side. Zhao said, people think highly of your rescue. They say you killed the city lord on your own and then came back to save people, just like the heroes in stories. Bella added, no one believes the heroes' stories in association pamphlets, but your story, everyone who hears it will believe it, and it has a very good effect. Ah, this. To be compared to the stories in promotional pamphlets was a bit too flattering. They think too highly of me. Uncle, you're just one level away, don't be disheartened. In my heart, you're the best, Zhao comfortingly leaned on his shoulder. Zhao, your words are so heartwarming. Hee hee. Wu Heng then asked, any effect on the electric light project? Bella said, I paid attention. People are willing to accept it. They're just concerned about how to charge for it. Everyone is worried the magical prop will be too expensive to afford. I see. There shouldn't be any issues then. Electric lights would be charged based on electricity used, set at a reasonable price, plus with the flame furnace powering it and no need for fuel, there would be virtually no costs. Uncle, I also went to the port. Newspapers and books have been shipped out. All quite good, Wu Heng decided, then glanced at the time and said, let's go, we'll head to Zombie World and come back early in the afternoon. Okay. The three ghosts replied in unison. They then slipped into his body one after the other. Chapter 720, Home Theater Zombie World, in the meeting room. Li Yong handed over a list, saying, this is a tally of factories in Xinfu City. In the plan, the priority is to restore the livestock industry, including the cultivation of food, breeding of livestock, and the production of feed and chemical fertilizers. The expansion of the skeletons could secure the safety within the base. The next step was to solve the food and meat problems, as Wu Heng couldn't always conjure them. Efforts were also needed to achieve self-sufficiency in production. Whether for own use or sale to other bases, this was the most urgent need. Wu Heng said, regarding chemical fertilizers, there's no rush. I will research and see if there are other methods, and I will tell you in a couple of days. The wood spirits had elixirs that stimulate plant growth which seemed worth studying. Even if they couldn't obtain the elixir formulas, buying some elixirs would be more effective than using chemical fertilizers. Okay, Li Yong nodded. Wu Heng looked back at the list and asked, what's this water product processing plant for? Li Yong leaned in to take a look. It's a cannery, all kinds of seafood cans. Cans. Such factories could also be useful in the other world. The seafood products from the Emerald Sea could be processed and transported to the inland for sale. For instance, they could likely be sold at a good price to the Beastmen tribe in London City. Wu Heng nodded. Food factories, paper mills, water product processing factories, are there survivors who can operate these factories? Yes, all modern equipment, as long as one understands the procedures, it's manageable, and they are technically personnel, Li Yong explained. When the time comes, have the relevant survivors teach the skeletons how to operate. Li Yong nodded again to show her understanding. Wu Heng glanced at the list again and not finding any factory he needed, he stood up and said, let's go. Let's visit these selected factories and arrange the personnel. Li Yong picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered the personnel and convoy to gather downstairs. Once everything was in place, Wu Heng got into a truck and together they headed to the selected factories. Throughout the afternoon, Wu Heng and Li Yong visited several chosen factories. After inspection, all the skeletons were arranged there. Now in the base, there were many high-level skeletons. Although they were false souls constructed by necromancy magic, their attributes weren't inferior to living beings, including intelligence and learning aspects. As long as the skeletons were demonstrated or explained how to, they could quickly learn. The survivors are arranged, they will come tomorrow to teach the skeletons to control the machinery, Li Yong came over and said. It would be best if the skeletons could learn within 3 days. Li Yong mentally calculated, that should do, it's all simple controls that can be learned in 1 or 2 demonstrations. By the way, do you still have a complete set of home cinema equipment? Wu Heng suddenly asked. Yes, if you need it, I'll find it for you when we get back. How many sets do you need? Just 1 set, I will take it with me later. Li Yong smirked, bringing it for Chi Heng Kai? South Korea isn't so poor that they don't have this, right? Wu Heng pinched her face, don't be jealous over nothing. During the conversation, a voice came through the walkie-talkie, Sister Hong, everything is ready. Li Yong responded, return to the city center. The convoy started and drove towards the city center. Back at the central shopping district, Wu Heng followed Li Yong to the storage room to retrieve a complete set of equipment. The two chatted for a while. Li Yong went to take care of her tasks, and Wu Heng also went back to his dormitory, headed to Gold and Silver Island. Back on Gold and Silver Island. After Wu Heng released the ghost, he walked out of the study and went downstairs. In the island lord's mansion, he looked around the rooms on the 2nd floor and chose one that was relatively spacious, about 50 square meters in size. He took out the newly acquired projector, screen, and sound equipment. He had promised the maids a movie and had postponed it until now. He called all the skeleton electricians in the mansion to start installing the equipment and connecting the wires. A noise came from upstairs. The white owl flew up from downstairs first, followed by 4 maids. They stood on either side of the doorframe, looking into the room at the busy skeletons. Wu Heng also went to the doorway, making enough space for the skeletons installing the equipment. Master, what is all this? So many boxes, Katia Roby asked, curious. Home cinema, something I promised you earlier, Wu Heng said with a smile. The women's eyes lit up, so this is the cinema, why is there nothing? It's not installed yet. Let's go downstairs to eat first, leave the skeletons to install here. Alright, master. Everyone went downstairs together, and the skeleton chef served dinner. Tomorrow have the head of the Starflower Commerce Association come over, I need to discuss some matters with him, Wu Heng said. Okay, master, Andre Willow nodded, then added, the supplies needed for Netally City are all arranged, ready to be shipped anytime. Wu Heng calculated the time. Arrange the ships tomorrow, and besides the supplies, schedule the engineering team as well to help repair the damaged buildings in Netally City. Andre Willow then asked, and the matter of the electric lights, the personnel are ready, can go down for investigation. Arrange it. Okay, Andre Willow smiled and nodded. Perhaps because they were anticipating the movie, the maids ate quite fast and after setting down their utensils, just quietly watched him. Wu Hang turned his head to look upstairs. Chapter 720, Home Theater. After the skeleton had finished installing, Wu Hang came downstairs and said, "Roby, go prepare some snacks. Wire, tidy up the room, and bring over the film discs, just like this, in a big circular shape. Minnie, make a phone call to Xyligui and Macintosh to see if they have time. If they do, invite them over to watch the movie together." "Right away, master." The maids each ran off to prepare as he had instructed. Wu Hang then went upstairs to check the equipment, which was in working order with no problems. The only imperfection was that the cables were all exposed, making it aesthetically unpleasing to look at. Next, he had the skeleton move sofas and chairs into the room. Preparations were complete. After waiting a while inside the Island Lord's mansion, Macintosh, fully cloaked, walked in from outside, followed by her skeleton attendant who was responsible for her protection. "Lord Island Master," Macintosh curtsied slightly. Wu Hang nodded. "Just find a place to sit when Xyligui and the others arrive." Macintosh nodded and took a seat towards the back, where Roby brought her fruit wine and pastries. After a short wait, Xyligui and Xiali, the two elf sisters, entered. The maids curtsied, and the sisters also nodded with smiles. Xiali glanced around the room. "Is this the cinema you spoke of? How should we see it?" "It's starting soon, find a place to sit," Wu Hang said with a smile. The sisters sat down to the left, while the other maids congregated on the other side. Wu Hang adjusted the equipment and then began the playback. The grand opening music instantly boomed out, startling everyone into shivering, with Xyligui and Macintosh already brandishing their weapons. Wu Hang immediately said, "It's movie effects, put away your weapons, it's starting now." After speaking, he took a seat next to Xyligui. The film officially began, with the grand title The Lord of the Rings appearing on the screen. Of course, the script was in the other world's language, changed by the skeleton responsible for newspaper layouts. After much time spent learning and practicing, they had grown familiar with the scripts of both worlds, as well as some computer layout and application software. With the titles over, the story began. The demon lord Sauron forged 19 rings with the volcanic flames, 3 for the chiefs of the elf race, 7 for the short people kings, and 9 for the human lords and nobles. Each ring possessed magic power, able to protect their own kin. Sauron then crafted an ultimate magic ring for himself, intending to control the other 19 rings. Once everyone realized Sauron's plot, the humans and elf race formed an alliance and engaged in battle with Sauron's forces. With the rapid battle drums, the high-pitched chanting along with the densely packed armies of the demon clan, the women in the room all widened their eyes with unbelievable terror evident in their gaze. Little Catwoman Roby even looked as if her fur exploded. With her hair on end, she quietly hid behind Andre Willow. But her eyes still fixed on the film before. After a bitter fight, the human prince broke the sword and cut off the demon king's finger, along with a ring on it. Eventually, the ring passed through several hands, finally coming into the possession of a hobbit. And so, the story truly began. But just the opening scene was enough to capture the full attention of every woman in the room. After all, where had they ever witnessed such a thing? Their entire clans combined probably only amounted to the number of people in just the opening scenes of the film. Everyone's attention was captured by the movie. The Lord of the Rings was a film that Wu Hang had seen before, which he even now felt quite stunning to watch. Taking a sip of fruit wine, his gaze stealthily shifted towards Xyligui beside him. The room's lights were dim, with the screen radiating a faint glow. Carefully observing the others, he noticed that all were engrossed in the film. His hand then slipped under the hem of Xyligui's clothing, caressing her soft abdomen. Xyligui's body stiffened abruptly, glanced at Wu Hang, and then quickly looked both ways. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, she reached to remove the mischievous hand. But the hand, seemingly determined, wouldn't leave the confines of her clothing. Xyligui dared not make any big movements, fearful that the people nearby would notice. After a brief struggle, she retrieved a blanket from her space ring to cover their legs, attempting to keep out of sight. "Is the air conditioning too high?" Xiali leaned over, whispering. "It's a bit chilly, better cover up a little," responded Xyligui with stiff politeness. "If you're cold, I'll turn it down a bit." "No need." Xiali nodded, her attention captured once again by the exciting segments in the film. Xyligui just relaxed her breathing. Suddenly, she felt the hand on her abdomen slipping down along her waistband, placing a burning touch between her legs. Xyligui's eyes widened, and she shot a glance beside her. Wu Hang gestured for silence but showed no intent of removing the hand. His fingers began to gently massage, causing Xyligui to feel her body burning hot, legs slightly parting, leaving him to explore. Nearly 3 hours later, the film ended. The room's lights came back on. "Wow, that was amazing." Steward Xiligui, does your elf race still have the rings? Minnie asked. Xiligui stood up, straightening her wrinkled trousers. Not sure, I haven't heard of such a matter. Wu Heng advised, this is a movie, just like a stage play, it's a fictional story. Don't take it as real when you go out and talk about it. Chapter 720, Home Theater. Oh, it's fake. This kind of movie is really good to watch, much more thrilling than a stage play. Exactly, I suddenly feel like stage plays are so boring. Master, are there any other movies? Can we watch them again tomorrow? Wu Heng said, I'll show you some more when there's a new one, but not right now. Alright then. By this time, the sky was getting darker. Wu Heng said to the skeleton attendant, arrange 2 squads to escort Steward Xiligui and Macintosh back. Immediately, 2 skeleton squads ran out and stood behind the 2 respectively. Xiligui's face was still a bit swollen, and she coughed lightly before saying, there are people outside and the streetlights are on, just arrange 1 squad, please. I will return to the mansion with Xiali, and let the skeletons take Macintosh back. That's fine, be careful on the way. The group waved goodbye and left the mansion directly. The maids discussed the movie and returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, at the harbor, rows of workers were transferring supplies onto the ships that were ready at the harbor. These supplies were all provided for the association to be transported to Netali City. Of course, in addition to the supplies for the association, even more were necessary goods for the ordinary citizens in the city. According to the current state of Netali City, it was feared it wouldn't return to its original prosperity for several years. Lord Island Master, a voice called out. The dwarven designer Yusef, accompanied by several designers from different races, walked over. Further behind them, there was a large group of skeleton workers wearing orange vests. This trip to help restore some facilities in Netali City, just follow the arrangements of the 5th princess. If you encounter any problems, go to Philippa, she will help you solve the unsolvable, Wu Heng stated directly. Yes, we will definitely complete the task you've given us, Yusef said, saluting again. Did you bring the mechanical parts? Yes, they're all stored in a few larger space rings. Be careful on your way. Yes, my lord. While they were speaking, all the goods had been moved onto the ships. The designers and skeleton workers all boarded the ship and waved goodbye. Wu Heng too boarded a carriage and left the harbor heading towards the mechanist's building. Blackstone Town. The once bustling small town was now silent and deserted. Not a soul was on the streets, and the shops on either side were tightly shut. Members of the Silver Association stood on the city walls, watching as a massive army appeared in sight and slowly approached the base of the walls. Andy, are you okay? Yuli asked, her voice tinged with worry. Slither, looking at the oppressive army, suddenly felt her confidence waning. The numbers were overwhelming. After pondering for a moment, she said softly, let's hope he will remember our past relationship. The skeleton army arrived at the city, and a commander riding a skeleton horse came closer. Is it Steward Slither? The commander called out loudly. Slither looked at him and replied, yes. Please open the city gates. The city lord has ordered that the residents will not be harassed and no property will be looted, the commander stated again. Slither looked at the sparse number of people on the city walls. City lord, officials, guards all had fled cleanly. Those who remained did so because she had promised there would be no trouble. But they could not defend the city either. Open the city gates. With a grating, jarring noise, the gates were flung wide open, and the skeleton army entered the city in an orderly fashion, marching down the streets towards the central district. Slither descended from the city walls, followed by members of the association and a few powerful individuals who had brought gifts, with a tense cheetah at her heels. The commander approached and saluted, Steward Slither. Seeing this, the people behind Slither also sighed with relief. It seemed they still held some respect for Slither, so as long as they didn't court death, there probably wouldn't be a problem. Didn't Wen Mancha come? Slither asked. She's not in the troop. How is her recovery? The border blockade left me with no time to visit her. The city lord is well. After exchanging pleasantries, Slither continued, I can assure there will be no danger in the city, and I hope that you will not harm the remaining residents. The commander nodded, you can rest assured on that point. The city lord has issued an order that after entering the city, no harm will come to the residents. Slither nodded, pondered for a moment, and then continued, I have an important piece of intelligence that needs to be conveyed to Gold and Silver Island through Wen Mancha. The commander's eyes narrowed and he gestured to someone behind him. A skeleton cavalryman came forward, whatever intelligence you have, you can hand it over to it, it will deliver it non-stop to London City day and night. Slither handed a letter to the skeleton knight. The skeleton stuffed the letter into its pack, flicked the reins, and galloped away. The letter was sent off. Slither felt somewhat relieved and motioned with her hand, Come, let's talk inside at the association. Please lead the way, steward. In the study at the Island Lord's mansion, Wu Heng examined the blueprint in his hand, having flipped to the final page. In accordance with the blueprint, the last component of the electromagnetic cannon within the mansion skill was also gradually being assembled. Around the main body, various parts of different sizes were scattered. Wu Heng set aside the blueprint, and with a thought, the remaining parts began their final assembly. At this moment, it felt like assembling a Lego set, simple and quick. At the same time, he was looking forward to the final effect and praying fervently that nothing would go wrong. He had been assembling it for months with the blueprint as a reference. It couldn't be for naught. Once the last step was completed, Wu Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Whether it could be used or not, for now, it was completely identical to the finished product on the blueprint. Did you get it done? Gran floated over. Zhao and Bella followed closely behind. It's been assembled, but I don't know if it will work, Wu Heng said. Try it out and you'll know. That's true, Wu Heng donned a coat. Let's go and test it. He left the house, greeted the maids, and wearing the train captain's hat, he directly went to Cocktail Island. Emerald Sea. On a dragon trafficking team's ship. Leader, the island master settled the full amount directly. I think we should maintain a trading relationship with him. On the deck, a topless man bent slightly, speaking respectfully. In front of him, a more burly man wearing a flying dragon tusk pendant around his neck stood with his hands behind his back at the front of the ship. In a cold voice, he said, according to the information, the missing fleet is likely Gold and Silver Islands doing. They can continue to trade with us, but they need to give us an explanation. A satisfactory explanation. Chapter 721, 100 Soldiers Shawl. The car door opened. Wu Heng stepped out of the carriage, accompanied by 2 skeleton attendants. They had now arrived at Cocktail Island, which was dotted with a few scattered trees. When Wu Heng first arrived, the island served more as a rest and ambush site for the pirate group. After all, being close to the shipping lane, one could spot passing merchant ships from the island. Now, pirates were nearly gone from the Emerald Sea, except for a few that roamed around its periphery. As a testing ground, it was quite suitable. He released 3 ghosts, which floated above his head. Cocktail Island, are we here to test out some cannons? Zhao looked around and asked casually. Electromagnetic cannon, when you abbreviate it like that, it loses all sense of technological sophistication, Wu Heng commented, watching her. Hee hee. Zhao giggled mischievously, then suddenly flew over and perched on his shoulder, staying silent. Glenda continued, have you figured out how to test it? We've prepared a scrapped ship in advance as a target. Wu Heng shook his head, no need for that. We can simply attack Cocktail Island from the sea. After all, it's a deserted island, and a ship wouldn't show its power. Ships in this world were not very sturdy. Just a few shots from a machine cannon could tear a wooden vessel apart, so testing the electromagnetic cannon on them wasn't very meaningful. Besides, the recorded range of the electromagnetic cannon was 150 kilometers. If they were to use a ship at sea as a target, it would be invisible to the naked eye, and without satellites or radar for assistance, hitting the target would be difficult. Better to just shoot at this small island directly. It seemed right to Glenda, who nodded in agreement. Wu Heng took several pirate flags and 2 buckets of lime powder out of the space ring. Go make a clear mark on the hill in front, and make it large. Plant these flags too. Skeletons carrying lime powder climbed onto a distant hillside and drew a huge circle with a cross in the middle. The pirate flags were also casually planted in the center of the circle. Once everything was prepared, Wu Heng took out a flying carpet and, along with the skeletons, flew towards the open sea. On the other side of Cocktail Island. On the dragon trafficking team's fleet. The man pondered for a moment before softly reminding the leader, Boss, Gold and Silver Island belong to the association, and we're also collaborating with Gold and Silver Island. The leader said nothing, his gaze still fixed ahead. The man continued, Boss, I also heard that Gold and Silver Island is equipped with machinery provided by the association, capable of demolishing ships from a distance. All the pirates in the Emerald Sea were wiped out like this. We should really find out what's going on before we anger them. Humphrey. Ridiculous machinery. If the association really had such things, would they let pirates thrive for so long? It's nothing more than a bluff to intimidate those nearby, scoffed the leader. He was about to reach level 18 and was increasingly understanding this world. The disappearance of the Emerald Sea's pirates was most likely because they had angered the high-level professionals of the association, who then killed all the foolish robbers that attacked ships on sight. In the end, they left a human child to guard Gold and Silver Island. They fabricated the rumors of powerful machinery to deter the rest. While they were talking, from the lookout above the mast, the sailor's voice came, approaching Cocktail Island ahead. Looking up to the front, a small island came into view. Move closer. The leader ordered, and the crew began to bustle. The fleet slowly approached Cocktail Island. Out at sea, Wu Heng rode the flying carpet, gazing at Cocktail Island in the distance, which had become a tiny speck of light. But with his body enhanced, his vision had greatly improved as well. Even from such a distance, by focusing, he was able to spot the position marked by the lime powder, though the pirate flags planted in the ground were hard to distinguish from the trees. After confirming the situation, Wu Heng gestured with his hand, and, mansion skill, unfolded. Behind the massive stone gate was the fully assembled electromagnetic cannon. Alongside sat a skeleton. Prepare the projectile for the island ahead, Wu Heng ordered directly. The mansion skill opened in the air, and the skeleton inside took out the prepared projectile, loading it into the electromagnetic cannon. The skeleton was personally selected by Wu Heng. Its profession was level 12 sentinel, possessing traits like long-distance shooting, precise positioning, and fixed target hunting. After Wu Heng picked it, it took up the position of cannon operator. Adjusting its aim, it targeted the distant island. Wu Heng glanced at the electromagnetic cannon, then back at the distant island, and commanded, "Ready to fire at any time." The moment the order was given, the skeleton activated the electromagnetic cannon. A sound resembling a powering-up noise emerged, and the machinery behind the electromagnetic cannon worked intensely. Whoosh boom! A dull roar approached. The projectile traced its path, rapidly shooting forth. The surrounding air was torn apart, and a powerful shockwave spread outwards. Boom! Another roar came from afar, though not as deafening as the launch itself due to the distance. The projectile successfully hit the island, and a huge cloud of dust rose into the sky. The entirety of Cocktail Island seemed to tremble for a moment. The surrounding sea was whipped up into a giant wave that spread out in all directions. Such power? Glenda's eyes widened. Wow, a sandstorm. Zhao also exclaimed in amazement, coming out with this phrase all of a sudden. Bella looked just as surprised. Such a significant effect from that far away. It was no longer an issue of just smashing ships, it was a fear that nothing would be left but debris. Seeing the electromagnetic cannon successfully fired and hit its target, Wu Heng's face also showed a hint of delight. Chapter 721, 100 Soldiers Shawl. After so much time assembling, it seemed that the time hadn't been wasted. There was indeed an effect. Listening to the discussion of the three ghosts, he said with a smile, the experimental records mentioned it could penetrate 5 meters of concrete. Are you surprised by the smoke it stirs up? Piao floated to his side, her translucent little hand pointing at his face. And you talk about us, your face is all smiles. I'm happy, not surprised. If you knew all along, what's there to be happy about? It must be the surprise that makes you happy. Wu Heng paused, feeling she made a good point. Changing the subject, let's go and take a look. After that, he sat on the flying carpet with the skeleton and ghosts, approaching the small island. Adjust the hull, prepare to combat the waves. On the dragon trafficking team's ship, the leader and the captain yelled orders. But behind them, a wave taller than the ship was already nearing. Hold tight to the ship. Snap. A huge wave smashed onto the deck, causing the ship to sway violently with creaking sounds. Many sailors were swept into the sea. There were cries and howls. After the giant wave passed, the ship gradually stabilized. Looking up, one could still see thick smoke rising from Cocktail Island. Damn it, why did the island explode? The rumors are true, the weapons from Gold and Silver Island can attack targets from a distance. Damn it, he wants to hit us, and Cocktail Island got in the way, they must have heard us. Shut up, whose damn weapon is so powerful, the leader cursed and then continued, all shut it, let's rescue the people who fell overboard. Cocktail Island. Wu Heng descended from the sky and found the location where the shell had struck. It was quite far from the lime-marked spot, but the mud and rocks from the construction had also scattered trees and pirate flags, creating a mess. The shell's impact had created a huge crater. At the center of the crater was a deep hole penetrating downward. The hole was pitch black, unknown how many meters it had descended. He took out a flashlight and looked inside, faintly seeing the deformed shell deep inside. The drilling effect is not bad, I've heard there are some cave dwellers, wouldn't be bad to use on them, Glenda mentioned. Bella said, I heard in the tavern that some hidden arsenal caves are also underground, maybe it could be used on them too. Damn, why bother with cave dwellers and hidden arsenal caves? They haven't provoked me. There is no explosion effect, after the initial impact, it started to penetrate downward, Wu Heng explained. Glenda frowned and thought for a moment, you could consider engraving magic on the warhead, like those magic arrows, with fire effects, lightning effects, there are quite a variety of effects too. Hearing this, Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. That's a good idea. The experimental records mentioned that the electromagnetic cannon launches more gently than gunpowder launches, not by impact. and it was mentioned in the extensions that precision devices could be installed inside the warhead. This point, maybe engraving magic could also be effective. Your idea is quite good, I'll get someone to try it when I get back, Wu Heng said. While they were talking, Zhao flew back from a distance. Pointing toward the direction behind the hill, Uncle, there's a fleet surfing over there. A fleet? What kind of ship? The type that sells skeleton dragons, their flag is torn and ugly. Dragon trafficking team? The second batch of flying dragon corpses had arrived? Let's not worry about this place for now, let's go and check them out. Saying so, he led the skeleton and ghosts toward the hill's other side. On the ship, the overboard sailors were being rescued one after another. The previously turbulent waves had also calmed down, and other than some disarray among the fleet, there wasn't much damage. Just as everyone was organizing the deck and treating the wounded, suddenly someone shouted, "There's a magic array." Everyone was startled and turned to look, just to see a magic array quickly forming on the deck. "Prepare for battle," the leader shouted. The circle of light rapidly formed a complete array. 3 figures appeared. Swish! An arrow whizzed in, and Kaizayu grabbed the arrow, breaking the shaft and tossing it aside. The 2 nearest individuals drew swords and just took a step forward but then stiffened, feeling as if they couldn't control their bodies. Don't fight, it's the island master from Gold and Silver Island, don't fight." The familiar dragon trafficking team captain immediately intervened between the 2 sides. Wu Heng's appearance was too distinct, easily recognizable. Both parties immediately ceased fighting. The dragon trafficking team captain then said, "Lord Island Master, don't misunderstand, we were just a bit too nervous." Wu Heng nodded. The highest level among them was the burly man at the front, likely the leader of these people, but he was only level 17. Of course, that was already considered quite high outside. "Leader, this is Island Lord Wu Heng, Island Master of Gold and Silver Island, also our buyer of flying dragon corpses." The captain turned again to address the leader. The opponent's teeth clenched, veins bulging at the neck, struggling with Glenda over control of his body. "Release him." Wu Heng spoke softly. The next second, the leader's body relaxed, almost falling to the ground, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with wariness. "Are you guys passing by here?" Wu Heng asked first. "Yes, we brought flying dragon corpses, heading to Gold and Silver Island," the captain answered as the leader didn't speak. Then he asked, "Lord Island Master, what brings you here?" "Testing some weapons, and saw your fleet, just came to say hello." The entire ship went silent momentarily. A look of fear appeared in everyone's eyes. It really was the secret weapon of Gold and Silver Island. Chapter 721, 100 Soldiers. Wu Heng saw no one speaking, so he said, "All right, continue on your way. You can dock at Gold and Silver Island when the time comes." Okay, Lord Island Master," the captain nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. The array under Wu Heng's feet lit up again, and he vanished along with 2 skeleton attendants. After a while, the captain walked over and said, "Leader, what should we do next?" The leader's gaze flickered. A weapon capable of blowing up an island and causing gigantic waves had to be strong, at the very least leaving oneself no chance to fight back. The weapons won't work, and our own strength is inferior. What's the point in demanding an explanation? Bringing up this topic ourselves is asking for trouble. He coughed lightly and said directly, "We've just met the island lord. The rest of the trade, have this ship carry the goods to Gold and Silver Island. The other ships should head back." Everyone was stunned. Were they going back already? But they quickly realized this meant they were no longer planning to pursue the disappearance of the fleet with Gold and Silver Island. "Understood, leader," the captain responded immediately. The leader nodded and instructed, "Don't bring up the fleet's disappearance anymore. We can't say for certain who the culprit is, and digging further might only exacerbate our conflicts." "Understood. Prepare yourselves. The other ships, head back." Cocktail Island. Wu Heng was transported back to the small island. He had the skeletons superficially fill in the original crater. The electromagnetic cannon's test was quite successful. The range and power matched the experimental records. He felt the possibility he could achieve what Glenda had mentioned about etching the projectiles. He would find someone to try it out upon returning. "Uncle, 2 ships have run off. Only one is left," Zhao floated down from the sky. "Don't bother about them." From the dragon trafficking team's attitude and the content the ghost heard as they left, these people likely found out something about the missing fleet and planned to confront Gold and Silver Island. But the recent electromagnetic cannon and Glenda's possession clearly had intimidated them, making them abandon their original plans. With the current strength, he didn't care about these people anymore. If they wouldn't trouble him, he couldn't be bothered to deal with them either. "Let's head back first." Having the ghost return, Wu Heng put on the train captain's hat and boarded the train. Dusk. Wu Heng, along with Andre Willow, appeared at the port. The dragon trafficking team's vessel also slowly docked. Wu Hang boarded the ship, checked the number of flying dragon corpses, and paid the necessary money. After everything was complete, he returned to the island lord's mansion. After dinner, the maids gathered in the cinema, watching a movie. The next day, at the association, Wu Hang knocked on the door, received a response, and walked in. Inside the room, Zai Ligui and Shi Yali sat in their respective places, smiling when they saw him enter. "Waking up so early today?" Zai Ligui asked with a smile. "Hearing you had something for me, I came over early." Wu Hang sat down nearby. Shi Yali presented a cup of floral tea resentfully. "I'm still here, you know." Wu Hang took the floral tea, sipped lightly, then asked, "Looking for me? You have a first-class merit. The rewards have been sent to Gold and Silver Island and it was time you came over," Zai Ligui said directly. "First-class merits? The rewards from solving the case in Netali City. What's the reward?" Wu Hang asked. Zai Ligui took out a shawl and handed it over. Wu Hang stood up, took it, and examined the item. 100 Soldiers Shawl, an accessory for the 100 soldiers. Finally, it was his. Chapter 722, complete set. It seemed that the letter I had sent to the headquarters had an effect. The reward issuance was not arbitrary this time, it specified the 100 soldiers set. Including the piece before me, the set was almost complete. If there were any more components, I wouldn't even have any place to wear them. Sitting back on the sofa, I examined the shawl closely as the properties appeared along with it. 100 Soldiers Shawl, special item, effect, adapts to body changes, engraving exorcism, side effect, heavy, description, a shawl woven from special materials, seemingly an accessory part of some set. Unsurprisingly, it was one of the set's accessories. The effect was engraving exorcism, and the side effect was simply described as heavy. The specific effects still needed some trial. Shi Yali came over, opened her notebook, and leaning against the sofa, explained, "The 100 Soldiers Shawl, an accessory of the 100 Soldiers Robe, possesses the effect of engraving exorcism. According to the Special Items Archive of the headquarters, it provides protection against pests, immunity from curses, and resistance to possession from diseases." Wu Hang raised an eyebrow and looked at the shawl again. It sounded more like a protective tool, and its effects were quite broad, not only driving away pests but also preventing various other abnormal effects. It functioned more like a protective amulet. An amulet with many kinds of protections. After a brief pause, Shi Yali continued, "The side effect is a sense of heaviness that doesn't match the material, almost the weight of full plate armor. For mages, that's quite a burden." Armor was divided into 3 categories. Light armor, medium armor, and heavy armor. Light armor referred to cloth armor, single-sided leather armor, and other light-away protective gear. Medium armor included scale armor, leather armor, and chain mail, among others. Since becoming the vice executive, the ink scale armor issued by the association fell under the category of medium armor. It had good defense but was heavier than light armor. Heavy armor often referred to iron armor or other types of protective gear made from thick material, requiring a considerable level of physical strength to wear. For a mage's piece of equipment to weigh as much as heavy armor meant that the majority of mages could not wear it. Or rather, wearing it would hinder their ability to fight normally and instead act as a burden. Wu Hang nodded, then asked, "Does the list mention how many pieces the 100 soldiers set has in total?" Shi Yali flipped through her data and said, "The 100 soldiers robe, 100 soldiers boots, 100 soldiers belt, and this 100 soldiers shawl make up the 4 pieces, 1 main piece and 3 accessories. You must be almost complete then, right?" Wu Hang nodded. That meant he indeed had almost the whole set. "Is there no added effect for completing the set?" "There is. The records say that wearing the full set cuts the side effects of all its components in half," Shi Yali continued. "Having the side effects was quite practical. Not bad, I'm quite satisfied with this shawl. Let me help you put it on to see if you can handle the weight," Shi Yali suggested. Wu Hang stood up, and Shi Yali took the shawl and helped him slip it over his head, draping it over his body. The shawl was roomy, covering most of his upper body, and even had a hood that could shield against wind and sand or simply obscure the face. As soon as he donned it, Wu Hang felt a significant weight press down on his shoulders. But it wasn't as heavy as he had imagined. It was like having half a bag of rice on each shoulder, and with his current constitution being very strong, he even surpassed close combat professions. Wearing this piece of equipment was no problem at all. He hadn't yet worn the entire set. After donning it, the side effects would be halved. "How is it?" Wu Hang turned around. "It looks good," Zai Ligui said with a smile from behind her desk. Shi Yali adjusted his attire. "It's nice, and the hat adds a mysterious touch." "I think it's pretty good too." Wu Hang walked over to a mirror to take a look. Confirming it was fine but unable to test the special item's effects right now, he took it off and put it in the space ring. Having dealt with the matter of the first level reward, Wu Heng sat down again on the sofa, picked up his teacup, and took a couple of sips. Shiyali seated next to him asked, "Are there any new movies?" "In a few days. Once new ones are out, I'll call you guys over." Wu Heng had indeed collected several movies suitable for this world to watch, but they were still in the phase of translation. To be able to showcase them still required some time. "Is it the same story as before?" Shiyali pressed. "There's a sequel to The Lord of the Rings, and a few other types of movies," Wu Heng said. "Don't worry, when they can be shown, you'll be the first to see them." The two women also nodded with a smile. Zailigui then asked, "Is there any news from the investigation team?" "No, after I came back, there hasn't been any information coming from there. I guess Elder Tapani might know something." After returning, there had been no news from the investigation team. Moreover, according to the journey, they probably hadn't arrived at the royal city of the Hueco Kingdom. The investigation team should go to each city along the way first, to provide a sense of security for the local associations, and then head to the royal city, Zailigui analyzed. "That makes sense," Wu Heng replied. "Let's hope everything goes smoothly for them." "It's not necessarily a bad thing that you weren't asked to go along," Zailigui remarked. "I didn't want to go anyway, nowhere is as comfortable as Gold and Silver Island," Wu Heng said, then glanced at the time and added, "If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. I'll come to see you again when I have time." "Alright, go back then." Zailigui nodded. Shiyali also stood up and walked him to the door, saying, "In a few days, the elf fleet will bring some flower nectar wine. I'll call you over to have dinner at our house then." "Sure, just let me know. I'm off now." After waving goodbye, Wu Heng put on a simple hood and walked straight out of the study. Heading outside. Upon leaving the association building, he called a carriage and returned to the island lord's mansion. He had wanted to spend some time alone with Zailigui. But since Shiyali was also in the room, he couldn't do anything in front of her, so he would have to wait for another time. Back at the island lord's mansion, Wu Heng walked into the living room. Minnie came over, helped him take off his coat, and hung it up before saying, "Master, Sister Vera just called to ask if you were home. The local representative from Starflower wants to come over to discuss the plant growth potion. Tell her I'm back and have the Starflower representative come straight over." "Very well, Master," Minnie replied affirmatively and walked over to the phone to dial. Once the call was connected, she relayed Wu Heng's message. "Master, the people from Starflower will be here shortly." "Good," Wu Heng nodded. Minnie went to attend to her own tasks, and Wu Heng took out the newly acquired 100 Soldiers shawl again. The shawl was dark gray with some intricate embroidery. It was a bit different from the bright colors of the 100 Soldiers set, making it much more understated. In fact, it was better that its ordinary color didn't attract attention. The effect of the shawl was engraving exorcism. According to Shiyali, it could repel insects and protect against curses and possessions among other abnormal effects. Unlike other accessories, it didn't amplify spells but rather seemed to increase defense. Ensuring personal safety and maintaining a good condition for casting spells was indeed something mages needed to consider. The effect of blocking curses and possessions was somewhat similar to the previously obtained Untainted Holy Radiance, but it was certainly better than the Untainted Holy Radiance. Wearing that thing might actually set you ablaze, which was rather frightening. As for the idea of repelling insects to protect the body, it could block the effects of repelling mosquitoes, useful for wearing while sleeping to avoid the buzzing in one's ears. No, that's not right. This must refer to the pestilence skill, or perhaps some tamed swarms. Wu Heng immediately remembered this detail. The Necromancer's pestilence skill, the spider tribe's spider swarms, and the item he had seen in Blackstone Town that could unleash swarms all fell under the category of insects. It must be this kind. How could that be, for ordinary insects to be related to a special item? The more he thought about it, the more convincing it seemed. At that moment, voices came from the courtyard. The cat-maid Roby led a wood elf over. Wu Heng put the shawl back into the space ring as the two entered the living room. "Master, the representative from Starflower is here," Roby said. "Lord Island Master," the wood elf bowed slightly. "Take a seat," Wu Heng said with a smile. The wood elf sat down across from him, sitting up straight. Roby brought over tea and placed it before the guest. "Lord Island Master, Miss Andre Willow told me you would like to order some plant growth potions," the wood elf spoke again. "Yes, how do you sell these potions?" Wu Heng inquired. The wood elf responded, "Which kind of plants do you need them for?" "There are different types of this potion, they are not all the same." "Explain all of them." Chapter 723, The Next Step Plan. The cheapest are the ordinary green plants, 12 silver coins per bottle, grain type for 25 silver coins, and medicinal herbs for 50 to 100 silver coins. The Wood Elf representative stated the prices emotionlessly. This potion isn't cheap. The plant potion used at home usually comes from Shendu. I hadn't realized that a bottle's selling price would be 12 silver coins. That's enough to buy some produced green plants already. Wu Hang nodded. I plan to purchase green-type potions, and I also want you to take a message back. I'm interested in buying the potion formula, and I can guarantee it will be for personal use only and won't be sold. Wu Hang had discussed this matter with Shendu beforehand. The plant growth potion was an exclusive elixir of the Wood Elves, and it was this potion that undertook the majority of the grain trade in the surrounding seas. The potions were sold to some extent, but the formula had never been sold. Shendu said that the Wood Elves would definitely not agree to sell it. But Wu Hang still wanted to give it a try. The Wood Elf representative paused for a moment, then responded, I need to consult with my clan about this matter, and I might not be able to give you an answer right away. For a long time, Gold and Silver Island and Starflower have been good partners, and since the planting location is not near the Emerald Sea, it's not feasible to continuously purchase grain from Starflower. I wish to buy the potion formula, and I hope you can provide some assistance on your end, Wu Hang explained briefly. To prove that he wasn't coveting the other party's formula, it was just that the planting location was inconvenient for transport. I will convey your intentions back to them. Just convey the message for now, and I'll place an order for some potions first, arrange for someone to deliver them. Of course, how much do you need? The Wood Elf took out a list and started recording. Calculate it for 100 acres and see how much potion is needed. Yes, my lord. After speaking with the Wood Elf for a while, Wu Hang settled the matter of purchasing the potions. The zombie world had been farmed for a while now, and the issue of potions couldn't be delayed. As for buying the formula, that might not get delayed indefinitely. Even if the other party was willing to sell, with a back-and-forth negotiation process, it could easily take half a year. The elf race, with their long lifespans, tended to take more time with some matters. The normal potions still needed to be purchased first, and the negotiation for the formula could take its time. After talking with the Wood Elf for a while and inquiring about the recent caravan issues, the representative finally got up to leave. After the Wood Elf had left, Wu Hang put on the full 100 soldiers set, felt its effects, and tried it out to gauge the intensity of the side effects. The set indeed had the effect of reducing side effects, but it was hard to say if they were halved. But it should be quite close. Deep into the night, Wu Hang returned to the bedroom, lay on the bed looking at the ceiling, and considered the plans ahead. In the past few days, he had completed the plans he had set earlier. The electromagnetic cannon assembly was completed, and the test shots achieved the desired effect, being able to destroy targets at a distance of 150 kilometers. Of course, the accuracy was somewhat off, but the power was enough to compensate for that shortcoming. The target needs to be large, capable of destroying buildings. Going after a single target would be a challenge. There are also the etched bombs. I need to visit the Snake Badge Consortium in the next few days to see if they can be completed. The second plan that was completed was the 100 soldiers set. The set I had been yearning for was finally complete. It felt like when I used to play video games, rushing to complete a set, but when I had it all, the effects didn't seem as exaggerated. It was just one more defensive piece to add, a shoulder piece, and some weakening of the suit's side effects. My mage set is complete. I don't have to think about changing it for a hero set anytime soon. The plans moving forward. Wu Hang muttered to himself. Now that his set was complete, the next step was skill collection on the personal power front, and taking level 3 potions to maximize his attributes as much as possible. As for my level, it's about reputation. I need to be more proactive, using the situation in the Hueco Kingdom to gain reputation for myself. Especially with the 5th princess and the guild both getting involved. As for the zombie world, the main focus is still on restoration and construction. And modern equipment, to see what else is suitable for the other world. Having considered both sides in his mind, he settled on the plans ahead. Thud, thud, thud. A soft knock at the door sounded, and Minnie's voice came through. Master, are you asleep? Come in, Wu Hang said. The door opened, and Minnie, in a black gauzy nightgown, followed by Andre Willow in a light blue silk nightgown, walked in one after the other. Minnie said coyly, Master, Sister Vera said she wants to play the Punish the Bad Fox game. Andre Willow's eyes widened, and though the words reached her lips, she still didn't speak. Wu Hang lifted the covers, smiling, Come on, it's chilly outside. Punishing Bad Fox it is. Minnie cheered and climbed onto the bed. Andre Willow gave her a glance and then also climbed aboard. The next day, in the zombie world, Wu Hang sat in the meeting room waiting for a while before Li Yong came back in from outside. Holding a tablet, she looked at its contents and said, The copper coins and steel have already been delivered to the military factory, machine cannon and bomb production have started, and the skeletons entering the food factory and can factory have learned almost enough to produce independently and normally. Then, she immediately added, oh, and the main station said they've encountered a very powerful ghost, and they're asking if we have any way to deal with it and are willing to pay a certain reward. Ghosts? How did they encounter ghosts? In the modern world, which possesses technology far surpassing that of the other world, there's still no way or capability to deal with ghosts, especially during this stage of post-apocalyptic reconstruction. There's neither the time nor energy to research how to resolve ghost issues. It's not clear how they encountered the ghosts, but from the sounds of it, they've been giving them quite a hard time. They only contacted us because they were out of options and wanted to see if there was a way to resolve it. And the reward? Liang said, they didn't mention it, but I feel we could try asking for a larger reward, considering that aside from you, no one else can deal with ghosts. She was aware of Zhao's existence. And she knew that Wu Heng had the ability to deal with ghosts. So, if the main station wanted to take care of ghosts, they would need Wu Heng's help, and the price would follow accordingly. Contact the main station, tell them I can take care of their problem, and we'll discuss the reward later, Wu Heng instructed. Okay, I'll notify the main station in a bit, Liang nodded. Wu Heng stood up, saying, let's go, let's check out the factory. Liang picked up the walkie-talkie and began preparing the caravan. Then they went downstairs together, boarded a truck, and headed toward the factory. In Natali City, at the association. In the steward's office, Elder Tapani and veteran the mage Chai Vito sat, one behind the desk and the other on a couch, each with a newspaper in hand, their faces glowing red. Tapani, look at Wu Heng. He didn't even seek our consent before publishing in the newspaper. Tapani sighed and said, the two of us at level 18, blocked by the evil cult inside the city, then besieged by the army. What sort of image does this give off when it's spread out? You're not happy about it? Jian Vito looked up and asked, if you're not happy, write a letter asking Wu Heng to wipe your part off, and replace it with someone else. What are you saying? When did I say I wasn't happy? Your face is practically blooming with smiles. Tapani set the newspaper aside. Wu Heng has been quite quick with his moves, the story is already compiled and sent over. He must have people specialized in writing stories by his side, certainly. He wouldn't have the time to write them himself, Jian Vito stated. Tapani nodded, then pondered before adding, I need to order more newspapers from Gold and Silver Island to be sent back to the elf race, to let them read about the great detective's tale. Jian Vito raised an eyebrow, not a bad idea. I will also send some back. How many copies are you planning to get? I'm ordering at least 5,000. Then I'll take 5,000 too. I'll go straight to Philippa and ask her to urge Wu Heng to deliver them sooner. Agreed. The two discussed it, then called for a staff member to find Philippa. At level 18, they were in need of fame. The great detective's newspapers were already on sale, and it depicted them quite well. It would be a waste not to publicize this opportunity. They even felt the number they ordered was too conservative. At least 20,000 copies. At the city lord's mansion. 5th Princess Brittany looked at the newspaper, her cheeks also flushed with a slight red. Woodulf Shainala, smiling, asked, you've read the content of the newspaper, what do you think? I think it's quite good. Lord Island Master has portrayed me well too, just a bit too weak. Common people will like a princess like you better, one who's soft and weak and willing to shed tears for them, Shainala said with a smile. Brittany straightened her chest a bit, I didn't shed any tears. Still smiling, Shainala softly asked, what do you think about Wu Heng? Brittany's cheeks flushed again, why do you ask? If you want to regain your throne, just having him station troops here is far from enough. What do you mean? Chapter 724, Discussing Remuneration. Shainala took a seat beside her and lifted her teacup for a light sip. She spoke indifferently, as you've also seen in the newspaper, Wu Heng clearly wants to give you some advantage in the competition for the throne. Brittany furrowed her brows slightly, what do you mean? You should bind yourself to him if you hope to take back the throne. Brittany shook her head, I have talked about this with Island Lord Wu Heng, but he seems to have no intention of helping me fight for the throne. He only said that as long as I stay on Gold and Silver Island, he will ensure my safety. Shainala smiled gently, you could promise him a bit more. Given his age and the speed at which he's increasing his level, he will definitely reach level 18. Any kingdom and royal family would want to recruit him. It wouldn't be a loss for you to make some early promises, after all, those things will be yours only if you ascend the throne. Brittany's eyes opened wider, but she held back the words that almost escaped her lips. After hesitating, she said, I understand now, thank you for the reminder, Lady Shainala. Zombie world. Wu Heng rode in a truck, beginning his return to the Central District Mall. In the afternoon, Liang took him to several factories to inspect the progress of the skeleton's learning. After confirming they could produce normally, he arranged for some mechanics to start marking and recording the machinery. Disassembly and packaging were to follow, as everything would be transported to the Otherworld factory. After all, sourcing raw materials would be easier there, saving a lot of trouble. How is the research and development of the medicinal tablets progressing? Liang answered while driving. No news has been reported back yet. I'll ask once we return. Wu Heng nodded and said no more. The skeleton alchemy warlocks were conducting research there, so there was no possibility of them slacking or malinger. Hence, there was also no way to rush them. For the reception desk, should we set a time directly or delay it a bit longer? Liang asked again. Ask them for their opinion. We can do it any time on our side. I'll ask for their thoughts first and try to have them come over. Good. They chatted casually as they made their way back to the Central District. Liang went to attend to her own matters. Wu Heng also returned to his dormitory, opened the boundary door, and went back to Gold and Silver Island. Exiting the boundary door, Wu Heng released 3 ghosts to move freely while he himself went downstairs to head outside. Before his foot could reach the first floor, Minnie approached him. Master, Philippa contacted you via the radio. I'll go check it out. Wu Heng went back upstairs and entered the radio room. Glancing at the investigator's logbook, he saw a string of "Are you there? Are you there?" from Philippa. Just one look at that message, and he knew it wasn't anything urgent. Still, he picked up the handset and asked, Philippa, can you hear me? Philippa's voice soon came through. I'm here. Where did you go today? I went out. Is there an issue? Wu Heng asked back. Today, Tapani, Jian Vito, and that dwarf investigator, the 3 of them came to me. They asked me to contact you to order more newspapers, Philippa said directly. They want to order newspapers? What for? From what they said, it seems like they want to take them back to their tribes. They likely want to use the newspaper's popularity to increase their reputation, Philippa replied, offering her analysis as well. This wasn't hard to guess. The story included parts about these 3 as well. Especially the event where the kingdom's army circled and killed the association investigation team, which was big news by itself, coupled with a great detective story. It could definitely generate buzz and increase their reputation. Of course, this also benefited himself. As the protagonist, Wu Heng's reputation would increase even more. How much do they want to order? I'll have to print extra tonight, Wu Heng asked. Tapani and the dwarf want to order 10,000 copies each, and Tapani wants 20,000, Philippa stated plainly. I'll print them today and arrange for ships to deliver them. Price them at 55 copper coins each. It's the business rate with the Great Commerce Association, Wu Heng said outright. All right, I'll go tell them in a bit, Philippa agreed and then said softly, can I come back for a bit? It's so boring here, and I kind of miss you. Is there nothing to do there? No issues, the naval routes are fine, the association has arranged naval patrols, and now there's utterly nothing for me. I'm way more bored than when I was on Gold and Silver Island, Philippa complained. Philippa's main task there was to oversee the safety of the naval routes. It seemed now that no one would cause trouble on the routes at this time and draw the association's attention. Wu Heng pondered for a moment, then said, if there's nothing over there, then come back and stay for a few days. Really? Then, after I tell them about the newspapers, I'll come back. Let Tapani know in advance, just say you're inspecting the routes. Don't mention coming back to rest, Wu Heng advised once more. Don't worry, I'm not that foolish, Philippa replied, I won't talk to you any longer. I'm going to inform them about the newspapers. Before Wu Heng could respond, the other side had already disconnected. Wu Heng then glanced at the other radios to ensure no one had left a message for him. He left the room and went downstairs. The next day, in the morning, Wu Heng stood with the corpse ghost mechanist in front of the factory on the island, watching the busy skeleton mechanics inside. That morning, various mechanical devices were transported through the boundary door to the factory here. The mechanics began assembly, referencing the prior numbering and records. Lord Island Master, do we have blueprints for these mechanical devices as well? The corpse ghost mechanist, Costas, asked in an even tone. Chapter 724, discussing remuneration. These don't have any, just study them and don't break anything, Wu Heng said directly. Studying blueprint knowledge also helps a mechanist improve. Especially the machinery from the modern world, which has significant differences from the devices of the other world. It is easier to gain enlightenment or to learn new related knowledge. Thank you, Lord Island Master, Costas expressed his gratitude. Are the power plant preparations in Netali City already? Wu Heng asked again. Costas nodded. We're still preparing, but we expect everything to be ready within a week. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll arrange for you to go over. In a week's time, Philippa would roughly be back from there too. By then, they could be arranged to go together, which would make handling matters a bit more secure. All right, my lord. I'll leave this to you, just come to me directly, Wu Heng said, then called a horse carriage to return to the Island Lord's mansion. After returning to the Island Lord's mansion, Wu Heng went back to his study, opened the boundary door, and returned to the zombie world. On the other side of the boundary door, the factory in the zombie world was already emptied out, leaving only a mess on the floor. Walking out of the factory courtyard, Li Yong and the convoy were waiting not far away. Let's go. Wu Heng approached and got into the passenger seat. Li Yong also got into the vehicle and, after giving the order, the convoy slowly started. The radio just broadcasted a message saying that the people from headquarters are on their way here, expected to arrive at the train station around 2 in the afternoon. That urgent? Wu Heng was a bit surprised. They probably don't have any solutions for the ghosts yet and are thus in a rush to come over, Li Yong said with a smile. Let's go then, we'll head straight to the train station since there's not much time left, Wu Heng said directly. Li Yong picked up the walkie-talkie and issued an order. The convoy took a turn at the road ahead, heading towards the train station. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, the train arrived at the station. These 2 trains are from the Xinfu City base, used for transporting materials between there and Yangtong City. The doors opened, and 3 people quickly stepped off. The lead was LV Chingan, whom he had dealt with several times before. The commander of the 3rd level headquarters, specifically in charge of negotiating trades with Wu Heng's side. The 2 people following also looked young and strong, likely serving as bodyguards. Someone walked out from the platform to lead the 3 men directly into a room within the station. When the door opened, they saw Wu Heng and Li Yong sitting at the inside. Leader Wu. LV Chingan squeezed out a smile. Commander LV. Wu Heng stood up to shake hands with the other party. Leader Wu, it's said your superpower can restrain ghosts, we need your help with this, LV Chingan got straight to the point. Commander LV, anyone who encounters ghosts is in danger, Wu Heng said with a troubled look. Leader Wu can name his conditions. If it's within my authority, I can agree right away, if not, there's nothing I can do, LV Chingan continued. Unlike the previous negotiations, LV Chingan got straight to the point about dealing with the ghosts as soon as he came in. I need modern technology, give me some high-tech personnel, Wu Heng said directly. LV Chingan's brow furrowed instantly. Leader Wu, I absolutely cannot agree to your request, I can't just tie people up and bring them to you. Wu Heng continued, what's within your authority, just tell me. I can give you 500 level 1 corpse cores and 2 armored vehicles as compensation for this time, LV Chingan said. Wu Heng shook his head, I want 5 3rd-level corpse cores, 10 armored vehicles, and you need to provide me with training and support for any technology I require. I agree to the training, but you're asking for too many armored vehicles. I can only provide you with a maximum of 5, but I can give you 2 more 3rd-level corpse cores, making a total of 7, LV Chingan replied. Seeing that the other side was straightforward, Wu Heng also didn't intend to say much more and simply agreed, okay, I have no objections. Then, can we depart now? This matter is rather urgent. After we return, the compensation can be paid to you first, LV Chingan said. Wu Heng looked at Li Yong and then toward the 3 men, Commander LV, you and your men wait in the vehicle for a bit. I need to make some arrangements. Then we can go together. Alright, we'll wait for you in the vehicle, LV Chingan got up and left the room. Li Yong said, going directly, will there be danger? It's unlikely, but we should still be careful. I'll have Zhao keep an eye on them. Once we reach Yangtong City, we'll use our planes to go. I'll follow you then. No need, you stay and watch the house, and you can handle any matters that come up. Li Yong pondered for a moment and then nodded. Wu Heng made brief preparations and walked out of the building, and boarded the train heading for Yangtong City. On the train, Commander LV Chingan and his 2 companions sat opposite Wu Heng, who was alone on one side with 2 skeleton attendants standing beside him. How did you encounter the ghost, and what are some of the ways it attacks people? Wu Heng asked directly. Commander LV Chingan sighed and said, we encountered a ghost during a clearing mission. After the team retreated, we thought we had shaken it off but later discovered it followed us back. Wu Heng nodded. And its methods of attack? Its attack method is to wrest control of a person's body to attack others. We basically have no means to deal with it, answered Commander LV Chingan. This was a basic characteristic of ghosts. All 3 ghosts he had knew how to do it. Now, where is it? We had planned to arrange an evacuation, but on the way back, we discovered the ghost was still following and trying to kill. This team didn't dare proceed to the new base, and the outdoors are very dangerous, with the risk of sudden unforeseen situations. I understand, Wu Hang nodded. Do you think you can handle it, Leader Wu? Commander LV Chin continued to ask. Wu Hang thought for a moment. As it currently stands, it shouldn't be a problem. We'll see how it goes. The train moved forward tirelessly. A few hours later, they entered Yangtong City. Jiaorong was already waiting at the airport. He had arranged the base's airplanes and more than 10 skeleton flying dragons. The pilots of the base's planes were trained skeletons, having completed several flight tests without any issues. After making preparations, Commander LV Chin boarded his plane, and others boarded theirs as well. Soon, the command plane left. The base's plane took off shortly afterward, escorted by several flying dragons, following behind. In London City, skeleton knights galloped all the way, charging through the city gate and heading straight for the city lord's mansion. Once inside the courtyard of the city lord's mansion, they dismounted from their horses and handed over the letters they were carrying to Wen Mancha. Wen Mancha sat on the city lord's throne, breastfeeding her child on one side while taking the letter on the other. A letter? It was still the type used by the association. She handed it to the steward nearby and said, "Open it." Who wrote it? The steward tore open the envelope and glanced at the content, saying, "It's from Steward Silver. It says that Master Wu Hang has arranged for a spy to investigate information about the evil cult. The news has recently been sent to her, and she hopes you can pass the message to Master Wu Hang." Evil cult? From where was the news sent to Steward Silver? Wen Mancha's brow was still furrowed. From Meguro City in the Hueco Kingdom. Netali City's army had encircled and killed a base investigation team, which was related to the evil cult. Now again, news came from the evil cult. The Hueco Kingdom really became a nest for the evil cult. She gently rocked the child. "Once you're full, go to sleep. I'm going to tell Daddy the news." Handing the child to the steward, she wiped her chest, damp with the baby's drool, with a handkerchief. She tucked the handkerchief back into her clothing and turned to walk upstairs. Reaching the radio room, she picked up the microphone. "Lord, Steward Silver has sent a piece of intelligence concerning the news about the evil cult in Meguro City." Sitting in front of the radio and waiting a while, seeing no message coming back, she stood up and went downstairs. "Leader Wu, the convoy is ready. We can go over at any time," said Commander LV Chin directly. In just 2 hours, they arrived at the city mentioned by Commander LV Chin. Unlike the cities reclaimed by Wu Hang's side, this place looked more like a modern battlefield, having been baptized by artillery fire. Collapsed buildings, shell holes, and broken walls. It was rather bleak. Wu Hang said, "We don't need it, you come with me on the flying dragon. No need for others to follow, having more people might actually complicate things." With a beckoning gesture, several skeleton flying dragons crouched and bowed their heads. Wu Hang promptly climbed aboard. He then signaled Commander LV Chin to follow. Commander LV Chin's eyes widened as he looked at the skeleton flying dragon, hesitating to move his feet. Chapter 725, Who is the Taoist? Any other questions? Seeing that LV Chin had not yet mounted the flying dragon, Wu Hang asked. LV Chin's face showed a bitter smile. "Isn't his a bit unsafe?" "It's fine, as long as you don't jump down, there won't be any problems," Wu Hang said before taking out 2 walkie-talkie earpieces and handed one to the other. "It's windy up there, use this to talk." LV Chin subconsciously took it. "Are we really going to sit on it? The convoy could go there too." Wu Hang looked towards another side. "Kaizayu, you ride with him." Kaizayu jumped down from the dragon's back, and LV Chin's face turned a bit unsightly. No, it's too dangerous." Kaizayu picked him up by the shoulder, forcefully placing him on the dragon's back, and then climbed up himself. "Let's go, don't forget to guide the way," Wu Hang said, patting the dragon's back lightly. The skeleton flying dragon pushed off the ground, its body soaring straight up. The sound of the howling wind filled the ears. The other flying dragons closely followed. LV Chin let out a wail as he too flew into the sky. Once they reached a certain height and began horizontal flight, it became much more stable. "Commander LV, don't forget to guide us," Wu Hang's voice came through the walkie-talkie earpiece. LV Chin's voice came over. "Straight ahead, the place is called Blue Sky Machinery Factory. Crumbled concrete walls, with their rusted steel rebars exposed. In a corner piled up with everyday rubbish, broken walls and windows were crudely sealed with iron plates and bricks, forming rudimentary spaces. On the exterior of the building hung a crooked sign, Blue Sky Machinery Factory. At this time, inside the factory, a group of over 10 people gathered, chewing on dried out dough, seated in a circle, vigilant of their surroundings, and of each other as well. Everyone was in poor condition, their eyes bloodshot and dark circles under their eyes. They looked as if they were on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. "Has a new rescue team not come? Do they not care about us?" Everyone in the circle cast their eyes on one individual. If the rescue team didn't care for them, without a way to deal with the ghosts, they would eventually perish here. The person being watched spoke. Hold on, the headquarters has already gone to ask for someone who can handle this. Asked who? The man glanced around and then gently shook his head, signaling that ghosts might be nearby, and it was not something he could mention. The others understood and merely sighed faintly. Can it really be solved? Someone murmured. By now, all knew the gravity of their current situation. Two groups had arrived, the first, a rescue team equipped with some gear. The second brought a Taoist, who after some procedures, didn't achieve any notable effects. The dead were dead, the injured, much like the Kulabash brothers trying to rescue their grandfather. Every new group that arrived ended up trapped here as well. Nothing resolved the ghost issues, the only change was that they brought food and supplies. They could hold out together for a while longer. Fortunately, the ghosts couldn't kill directly but could only seize control of bodies, leading to suicide or killing companions. Keeping an eye on each other, they could still hold on. Whoosh! While they spoke, a whooshing sound of cutting through the air came from outside the window. Everyone suddenly turned, all eyes on the window. Save me. Suddenly, a voice filled with terror rang out. Among them, a middle-aged woman's face turned abruptly red, and her eyes grew wide. Hold her down. Someone yelled. Thud. Just as the people nearby moved, the woman slammed her head against the wall. Blood sprayed, and her body collapsed on the spot. I've been controlled, another person shouted. The others immediately moved to restrain him. It's my turn, save me. Hold me down. The scene abruptly descended into chaos. One after another, people were possessed, with those nearby rushing to help. Outside, heavy landing sounds and approaching footsteps were intermittently heard. There was no time to attend to it. At that moment, the main door burst open. A few figures walked straight in. The chaotic scene turned to look at the newcomers, 4 people. In the next second, the frenzied individuals shrank back, regaining control over their bodies. The rest did not exhibit any further signs of being controlled. Still wary of one another, they slowly backed away. Once again forming a tight circle, keeping everyone within sight. Commander LV, have we found a solution? Someone exclaimed excitedly. LV Chingan did not answer but instead asked, Leader Wu, can you handle it? I'll take care of it, Wu Heng said before stepping out the door and chasing after it. The moment Wu Heng entered the room, the mischievous ghost turned and ran away. His 3 ghosts chased after it, and seeing there were no other dangers, Wu Heng immediately followed suit. In the backyard of the machinery factory, within a small alley full of mud and moss, 3 ghosts revealed themselves, encircling another ghost, a bluish one that was trapped. How's it? Wu Heng walked over. Uncle, it can talk, Zhao said. The trapped ghost lacked distinct facial features and seemed more like a wild soul. It struggled continuously, trying to break free from control. What did it say? Wu Heng asked. It cursed at us and also said to let it go, Zhao reported, almost tattling. It could curse? This meant its intelligence wasn't low, at the very least it knew what to say to express its anger. What level is it? Level 8. Level 8 was also the rank of a small team leader in the other world. This ghost's leveling up was quite fast. Where it appeared must be a place very suitable for ghosts to improve. Wu Heng approached the trapped ghost. Say a few words for me to hear. The ghost had no eyes, but it faced Wu Heng's direction as if it were staring at him. It seemed to be wondering why the other 3 ghosts would help this human. If you can't speak, I'll let you be devoured, Wu Heng said. Yeah. Zhao made a fierce ghost face at the inside, then turned her head back and grinned silly. The inside ghost, as if truly frightened, retreated quickly and in a flurry. You will die, let me go, or I will take your life. The ghost said stiffly. Is that all? Ah. It also said something similar just now, Glenda added. Do you remember what happened before you died? Wu Heng continued to ask. The ghost subconsciously lunged over but was bounced back by the barrier that trapped it. It seemed its spirit wasn't very bright, unlike Zhao who retained her original intelligence as a ghost. It must be a wild ghost that gradually developed intelligence. What now? Glenda asked. Open it up, I'll put it into the demon soul pot first, to use as ritual material, Wu Heng said. Zombies' remnant souls could have the effect for Zhao and the others to level up. This kind of low intelligence soul could be used as ritual material. Okay, Glenda released the ghost. Wu Heng immediately raised the white bone cage to continue trapping the target and then took out the demon soul pot, directly capturing the ghost inside. Let's go. Say hello to them and then head back. They haven't given us the promised stuff yet, Zhao reminded softly as she flew back. They still need to exchange food with us, they wouldn't dare to renege, Wu Heng replied. Oh. Zhao nodded. They returned along the road to the front building. Over a dozen people gathered together, waiting. Seeing Wu Heng walk in, they all stood up in unison and silently stared at him. The condition of these people was indeed not great. Wu Heng guessed if he hadn't come by, in another 2 days, these people would have nearly collapsed. "Where is Commander LV?" Wu Heng asked. "He is inside discussing matters, please wait a moment," a middle-aged man replied, then asked, "Is the ghost taken care of?" "It's been taken care of, they can all come out now," Wu Heng answered. "How did you manage it?" another person asked. The rest also looked over in unison. It wasn't that they didn't believe him, after all, LV Chan had said it would be resolved. The fact was Wu Heng came back at a leisurely pace, whether he drove it away or killed it didn't matter as long as it wasn't following them. Wu Heng thought about how to explain, then smiled and said, "Superpower." Everyone nodded, showing they understood. Indeed, it was mysticism defeating mysticism. Wu Heng looked at a few people and asked, "Who is the Taoist?" Several people simultaneously turned to one direction, and a young man wearing glasses stepped forward. "I have a Taoist certificate, but it wasn't effective against the ghost." Wearing somewhat dirty sportswear, he didn't look like a Taoist but more like a university student with a frail body from staying up late. "What method do you use against ghosts?" "Talismans." Chapter 726, What's Rescued Is the Data Anymore? Let me have a look. The young Taoist pulled a wrinkled yellow talisman from his pocket, drawn with vermilion runes, for exorcism. "That's how it's drawn in the book." Wu Heng took it and glanced at it, saying, "Can I have this?" "You can have it, but it's not very useful against ghosts," the other replied. "Okay." Wu Heng nodded. The two chatted. LV Chan and a few others came out of the inside room. Seeing that Wu Heng had also returned, they immediately walked over. "Leader Wu, how did it go?" "It's dealt with. Let's head back now," Wu Heng replied directly. It was already getting dark, and Wu Heng wanted to return to Yangtong City overnight. LV Chan pulled Wu Heng aside and asked in a low voice, "Did the ghost escape or was it slain?" "It was slain." "Really? Really? Do I look like I'd joke about something like this?" Wu Heng said directly. LV Chan visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Still, he confirmed again, "Leader Wu, we would reward you even if it had escaped." "You're sure it was slain, right?" It was clear that the matter of the ghost had become an obsession. "It's slain, and it won't bother you again," Wu Heng nodded and said. "That's good," LV Chan said with a smile on his face, then he told everyone, "Prepare to leave. We'll evacuate in 10 minutes, bring the cars to the entrance." "Yes." Everyone responded, starting their preparations. LV Chan turned back to Wu Heng, about to speak. Then sounds from the entrance exclaimed, "Holy shit! I'm hallucinating. There are monsters. Be on alert, there are monsters at the entrance." LV Chan immediately tensed up and peered out to see the skeleton flying dragons on the ground and on the rooftops. He said, "What are you shouting for? These are Leader Wu's superpowers. Just do your jobs and don't attack them, and there won't be any problems." The people were already panicking. The superpower of the skeleton bone dragons, looming over the rooftops, looking down at them. This was far scarier than zombies. They left the house half believing, sticking to the walls and moving away slowly, preparing the cars as instructed. LV Chan came back and said, "Leader Wu, I'll take the car back." "How will you return?" "I'll ride the flying dragon back, try to get back to our side before it gets too late." "That urgent?" "There are some things to take care of back home," Wu Heng said with a smile. His level was capable of handling most dangers, but he preferred not to overnight in unfamiliar places. LV Chan nodded, "That'll do. The reward promised to you, I'll prepare it in the next few days and have it delivered to your place." "Great." They exchanged a few more words. A modified bus and 2 armored vehicles avoided the waiting flying dragons and stopped at a more distant position. LV Chan said goodbye, boarded the bus with his people, and Wu Heng climbed onto the back of a flying dragon. They shot straight up into the sky, heading in the direction of the airport. "Commander LV, who is this Leader Wu that you've brought in?" someone asked curiously on the returning bus. LV Chan opened a crack in the window, blew out a ring of smoke, and said, "King Yama, haven't you heard of him?" "It's him." Everyone looked at each other, but no one was surprised. When they saw the skeleton flying dragons, they thought of him. King Yama, Zinfu City Base, the name was too well known. In terms of ranking, it wasn't easy to say whether the central office or Zinfu City Base was safer and more complete. The central office had actually managed to invite him over. Superpower type, fits his title, doesn't it? LV Chan said again. King Yama, over 20 years old, wouldn't pick such a name for himself. Like when you were little, with those self-proclaimed cool, non-mainstream usernames on your QQ. Now it seemed, the superpower did indeed fit the title. It fits quite well, someone replied. What a pity, he's not one of our men. Otherwise, cleaning up in different areas wouldn't be so troublesome. LV Ching sighed again. An elder in the back seat, holding a briefcase, said, he wouldn't help for nothing, right? 7 third-level corpse cores, 5 armored vehicles. Big demand. LV Ching took a deep breath and said, our previous cooperation was good, otherwise, no matter how much we offered, he might not have helped. After saying that, he added, you all came back safely, it's worth it. On the flying dragon. Glenda floated to one side and said, what he wanted to save wasn't the person, but the data the old man was holding. Wu Hang frowned, what did you find? After dealing with the ghost, I listened to their conversation inside. They were discussing experiments and data, confirming that document, Glenda said. It looked like the data in hand was very important. No wonder they agreed to 7 corpse cores, 5 armored vehicles. What kind of data? I glanced over at roughly, some subjects, and some corpse core research, Glenda said. Wu Hang raised an eyebrow, about the corpse core? It should be something related. When we get there, try to have a look, Wu Hang said. The flying dragon sped up again, heading towards the direction of the airport. Upon reaching the airport, the flying dragon descended from the sky. LV Ching and the convoy had not returned yet, but the personnel guarding the airport walked out from the building. After looking at Wu Hang and the flying dragon, a middle-aged man asked, Leader Wu, how's the progress? It's resolved. Commander LV and the rest are coming back by car, they should arrive shortly, Wu Hang replied as he dismounted from the dragon's back. That's really great news. The faces of several people on the other side lit up with joy. I'll stay here for a while, waiting for Commander LV to get back, and then I'll leave, Wu Hang said. Please, this way we've prepared a room for you to rest. Someone led the way, and Wu Hang followed to rest in a room on the second floor of the station's main hall. After about half an hour, a knock on the door came again. Leader Wu, Commander LV invites you to have a meal. Wu Hang went out and followed the man to the dining room. Around the dining table sat several people, but none of the personnel who had been rescued were present. Leader Wu, it's a hastily prepared meal, I hope you won't mind. Wu Hang smiled and sat down, not at all, it's quite a spread already. They ate a few bites together. Then LV Ching continued, Leader Wu, do you still have something to discuss with me? Some things about training, I suddenly thought of them on the way back and figured I'd discuss them with you. Just speak freely. It's still about some technical matters, I plan to arrange for some personnel to go and learn. Providing training was one of the conditions discussed before the rescue operation. LV Ching saw no reason to refuse, especially since the strength displayed by Wu Hang was even greater than estimated. Maintaining peaceful and good relations was the best approach. Of course, no problem. Which areas do they need? Right now, we need shipbuilding, especially for large vessels, and also modern architectural design and construction. LV Ching glanced at him, can do. Is it going to be those skeletons coming to learn? There will be a few humans arranged this time, plus some skeletons. That works. Then the next time we go over, we can just bring those people back with us to train them. LV Ching agreed cheerfully. Good. Wu Hang nodded in agreement, ate a bit more, and then bid farewell to the others. He went back to the room on the second floor to wait. Through a crack in the open window, a phone flew in, followed by the appearance of the 3 ghosts, Glenda, Zhao, and Bella. We've taken pictures of all the materials. There were quite a few pages, so it took some time, Glenda whispered. You weren't noticed, were you? Nope, Zhao said. They were sleeping like logs and didn't notice. After we were done, we put everything back. Wu Hang checked the phone's gallery and saw the photos were quite clear. Good job, let's go back. Wu Hang packed everything up and promptly left the room. After greeting LV Ching, he boarded the plane and took off from there. After returning to Yangtong City, he stayed at the military factory for a night and set out for Xinfu City on the train the next morning. That's it? It's over? Li Yong was a bit surprised. Strange, is it? Even Zhao could beat it up, Wu Hang said with a smile. Zhao floated beside Li Yong. Yeah, I could have whacked it too. Li Yong said, it's not that I don't believe you guys, it just seems too fast. Most of the time, they spent traveling. Killing the ghost was just a matter of convenience. Next time there's a base with this kind of situation, we could take the job too, with a clear price, Wu Hang suggested. We might as well disclose an approximate cost. If we openly charge for rescue, many people will accuse us of profiteering from disasters, and of not being cooperative, Li Yong added. That's fine too, I meant well, Wu Hang replied. Li Yong said with a smile, I know, but some people won't see it that way. As they talked, the intercom crackled with static. Soon after, a voice came through, Sister Hong, The convoy is ready. I've got to head out, Liang said. Go ahead, I'm going back to my room to rest. I'll look for you when I get up. Wu Heng also stood up, stretching his body. Liang nodded, departing the room, while Wu Heng returned to his quarters. Having stepped out of the boundary door, Wu Heng returned to the other world. The maids had already eaten breakfast and went to the kitchen to have the skeleton chef make a separate meal for him. Seeing Wu Heng, Minnie stepped forward quickly. Master, Wen Mancha has sent an urgent message. Wu Heng's eyebrows knit together. With London City still at war, could something have happened? I'll go upstairs and take a look, Wu Heng said, climbing up to the radio room. Picking up the handset, he asked, Wen Mancha, are you there? The voice of the housekeeper came first. Master, please wait, I'll call the lady. Shortly after, Wen Mancha's voice rang out. Master. Wen Mancha, you needed to see me? Steward Slither has sent a message. There's a spy from Gold and Silver Island in Hueco Kingdom investigating the evil cult. They found that in Ergiro City there are several evil cults gathering, preparing a plan against Hueco Kingdom. Chapter 727, Corpse Corps Research Report Hueco Kingdom, Spies Investigating the Evil Cult. Needless to say, it was known to be the leader of the Flying Fish pirate group who had been sent there, apparently called Pabuzi. Wu Heng did not have a very good impression of him, especially when he had him investigate the Heaven Destiny cult. Bella had been killed just for passing on information, while he fattened up in the cult and became a key figure in the church. If Wu Heng hadn't gone over and destroyed the Heaven Destiny cult himself, he might have even become a sect guardian, or some other higher position. The impression he gave was that this guy wasn't spying, but rather enjoying his time there. This time Wu Heng did not pay attention to that matter, yet Pabuzi sent back news. After listening to Wen Mancha, Wu Heng continued to ask, is there any other intelligence? There are 2 detailed pieces of intelligence. The sect has a significant number, stationed in the city, with several level 18 professionals. The second is about the Heaven Destiny cult, which is waiting for the bishop to arrive. If the bishop does not appear within half a month, the smaller sects will be disbanded and merged into larger sects. Wen Mancha finished relaying the remaining intelligence. Stationed in the city, that means they've obtained local permission. Wu Heng noted the word stationed. With so many people in the city, all high-level professionals, it was impossible for the local authorities to be unaware. They either acquiesced to their presence or the 2 parties had already reached some form of cooperation. As for several level 18 professionals, that was not surprising. Forming a sect always has its own purpose, mostly to gather faith and lay the foundation to become a hero. You need to be at least level 18 to qualify to form a sect. The second point is about the Heaven Destiny cult. According to Pabuzi's intelligence, they are still unaware of the bishop's assassination. It's been such a long time, haven't they gone back to look for clues? To see why the bishop didn't arrive? That should be the case, said Wen Mancha. There's no problem with Slither's side, right? Wu Heng followed up with another question. Master, rest assured, Steward Slither's side is doing well, and our army has also entered the city to station there. There shouldn't be any danger, Wen Mancha assured. What about the attacking skeleton army? The battles have all gone smoothly, Wen Mancha said with a hint of pride, then continued, along the way, we've occupied several mines and important industries. No wonder some countries are always keen on expanding their territories. Resources along the way can be seized. Mark all the locations. I'll arrange for skeletons to handle the mining later. Okay, also the ammunition left for me is not much, Wen Mancha gently reminded. The overwhelming advance of the skeleton army, aside from the characteristics of the necromancy creatures, relies also on the firepower of guns. Once out of guns, if all are changed to ordinary cold weapons, their strength will significantly diminish. Use what you have for now, I'll send you some later, said Wu Heng. The ammunition production line was in mass production, and over at Gold and Silver Island, they actually didn't use much of it. Using it in London City also was somewhat effective. It was better than just adding to stockpiles and gathering dust in warehouses. Yeah, when you have time, come back and see us, your daughter misses you, Wen Mancha's tone softened. How old is our daughter now? Okay, I miss you too, Wen Mancha said sweetly. Wu Heng laughed, if your daughter hears this, won't she be embarrassed? My daughter is sleeping next door, Wen Mancha retorted then asked, does Master like that? I do, when I have time, I'll come see you both. Okay, Master. After finishing their conversation, they hung up the phone. Wu Heng leaned on the desk, beginning to ponder the situation. The sex residents in Hueco Kingdom didn't seem to have a direct effect on him. But their purpose? To kill the association investigation team? The timing doesn't match. If the gathering of these sects was meant for killing the headquarters investigation team, the timing was off. Babuzzy's message to Blackstone Town would certainly arrive before the investigation teams. Thus, the sect's original plan was not aimed at the headquarters investigation team, it was more likely related to internal affairs within the kingdom. It might very well be related to the Crown Prince. But it also seems far-fetched, even if the Crown Prince wanted to fight for the throne, would he need to take such a risk by involving the evil cult? And with so many level 18 professionals, who are they planning to attack? But with these people gathered inside the kingdom, and the headquarters investigation team going there at this time, it's likely that something dangerous could happen. Still, I should inform the headquarters and the investigation team. Hiding this from them wouldn't be beneficial for him. It was necessary to let the headquarters investigation team minimize some losses. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded, followed by the voice of the cat maid Roby. Master, breakfast is ready. It will get cold if you don't eat it now. I'm coming. Wu Hang opened the door and went downstairs to the dining room for breakfast. He took a simple bite. The skeletons took the plates away. Wu Hang put on his coat and hood, covering himself entirely. Minnie, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back for lunch at noon. Alright, Master. Leaving the Island Lord's mansion, Wu Hang took a carriage to the association. The streets were noisy along the way, with vendors calling out loudly and long lines forming in front of shops. Gold and Silver Island had entirely lost its appearance as a pirate island. If one didn't know about past events here, they wouldn't associate it with pirates. Now, it was a brand new island, the commercial hub of the Emerald Sea. Arriving at the association's entrance, Wu Hang got off the carriage and entered. The hall inside was still lively, with people gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing some recent hot topics. He walked through the corridor to the steward's office, knocked, and then went straight in. A faint scent of flowers filled the room. The two sisters were at their desks, dealing with paperwork. Seeing Wu Hang come in, their eyes lit up. The Grand Island Master is so free today? Zai said with a smile. Of course, I'm here on important business, Wu Hang replied. What's the matter? Zai asked. Do you remember Babuzzy? The one we sent out to gather information on the Heaven Destiny cult? Wu Hang said. Zai thought for a moment and nodded. I remember. Does he have information? Wu Hang had been to Blackstone Town to kill members of the Heaven Destiny cult and had seen Babuzzy once. Zai had seen this person when the Pirate King attacked Gold and Silver Island, so quite some time had passed. It seemed she remembered well and hadn't forgotten about it. He has now infiltrated the core of the sect. Zai frowned slightly. He really excels at these things. Wu Hang nodded, then continued, he has sent information saying that many of the cults are stationed in a city called Jira, waiting for other sects to arrive, to discuss plans against the kingdom. What kind of plans? Zai asked with a frown. Wu Hang shook his head, he didn't specify, but I suspect it's something to do with the throne, or splitting up the congregation. Zai frowned, pondering the situation. Xiali, at this time, brought over a cup of floral tea for him. What are your thoughts? Zai asked again. My suggestion is to write 2 letters, one to headquarters, to mention this matter, and the second to the investigation team headed to the kingdom, to let them be aware and watch out for any related dangers. Wu Hang stated his idea plainly. Zai nodded, tell me the whole situation as it is, starting from when he got the intelligence. It will help me in writing the report. Alright. Wu Hang recounted the entire event, including why Babuzzy relayed the message to Blackstone Town and now to him. After he finished, Zai thought for a while and began writing the report. Everything written and done, she handed it over to Xiali, take it to the front desk, and mail it out according to the address. Xiali took the letters and left the room immediately. Zai then asked, do you sense any danger in this matter? It's unclear, but it very well may involve the throne. Makes sense, Zai nodded and then added, luckily, headquarters didn't assign you to infiltrate. We can't handle those of level 18. Yes, fortunately. As they spoke, Xiali returned from outside. It's been sent, it'll go out this afternoon. With the discussion over, Wu Hang also stood up, I'll head back now. If there's anything else, I'll come find you. They both nodded. Xiali said with a smile, come over to our place for a meal when you have time. Sure. Wu Hang agreed and then walked out. Upon leaving the association, he went to inspect the production at the basic factory. Back at the Island Lord's mansion, dusk had fallen. After dinner, Wu Hang returned to his study, holding a printout in his hand. The information was on the survivors trapped by ghosts, which Glenda and the others had secretly photographed. The mobile phone shots were clear, and after minor adjustments, they could be directly printed. Glenda had only seen a part of it. The reports were divided into 2 types. Animal Growth Corpse Core Types Untiming Report, and Controllable Superpower Experimentation Directions in Humans. Chapter 728, Shared Kingdom 2 Reports, more than 100 pages in total. Rows upon rows of nothing but written records. Wu Heng opened the material on the growth of animal corpse cores, and what was documented was the timeline after animals underwent corpse transformation and the forming of the corpse cores. Among them were experiments using bats, gorillas, dogs, domestic pigs, and some other available experimental subjects. The least amount of time it took to form a corpse core was 30 to 50 days, while at the other end of the spectrum it could take over 4 months, or even longer. Not every subject resulted in the formation of a corpse core. The success rate for bats was 45%, 2 gorillas were experimented on, and both successfully formed corpse cores. However, the remarks noted that due to the small number of subjects, it was impossible to determine an accurate success rate. For dogs and domestic pigs, the rate was around 27%. Wu Heng flipped through the pages and understood why LV Chan was so eager to save those people. A batch of professional scientific researchers, and these materials were treasures for any base. Various technical terminologies and names of pharmaceuticals were somewhat unfamiliar to Wu Heng. On the last page, there was a summary. The formation of corpse cores often occurs in creatures with strong adaptability to the virus. Strong adaptability. This makes it easier for them to form corpse cores after undergoing corpse transformation. This was indeed quite important. Wu Heng continued to turn to the second set of materials, Controllable Superpower Experimentation in Humans. It mainly discussed experiments related to superpowers. This reminded him of the time when he first made contact with the headquarters. LV Chan had brought over an agreement, wanting to invite him to join some kind of superpowered man development program and wanting to use his blood for experiments. He had flatly refused. In the other world, there were methods of laying curses through blood, so who knew if there were similar abilities present? It seemed that such experiments had indeed made progress. And they had even been documented. Wu Heng read through the materials page by page until he was finished. The final direction seemed to be research into the development of superpowers. Superpowers can appear in mass now. That's a bit exaggerated. Wu Heng closed the materials and put them aside. Glenda floated over, controlling the materials to fly into the air, and glanced through a few pages. Then she closed it and asked, "What do you think? Are these materials useful?" "It's more of a report, documenting summaries of experimental results," Wu Heng added, "but they are still of some help to us. You can go to headquarters. We can help you steal the materials back," Glenda suggested. "No rush, let's wait a bit," Wu Heng replied, taking out a crumpled yellow talisman. "See if this thing is of any use." "What's this? A formation drawn on paper?" Glenda asked curiously. Zhao and Bella also flew over. "A talisman. You can think of it as a formation drawn on paper. Let's see if it has any effect on ghosts," Wu Heng said. "That method LV Chan asked Takawes to use?" Glenda realized. "Right, that's the one." Glenda didn't say much more, just floated over and felt it for a while, her tone uncertain. "Seems like it might work, but I can't tell very well." "Don't you need to stick it on your forehead?" Zhao retorted. "Your aunt, who has a forehead anymore?" "Zhao, do you feel any effect?" Wu Heng continued. Zhao also flew over, feeling carefully. "It seems like there's a sensation, like being pushed outward." Bella approached the talisman. "It's like a kind of repulsion." Wu Heng's eyebrows raised. Did the talisman actually work? Although the effect wasn't clear, just feeling something meant it had some effect on souls. The old ancestors' creations still contained some tricks. It was just uncertain if the material used to make the talisman was effective, or if it was the pattern that worked. As for its lack of significant impact on ghosts, there could be many reasons. Perhaps the ghosts of ancient times differed from today's ghosts, or maybe the talismans produced didn't achieve the original desired effect. If you can improve the effectiveness of these talismans, they may replace the current protective items against ghosts. Glenda spoke again. "Drawing them is definitely faster than etching items. If the right method is found, and skeletons start drawing day and night, they can surely be mass-produced. Then those expensive devices would no longer be competitive. I'll look into it and see if it's a viable direction." Glenda didn't say much else. As the light dimmed, Wu Heng also got up to stretch his body. "I'm off to sleep, ghosts have it good, no need to sleep." Glenda responded grumpily, "It's not hard to die. I could help you with that." "Thanks, but no thanks," Wu Heng waved his hand. "See you tomorrow." "Goodbye, uncle." "Good night." He walked out the door, downstairs to sleep. Back in the bedroom, Wu Heng lay in bed, pondering the events of the past few days. First was the overall rescue operation. Rescuing and capturing ghosts were not difficult. The main focus was obtaining corpse core data and the matter of talismans. Superpower research might be a bit challenging on his own, but raising animals to produce corpse cores was something he should be able to try. Bats and gorillas. Seems like they could be tough to handle, surely can't have skeletons capture them. If it doesn't work, then buy some alternatives first. The success rate was limited, so he would definitely need animals that could be purchased in large quantities. Second was the talismans. It seemed talismans were effective to some extent and were worth studying. Even if it didn't achieve the desired effect in the end, perhaps it could inspire some insights into formations or rituals. On the other world side, the only matter was the evil cult congregation site. But he had already sent a report to headquarters, it was up to them to decide how to deal with it now. There was also Natali City and the Fifth Princess, whether they could truly help enhance his reputation. Contemplating this, sleepiness surged within him. He closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Ring, ring, ring. Breakfast time, and the phone rang. Minnie answered it and then said to the dining room, "Master, it's Mr. Costas." Costas was the island's corpse ghost mechanist. Wu Hang walked over and took the phone. "Costas. Lord Island Master, the factory installation is complete, we can arrange for production now." The factory was ready. Wu Hang had moved 3 factories from Zombie World, a paper mill, a bakery, and a canning factory. These 3 raw materials could be easily purchased on the island. And large-scale processing in the factories could also let him earn a bit, especially with paper, as the island's newspaper and book printing consumed a substantial amount of it. "Good, I'll have someone go over and check it out shortly," Wu Hang said. Costas continued, "The parts for the power plant are also fully prepared. The remaining large equipment can be custom-ordered locally in Natali City and can depart anytime. Wait another 2 days until Philippa returns, then you can go together." "All right, my lord." After hanging up the phone, Wu Hang returned to the dining table and looked at Andre Willow. "Wire, when you have time, visit the new factory and arrange the raw material orders." "Understood, master." Wu Hang glanced at the other maids. "If you get too busy, ask Annette and Roby to help you. It will also be a good opportunity for them to learn how to interact with the outside world." "Annette, come with me to deal with some work." Annette raised her head. "Okay." Roby scratched his head. "What about me?" Andre Willow smiled. "If it's still too much, then you can come too." "All right." After breakfast, everyone went about their own business. It wasn't until the afternoon. Wu Hang sat in the living room reviewing reports from the city hall. The gate to the courtyard was suddenly thrown open. Philippa strode in, shouting, "I'm back." "Don't yell like that, you'll scare people," Minnie complained. "Did you miss me, Minnie?" "What's there to miss?" Philippa wasn't offended, walked over, lifted Minnie, and spun her around. "Because I missed you." "Oh, stop it, go take a bath. I'll take you to a movie later." "What's a movie?" "You'll see," said Minnie with a mysterious smile. Roby also peeked out from his room. "Philippa." "Roby, I missed you too." "Thanks." Philippa continued into the room, saw Wu Hang in the living room, and with a quick few steps, she leaped into the air towards him. Wu Hang caught her. "What kind of move is this?" "I missed you." Philippa nuzzled into his embrace coquettishly. Just like a child who hasn't grown up, Wu Hang patted her back. Philippa got down from his embrace and added, "Oh, right, Brittany sent you a letter." Saying that, she pulled out a letter. "A letter?" Wu Hang opened it and glanced through. It was filled with words of thanks, followed by plans for the development of Natali City. Wu Hang read on. And when he reached the end his expression hardened. "If I ascend to the throne, I am willing to share the kingdom with you." Chapter 729, Prestige Plan Shared Kingdom. Seeing the other party make this decision, I was still somewhat surprised. That Brittany would make such a promise, and it didn't seem like something she could have come up with on her own. It was very likely that someone had advised her, or some event had caused her to think of writing to me, making a promise. But I have to say, this decision made Brittany appear more mature. She was able to see the present situation clearly, rather than believe in those heroic tales where a simple wave of the hand means people will follow her on adventures and battles. What did Brittany say? Philippa came around, stood on tiptoe, and also looked at the letter's content. The development plan for Natali City, and she wants us to help her win back the throne. Wu Hang passed the letter to her. Philippa glanced at it and casually tossed it aside. "How can we help with this thing? It sounds like a robbery, as if it's that simple." She said that when the time comes, the kingdom will be shared with us, to manage together. The usually carefree Philippa froze, then slowly and clearly said, "Then we've got to help." "Hold on, don't get too excited, and don't go spreading the word." Wu Hang picked up his teacup and took a sip. "Is everything okay with Natali City?" "Nothing's wrong. The association's team is stationed there, plus all of those skeletons patrolling, who would come seeking death." Philippa added, "Tapani wants you to send the newspapers over as soon as possible, and Gianvito said to take good care of the skill books he lent you." When I return, I'll take them back to him. Giant Vito's 2 skill books were still in my possession. The skills had already been unlocked, one was the Summoning Thunder skill and the other was Summon Arrow Rain. I had left in a hurry before and hadn't had time to return the books to him. Actually, it was good to delay for a bit. Otherwise, unlocking skills in just 2 or 3 days, especially 2 of them, would seem a bit too exaggerated. I'll remind you to take the skill books back when we return, Wu Hang said. Sure. Philippa jumped to her feet and said, I've said what I came to, I'm heading back to the tavern. Aren't you staying for dinner? I was the first to deliver the message. I'll go back and check on Mireille, it's been quite a while since I saw her. I'll come back for the movie later. Philippa snapped her fingers, a green parrot flew over and landed on her shoulder, giving a slight nod as a salute to Wu Hang. Go ahead, Wu Hang said. Philippa left the living room and called out to Minnie in the courtyard, Minnie, I'm heading back for a bit. I'll be back tonight for the movie you mentioned. Go on. Don't be too late, Minnie replied. Got it. After that, she directly left the Island Lord's mansion. Wu Hang was left alone in the living room. He raised his teacup and took a sip, then his gaze fell once more on the 5th princess's letter. A shared kingdom. This was the biggest promise the other party could offer. The Hueco kingdom, with its large lands and numerous population, truly have benefits for future development. Both in terms of resources and the increase in my own renown. Plus, I was indeed stuck on renown at the moment, and had been working hard in this aspect. But now, there's danger, Wu Hang muttered. Recently, intelligence reports from all sides had arrived, making it seem as if the danger level for the Hueco kingdom had increased drastically. Several evil cults and many 18th level professionals, along with the Snake Badge Consortium's leaders, had also headed towards the Hueco royal city. Add in the past association investigation team. It looked like a grand melee was brewing, involving 18th level professionals and the chaos among heroes. To visibly join in this competition may ignite war and bring it to Gold and Silver Island, such a dilemma. Wu Hang emptied his teacup and rose to head upstairs. He went straight to the radio room. Picking up the microphone, he asked, Shainila, are you there? After waiting a moment with no response from Shainila, it seemed she wasn't there. Leave me a message if you see this, Wu Hang added before hanging up the microphone and turning to go upstairs. After dinner, Wu Hang returned upstairs. The maids had prepared snacks and drinks and entered the home theater room together. Everyone found a spot to sit down. What is this, all secretive? Philippa asked. A movie, it's really exciting, Roby said outright. Is it a stage play? I hate watching those. They're so fake, and the actions are weird, Philippa folded her arms, completely disinterested. But she was still somewhat looking forward to the upcoming movie. Thunk. When the sound effects blared from the speakers, Philippa's body shuddered in response. Quickly, the opening scene appeared, with the Demon King Sauron's figure forging the magic ring in lava. Philippa instantly exploded to her feet, machine gun cradled in her hands. The green parrot was even more frantic, fleeing backward in panic. Scared, as expected. Just as I said, she's all talk when it comes to courage. Hee hee. The maids all burst into laughter, and Philippa immediately realized that this must be a movie, posing no danger. Andre Willow explained softly, put the gun away first, don't accidentally damage these props. Philippa put away the machine gun, cleared her throat with a cough, and sat down. That was just my emergency response to danger. The others snickered. Andre Willow continued to explain, it's fine, it's just like the promotional videos played at the exhibit, all pre-recorded footage. Grab some food, and let's watch. Oh, alright. Philippa nodded. Roby also leaned in, there's even more shocking stuff to come. After Steward Zyligui watched it, she began to suspect if this might indeed be the history of the elf race. That exaggerated? Of course. Stop talking, let's watch the movie. The group fell silent, snacking while they continued watching the movie. In the radio room, Wu Hang leaned against the table's edge, listening to Shainila's voice coming from the radio. Has Philippa returned? She arrived this afternoon. Your kind of ship is really fast, cutting the journey in half, Shainila remarked. It seemed she had been timing Philippa's departure. Wu Hang said, Brittany wrote me a letter. Did you know about this? I knew she wrote to you, but I haven't read it. What did she say? Shainila asked with curiosity. She promised that if she could ascend to the throne, she would be willing to share the kingdom with me. She is indeed smart, catching on with little prompting. I knew it was you who coached her. Wu Hang said. Shainila laughed. I didn't teach her that, I only told her your achievements will be even greater in the future, and if she wants your help, she needs to show sincerity. Wu Hang asked, what do you think of the proposal? If you have the capability, you might as well help her. Even securing a few cities and territories in the end is beneficial for both you and Brittany, Shainala, a merchant by trade, focused on outcomes. This matter, as long as there's effort put in, even taking control of a few cities and territories isn't a losing deal. It's beneficial for future development. If Brittany truly ascends the throne, that would be a massive gain. The backing of a kingdom is nothing Gold and Silver Island can compare with. You make a good point, Wu Hang said, then continued, pass a message to Brittany for me. I will lend her a hand, but I can't guarantee the outcome. We're the only ones willing to help her now. It's quite difficult for her, Shainala spoke. Wu Hang again reminded, this matter is just between us. Don't go spreading the word and be careful when you go out. Avoid leaving the city. Is there some problem? I've received some intel. Many from the evil cult are gathering in the Hueco kingdom, including level 18 professionals. Be extra cautious, Wu Hang advised. Shainala's tone turned serious. Understood. I'll also advise Brittany to be cautious. Also, tell Brittany not to rush. I'll plan and see how things go. Alright. After conversing a bit more, they ended the communication. Wu Hang left the radio room. He glanced at the maids watching the movie, then went upstairs to enter the study. He chatted with the ghosts in the study. As dusk fell, he retired to his room to rest. In the bedroom, Wu Hang lay in bed, musing over the letter Brittany had written to him. Regarding the Hueco kingdom, he really didn't have much interest. But his own reputation also required a certain population for enhancement. Helping Brittany secure the throne could be beneficial for him. Now isn't the time to get involved. In the next few days, I'll send some ammunition to win Mancha, then we'll see how things go. Wu Hang set his plan in motion. First, he would go to London City to deliver the ammunition to win Mancha and spend some time with the mother and daughter. Then observe how much land in the northern part of the Hueco kingdom the skeleton army could seize and check the internal situation before considering Brittany's matter. Yes, let's start with that. Chapter 730, Is there a pirate movie? Creak. The door opened, and Philippa walked in from outside. Dressed in pajamas, her hair damp from a bath. She climbed onto the bed, rested on his arm, and said, the movie was really good. In a few days, a movie theater will be built on the island. Do you think it can make money? Wu Hang asked. It definitely can make money. It's much better than a stage play. Those things put me to sleep, Philippa said. Then we'll give it a try and see if it works, Wu Hang nodded. Philippa thought for a moment, are there any pirate movies? Showing them around the Emerald Sea would definitely be a hit. Wu Hang raised an eyebrow. There really were pirate movies. And they seemed well-crafted and storied. Wouldn't that stir up the islanders' professional memories? What do you mean? Philippa was stunned. Like, wouldn't it inspire their past memories and make them go out to sea to become pirates again? Wu Hang said. Many of the natives of Gold and Silver Island were indeed pirates. With those few ships we have, who would dare to become pirates? Just get ready, I still have the final say, Philippa sensed his implication, and chuckled, almost time to ride the unicorn. Don't be too late. I'm getting sleepy. Look who's talking. Just hurry up, and it'll be over. The next day, in Zombie World. In the conference room. Wu Hang was waiting in the room when Li Yong came in, placed her owl to one side, and began reporting. The headquarters sent someone over once, initially delivering 5 third-level corpse cores. The armored vehicles and the remaining corpse cores will be delivered to us gradually. The credibility of the headquarters is still sound. Is it possible they just don't want to ruin their relationship with you, but aren't as friendly with the outside? Li Yong looked at him and said. Why do you say that? Wu Hang was curious. They're not so easygoing with regular shelters, now power sets the rules. Li Yong glanced up. You're right. It's hard to say who is stronger between Wu Hang's base and the headquarters. But if it came down to a fight, Wu Hang was confident in wiping them out. Both had significant strength, maintaining a cordial relationship, especially needing to buy food and other items from here. It was the headquarters' best choice. As long as they didn't want to pick a fight, they would have to deliver what was promised. Wu Hang nodded and asked, have you arranged for the learning skeletons to go? They'll go over the next time they come. As long as it's arranged. Li Yong continued. Chi Hengkai also sent news from South Korea, saying the Korea rescue team has set the final price for the food, needing 50 tons. They are willing to teach some control techniques for the skeleton satellite and help us launch it. 50 tons, that is 1,000 bags of food. Tell Chi Hengkai that we agree, but don't rush with the food. Let them make sure the skeleton training is clear, then give them the food. Okay, Li Yong nodded. After finishing the instructions, Wu Hang added, let's go downstairs and have a look. I'm making some adjustments to the skeleton troops. The two of them stood up and walked outside together. In the following time, Wu Hang used a large door of a warehouse to adjust the military forces between the two worlds. The skeletons from Gold and Silver Island were all replaced with level 10 and above skeleton warriors, and important places were guarded by level 15 skeletons. The low-level skeletons dispatched to Zombie World continued to level up with the skeleton army. Once their levels were raised, they would be assigned tasks in the other world. Now, the entire Gold and Silver Island had also been enhanced. If high-level professionals came to the island, they too would need to assess their own strength. Once everything was adjusted, Wu Heng returned to his residence. Another day passed. The city started the renovation of the movie theater. Some equipment, including seats, was all brought over from modern world malls. As for soundproofing on the walls or surround sound, those didn't matter as much, since it was the people of the other world's first encounter with movies. They didn't have high expectations. Wu Heng stood at the entrance, watching the renovation team busy inside. "Master, Mr. Sabin and Madam Siska have arrived," Roby said softly. "Lord Island Master." "Good morning, my lord." A man and a woman, bowing respectfully. Sabin was the island's bard, and the stage performance was about the first episode of the Great Detective's story. Siska was the island's maid, and the stage performance was about the story of blushing maid Benny. Wu Heng nodded. "Roby, keep an eye on things here, you two come with me." "Yes, master," Roby nodded. Wu Heng led the two others into a nearby building. They sat down in a separate room. "Take a seat, don't be shy." The two bowed again and sat down opposite him formally. Wu Heng got straight to the point. "I plan to shoot a movie on the island. Both of your drama stories are in the plan. If you're interested, you can give it a try." "Lord, what is a movie?" "You must have seen the advertising screens at the exhibition, right? After it is made into a movie, it will be played on those screens. You just have to perform well once, and then you can continue to make money," Wu Heng briefly explained. Their eyes lit up. In other words, they wouldn't be paid per performance, saving them energy and time. "I'm willing." "We are willing too." The two expressed their willingness one after the other. Wu Heng nodded. "You can try it first. The standards for movies are not low. Later, take your people to the city hall. I'll have Andre Willow show you the requirements for the movie." "Yes, Lord, thank you for your trust and cultivation," Sabin immediately thanked him. The woman, not quite adept at such talk, also stood up and deeply bowed. "Go and prepare, Siska." "Wait a moment," Wu Heng said. Sabin bowed and left, while Siska stayed. Siska, representing the tavern maids, had formed a drama troupe with a group of maids. The maids of Gold and Silver Island, frankly speaking, weren't much different from prostitutes. Perhaps there were some who were unwilling to sell their bodies, but they were in the minority. After the performance of blushing maid Benny, Wu Heng provided them with professional scrolls. It was a recognition and encouragement for their willingness to take a new step. "Lord, do you have any orders?" The woman was somewhat tense. "How have things been recently?" Wu Heng asked with a smile, as if chatting with a friend. The woman replied, "Everything has been good, the sisters have all found jobs that look decent. There's something about the movie, take extra care of the other maids on the island, that kind of job is all about youth, and there's no security in the future," Wu Heng said straightforwardly. The woman's eyes widened a bit, as if she had misheard. The young professional of Gold and Silver Island, the great detective who had vanquished the prince. It was surprising to hear such words from him, yet considering who Island Lord Wu Heng was, it made sense. "I will gather the island's maids, and mention this to them, if they are willing," the woman immediately said. Wu Heng thought for a moment. Old rules, as long as they strive to change, the Island Lord's mansion will provide them with profession change scrolls and also help find more performing opportunities, encouraging everyone to give it their all while they are young. "Yes, Lord," the woman said, her voice slightly choked. "All right, go on, I don't have anything else." "Lord, thank you for becoming the Island Lord of Gold and Silver Island. And thank you all for supporting me." The woman bowed again and left the room. Wu Heng also stood up and continued to direct at the movie theater for a while, returning to the Island Lord's mansion near dusk with Roby. Back at the Island Lord's mansion, Minnie said, "Master, Assistant Shiyali just called, saying the elf race's fleet has arrived and they'd like you to visit." Shiyali had indeed mentioned this before. She said the elf race would send over a batch of flower nectar wine. In a few days, Wu Heng planned to head to London City. He would be gone for over half a month. It was a good opportunity to spend more time with Ziligui. "All right, give them a call back and tell them I'll come over tonight," Wu Heng said. "Okay, Master." "Oh, and I have a game console here, I'll have it installed in the audiovisual room for you to play with when you have time," Wu Heng said. At the mention of a new gadget, Minnie and Roby immediately showed delight. "Master, we might not know how to use it when you're not here," Minnie said with a smile. "Come, I'll teach you." Wu Heng took Minnie upstairs, installed the game console, and handed her a controller. They started playing. It was actually quite simple to operate, and Minnie, having learned some Chinese to watch pirates, could understand the options and content on the screen. She quickly became proficient. After the game console was assembled, Wu Heng quickly got ready, and after Minnie had informed Xi in advance, he took the skeleton out and went to the residence of the elf sisters. The maids were at home playing games. Chapter 731, Pretending to Sleep. Golden Sail Tavern. At dusk, the tavern was bustling with patrons seated in the main hall, chatting and waiting for the bard to perform. They talked about the latest happenings on the island or shared a great detective story. In a private room on the second floor, the weather was somewhat sultry, but to block out the outside noise, the doors and windows on the inside were still closed. Ladies, that's the situation. Any of you interested? Siska stood in the middle, looking seriously and solemnly at the people seated around. Aside from a few bards, the majority were island maids and prostitutes, all gathered here. If this were before the successful stage adaptation of Blushing Maid Benny, Siska might not have had such high prestige to gather so many women together. But now, with the success of the play and attention from the island master, she naturally became a representative figure among the island's maids. It made gathering these people much smoother. Mrs. Siska, I have a few questions, a gaudily dressed woman at the front spoke up. The woman was not young, but one could tell she was quite good-looking. You may speak. The woman cleared her throat and said, we all know the deal here, we can tell what men want just by looking. When the Lord Island Master brought this matter up, didn't he have any other requests? All the women turned their heads, looking at Siska. Siska smiled and said, ladies, to deprecate ourselves a bit, our bodies are definitely not what the Lord Island Master is after. If he really had ulterior motives, he wouldn't discuss with us. He'd just take action or issue a decree if needed. We still need to eat, right? If we follow the Lord Island Master, and switch to rehearsing for movies and stage plays, wouldn't that mean no income? Another much younger woman softly said. Siska looked at her again, do you want the Island Master to spoon-feed you, arranging everything for you? If he could feed me, I'd happily accept, the woman said coyly. Laughter erupted from around them. Siska continued, according to the Lord Island Master, making a movie is much harder than a play, and the script needs to be rewritten. Anyone with talents in this area should give it a try. The second point is about the number of people. Movies require a lot of people to participate, either as side characters or just passers-by in the background. So, as long as everyone wants to participate, there will be a spot, and you don't have to worry about no gains after being busy. The last point, as long as we can complete the film, it will play itself, and we'll get paid just by staying at home. Moreover, the Island Master will handle selling and broadcasting for us. Actually, it's almost like the Island Master is feeding us directly, we just need to open our mouths. I fear you might be used to pushing things in and may not get used to being fed. Siska joked crassly, and instead of being shy, the women broke into laughter. The woman who initially asked questions queried again, we all are in our keep lying down, can the script really be written? Siska replied, if we can't write it, we'll hire someone, hire bards, scholars, whatever it takes. This must succeed, for the trust of the Island Master and for ourselves, too. Her sudden display of strong leadership and resolve surprised the others. No wonder she could lead a group of people from relying on men to now being the captain of a drama troupe. She indeed had more mettle than most of them. Seeing that no one else spoke, Siska raised her voice, all right, those willing to change and strive for themselves, come here to sign up. Speak out any special talents, flattering men doesn't count. The women rose noisily. They moved towards where Siska was to sign up. Steward Mansion. An array gathered in the courtyard, and Wu Heng's figure followed suit. You're here. Shi has prepared dinner, Xi said with a smile from not far away. She had been waiting for him here. Wu Heng also smiled, always inviting me to eat, it's a bit embarrassing. Xi rolled her eyes at him, let's go, the more embarrassed you are, the more you should eat. The two walked into the house together. In the dining room, Shi in a light blue home costume was serving dinner dish by dish. She smiled and said, you've come at just the right time, I've just finished the last dish. Your cooking is really good, Wu Heng complimented. What can I do? I also have a sister who wants to become a hero and doesn't know how to do anything other than train, Shi said, then continued, sit down, we can start eating right away. Wu Heng sat down on one side, while the two women found seats, one on each side. Try these, you haven't had them before, Shi said as she recommended several new dishes to Wu Heng. Xi glanced at her sister with reluctance. Meanwhile, Wu Heng carefully tasted the various dishes brought over, continuously praising them. Shi's cooking was indeed great, at least not inferior to the skeleton chef at the island lord's mansion, and each dish carried a fragrant aroma. "Try some of this flower nectar wine," Shiyali said as she refilled Wu Heng's cup. "It has a strong aftertaste, don't drink too much," Xiligui softly warned. Shiyali noticed her and also filled up her cup, saying, "What's there to fear at home, have a drink with Wu Heng." Xiligui looked at the flower nectar wine filled up in her cup and also sipped it little by little. "I see buildings in the central district are being renovated, what's going on?" Shiyali asked casually, resting her chin in her hand. Chapter 731, Pretending to Sleep. The movie theater, the movies you've seen, will also be shown there in the future, Wu Heng said softly. Shiyali continued, "Are you going to show them to the public?" "Yeah, in the future you'll see the new ones first, and if they feel good, then we'll show them to the public." "That's a good idea." Shiyali smiled and nodded, her gaze sweeping over him and Xiligui. She asked, "How far have you and my sister progressed?" Cough cough. Xiligui, who had just put something in her mouth, began to cough violently. Surprised, she looked at Shiyali. "Why talk about that?" Shiyali looked toward Wu Heng. "How many women do you have?" Wu Heng felt a bit embarrassed and hesitated. "A few." "Those several maids?" Wu Heng answered, carefully glancing at Xiligui beside him. Her eyes were also filled with curiosity, but when it came to the maids, there was no unusual expression. After all, Xiligui had known about his relationship with Minnie and the others in advance. If there had been any aversion, she wouldn't have been on good terms with him. "You don't have to be so careful, with your current status, it's not strange to have some maids take care of daily life," Shiyali said with a smile, then added, "Will you reach level 18? Wu Heng looked at her, her eyes serious. "Is level that important? We have long lifespans, the higher your level the longer we can be together, so level is still quite important," Shiyali explained. Xiligui looked at her sister in some surprise. When it was just the two of them, she had said Wu Heng would definitely reach level 18 and had said many good things. Today, it sounded a bit harsh. Xiligui whispered, "Don't feel too much pressure, I don't care about these things." Wu Heng glanced at the two women. Their eyes held some expectation. "Don't worry, level 18 isn't difficult," Wu Heng said confidently. "I knew you'd be confident," Shiyali said with a laugh. Wu Heng looked at the two, changing the subject. "What do you think, screening a pirate movie, could it lead to some bad trends?" "Bad trends, like what?" Xiligui asked. "Like, if people think pirates are cool, and some people on the island take up their old jobs and go back to being pirates," Wu Heng gave an example. "It's possible." The group chatted while they ate, and the atmosphere became lively once more. Flower nectar wine tasted more like fruit wine, but if you waited a bit, the kick would gradually hit you. All three of their cheeks were a bit flushed. After they had their fill of food and drink, the three of them tidied up the table a bit. Shiyali then said, "It's no fun just chatting, let's play King's Command." "Do you know how, Wu Heng?" Wu Heng frowned. "A game?" "Wait a second." Shiyali stood up, went to one side to get a deck of cards, and picked out 3. She said directly, "The game is simple, everyone draws a card. The king can issue a command to the commoners, and the commoners must obey." The rules were pretty simple. Xiligui looked at them and added, "We can play, but the commands can't be too much." "Fine, let's draw cards." The trio drew cards and placed them in front of themselves. "Alright, everyone can look at their cards. Let's see who will be our king today." All 3 flipped their cards at the same time, and Shiyali excitedly lifted her card, shouting, "I am the king, Xiligui is a commoner." Xiligui gave Wu Heng a resigned look first. With a smile, Shiyali said, "Commoner, I command you to stand up and dance for us." Xiligui frowned, "I can't dance." "Do you want to see, Wu Heng?" Shiyali turned to Wu Heng. "I want to see." Wu Heng nodded earnestly. "Wu Heng wants to see, just dance a little bit." Helpless, Xiligui had to stand up and began to dance with gentle swaying. After finishing, the 3 continued to draw cards, and again, Shiyali was the king, and Wu Heng was a commoner. Both of them looked at Shiyali, who said with a smile, "My command, commoner, is to imitate Xiligui and dance again, exactly the same." "Damn. You're going too far," Wu Heng protested. Xiligui's eyes lit up. "Follow the rules, I danced already." Wu Heng, at a loss for words, also stood up and imitated Xiligui's moves. He began to twist around, eliciting laughter from the 2 sisters. After playing several rounds, they lost interest. The kick from the flower nectar wine grew stronger, and Shiyali leaned on his shoulder. As for Xiligui, she just glanced at Shiyali's intimate gesture and didn't continue to say much, also leaning on the other side. One on his left, one on his right, leaning on his shoulders. "Wu Heng, with his high constitution, only felt his cheeks warm up and a sense of drunkenness arising. Xyligui, a close combat profession, had also reached a not low level. She had quite a resistance to abnormal states. But Shiyali was feeling somewhat dizzy and began to talk nonsense. "I'm so dizzy, I need to lie down," Shiyali said softly. Xyligui came over from the side. "I told you the alcohol was strong, and you had to drink so much with your low tolerance." Shiyali was laid down on the living room carpet, covered with a thin blanket. After settling Shiyali, Wu Heng and Xyligui sat down facing the window. Xyligui gently leaned on his shoulder, both of them looking at the night sky outside the window. "I will be leaving for a trip in a few days, and I'll need you to hold down the fort on the island," Wu Heng said softly. Xyligui paused. "Where are you going now?" "There are some things outside, nothing dangerous. I'll be back in a couple of days," Wu Heng said calmly. "It's been so dangerous out there recently, it's better not to take risks." Xyligui was still somewhat worried. "I know." Wu Heng reached out to gently caress her cheek, their eyes meeting. Looking at her rosy lips, he leaned in closer. Chapter 731, Pretending to sleep. Xyligui pushed his face away. "Shiyali is still here." "She's already asleep, just a gentle beck," Wu Heng coaxed softly. "No way. Just once, a light one, it would all be over by now," Wu Heng said again. Xyligui couldn't seem to resist him any longer and slowly retracted her hand, allowing him to kiss her. What was meant to be just a light peck turned into a long, delicate entanglement. Xyligui's eyes were full of vigilance and fear, continuously scanning her sister lying beside them. "The light," Xyligui murmured. With a casual flick, Wu Heng's slipper hit the switch, plunging the room into darkness instantly. Only a bit of light from the window reflected in. In the darkness, Xyligui wasn't so shy, her arms hung over Wu Heng's shoulders as she gradually lost herself. The two embraced and fell onto the floor. Wu Heng lifted her clothes, and Xyligui, bashfully, reached into his clothes, timidly caressing his muscles. Amidst a rustling sound, the two clung tightly to each other, lying on the floor. Suddenly, Wu Heng felt a gaze on him. His eyes moved beyond Xyligui he was holding onto, and in the dim space, a pair of bright eyes was staring back at him. Shiyali was wrapped in a thin blanket, her face flushed with a drunken blush. Just staring straight at them. "Damn." His body shook. "Don't move," Xyligui whispered in his ear. Wu Heng froze, holding the delicate body in his arms, while less than a meter across, Shiyali was fixedly watching. He was about to start explaining, but Shiyali showed a smile, extended her slender finger, and slowly reached out. She gently touched his lips, then slipped her finger into his mouth. Wu Heng's eyes widened, not daring to move, clueless about what she intended to do. Shiyali took her finger out and put it into her own mouth. What's going on? Was she asleep or awake? Could it be sleepwalking? The plot was unfolding in an odd way, weird and yet thrilling. Xyligui was still clinging tightly to him, completely unaware that the person behind her had woken up. She softly said, "Move a bit." "Damn, how can I move in this situation?" Then, Shiyali slowly closed her eyes again, seemingly falling back asleep due to the drunkenness. Wu Heng instinctively moved, and Xyligui let out a soft moan. Shiyali opened her eyes again, grabbing his hand that was resting outside, fingers interlocking. Late at night, Wu Heng stepped out of the room. Xyligui, straightening her clothes, followed suit. "I still need to take care of Shiyali, I can't keep you here," Xyligui said, helping him adjust his clothes, whispering. "I know, when there's a chance, we can stay at my place," Wu Heng gently touched her cheek. "I'll see you off when you leave Gold and Silver Island." "If you see me off, won't everyone know I'm leaving?" "I'll be back in a few days, I'll come see you then," Wu Heng whispered. Xyligui thought it made sense. "I need to get back, I have to take care of Shiyali. I don't know what got into her, drinking so much." Wu Heng smiled stiffly. Xyligui went back, while he used a teleport to return to the island lord's mansion. Back in his own bedroom, Wu Heng quickly freshened up and laid down in bed. Recalling the scene just moments before, his heart started pounding again. What's up with Shiyali? Shiyali had watched the two of them, with the entire procedure completed. He felt a bit scared yet also somewhat excited. Also, because someone was watching, and it was Xyligui's own sister, the experience had ended somewhat prematurely. When he left, he glanced at Shiyali again. She had closed her eyes once more, but he could feel that she was pretending to be asleep. Was it on purpose? Inviting him for a meal, preparing the flower nectar wine, falling asleep first. All of this seemed prearranged. Even if Wu Heng didn't realize it, he would make both sisters fall for him. But right now, he could sense that Shiyali had an exaggerated affection for him. Actually, Shiyali is quite nice. Just don't know whether Zai Ligui can accept this relationship. The next day, early in the morning, the family sat in the dining hall, and Philippa had also come early for breakfast. Wu Heng said, "Today, I will head to London City. The affairs of the island will still be managed by wire." "Understood, Master," Andre Willow nodded. Wu Heng continued to look at Philippa. "Stay a few more days, and take the mechanists from the island with you when you leave." "Okay." Philippa continued, "And about Jian Vito's skill books, if I don't bring them back, that old man will definitely lose his temper." Wu Heng took out 2 skill books. "Tell him that Gold and Silver Island plans to establish a mage research institute and invite him to live on the island." "Will do. I'll talk to him when the time comes." Philippa tucked the books into her space ring and then said, "When can you take me to see London City? I've never seen a beastman." "Minnie and the others don't count. There will be an opportunity in the future," Wu Heng said with a smile. Then, he turned to Minnie and the others, giving each a couple of instructions. After breakfast, he took some items Minnie had prepared for the road. He put on the train captain's hat, waved goodbye to the maids, and boarded the train to leave. Wood Elf, Council Hall. The hall was spacious and bright, with polished marble floors and a long, slender carpet painted with patterns of vines and rolled leaf grass stretching to the depths of the hall. At the very front, on high steps, a semicircular arrangement of chairs was set. The chairs were not fully occupied, with only 4 wood elves in different styles of brocade robes sitting sparsely. An older wood elf spoke. "We have news from Gold and Silver Island. Wu Heng wants to purchase the plant growth potion formula." Another wood elf said, "What's there to discuss? Just like with other kingdoms, we should refuse. He's not yet qualified for us to make an exception." "Hold on, don't reject it so quickly. Take a look at this." The elder wood elf gestured slightly. A few newspapers flew to the others in front of him. The elder wood elf reminded, "Just look at the great detective story at the bottom left, the rest can be read later." The others refocused their gaze. Their brows furrowed as well. It was only after seeing the newspaper that they learned of the attack on their branch investigation team in the Hueco Kingdom. "What do you mean?" another one asked. The elder wood elf's tone was still calm. "That city lord, who has traded with our guild, ranked at level 16. Wu Heng was able to go alone and kill him, which means his level and strength are higher than we anticipated. You're thinking of agreeing to it?" "Our indulgence in him and Shayla has already been an exception," someone reminded. Another person agreed, "We can sell them the potion essence, there's no need to give the formula." The elder shook his head and said, "Of course not now, I'm just thinking, it's been a long time since our clan had a hero. What do you think about a man who is close to level 18 in his 20s, could he become a hero?" The group lifted their brows, immediately grasping the meaning. For their own clan's hero, nurturing a hero from another race could also aid in their race's development. Especially since the 2 parties had a decent relationship before. Shayla also had deep feelings for them. "Are you sure he could become a hero? Once the formula is given out, it's out of our control." "No, let's wait until he proves he can reach level 18. They all nodded in agreement. The train door opened. Wu Heng, escorted by 2 skeleton attendants, disembarked from the train, simultaneously releasing 3 ghosts. "Confirm the direction to London City," Wu Heng said. Zhao took to the sky, glanced around, and then swiftly flew back down. Pointing to the distance, "Uncle, the city is that way. Behind us, there's a skeleton cavalryman running towards us." "Skeleton cavalryman? What about over there?" "This way leads to a road." Wu Heng walked through the shrubs and saw the road leading to London City. And behind the road, a skeleton cavalryman was racing from afar, kicking up a cloud of dust behind him. "Wu Heng, don't go out, someone is approaching, and it seems their target is that skeleton cavalryman." Glenda's voice also rang in his ear. Zhao added, "There are people, 5 of them, around level 10, crossing over this way." The ghosts noted. As the skeleton cavalryman drew near, a group dressed like a mercenary squad charged out. The leading warrior, wielding a shield, rammed into the horse's belly. The others behind him also got ready for battle. Chapter 732, The enemy outside the city. The warrior with the shield charged forward. The skeleton knight pulled on the reins, and the skeleton horse took a fierce step forward, barely avoiding the side impact. But the several people who rushed out continuously blocked the path ahead. The hollow eye sockets of the skeleton knight looked back at the warriors holding shields and then towards the few people blocking the road. He slowly drew his long sword from his waist. The skeleton horse also kept stepping in place, ready to charge. From a distance, Wu Heng saw the skeleton knight dodge the side impact. He said, "Control them." 3 ghosts shot out directly, rushing towards the few who were blocking the way. When the ghosts dived into their bodies, the squad ready for battle suddenly stiffened. Fear appeared in their eyes. One of them threw their weapon aside and, clenching a fist, smashed it into their own nose. Crack. The bridge of the nose deformed, and blood spurted out. Another person abruptly turned around and kicked at the groin of a companion nearby. The warrior holding the shield, amidst terrified shouts, tossed away his shield and headbutted the tree beside him. The skeleton knight, who had been ready for a fight, watched as the enemy suddenly descended into chaos. He tilted his skeletal head. With a flick of the reins, the skeleton horse leaped over the several people and galloped away. Wu Heng walked over with his skeleton attendants. The few people tormented by the ghosts watched warily as three silhouettes suddenly appeared. Was this your doing? The warrior, bloodied and battered, stared at Wu Heng. Tie them up, Wu Heng commanded those behind him. You're asking for death. The thief at the forefront leaped up instantly, clutching two short swords in his hands. Bang! Midair, he was kicked in the stomach by Kaizayu, flying out 4 to 5 meters. He vomited bile and blood liberally. The rest were also startled, recognizing the presence of a high-level professional. Sir, there seems to be some misunderstanding, we were just passing by. Wu Heng couldn't be bothered to listen to their explanations. Tie them up, and if they resist too much, break their limbs. Kaizayu and Karen quickly stepped forward, and before the two skeletons could assist, the already injured five had no power to resist. They were bound tightly into a bundle. Wu Heng casually opened his mansion skill. Take them inside, you all stay and watch them, don't damage the equipment. Seeing a spatial crack suddenly open, the eyes of the five men widened in shock. Even the least knowledgeable among them knew that this was not a power a common professional could unleash. Done for, they had been utterly trapped this time. Spare us, Lord. We just wanted to steal some things to exchange for drink money at the city lord's mansion. We were wrong, give us a chance. No, I don't want to go in. Among the five, 4 pleaded loudly while the other was still vomiting blood. The two skeletons carried the group straight into a corner within the mansion skill, keeping a distance from the electromagnetic cannon apparatus. Once everyone was inside, the mansion skill was shut. The crying and pleading stopped, and all was quiet around. Uncle, they don't seem very smart, Zhao commented from the side. They're probably from a local gang, it's rare to find one without illiterate members, said Wu Heng. Standing nearby, Glenda asked, aren't you going to ask them about their purpose? Let Wen Mancha ask when we get back. All matters concerning the skeleton army are her responsibility. Questioning them personally will also allow her to arrange a new messenger route, Wu Heng replied. That makes sense, nodded Glenda. Wu Heng took out a motorbike from his space ring. After mounting it, he sped off towards London City. The 3 ghosts swiftly followed, flying alongside. While flying, they chatted. Soon, they neared the outer city district. Wu Heng stowed the motorbike, donned a hood, and directly joined the crowd to enter. Once at the outer city district's wall, the searches began to intensify. Everyone entering and leaving had to declare their identity, whether they were residents of the city or visiting merchant caravans. With an association's emblem, Wu Heng easily passed through as well. The search was thorough. After all, it was a time of war with London City, to prevent any potential danger. Wu Heng walked into the inner city district. Inside the city, there weren't many changes, and the people did not seem tense from the ongoing war. Upon reaching the city lord's mansion, he entered. My lord, you've returned. The housekeeper Harut, dressed in a black butler suit, pushed up her glasses and approached briskly. Where's Wen Mancha? Wu Heng inquired directly. The lady is in the hall, the skeleton knight just delivered intelligence, said Harut. Anyone else here? Wu Heng took a side door and entered the building. Harut stepped forward, helped him off with his coat, and hung it beside him. No one but the lady herself, no other commanders have been summoned yet. Take me to her, on the way I also saw this skeleton knight. Wu Heng spoke. This way, please, instructed Harut. Harut led him directly to the hall, where he saw Wen Mancha sitting on the city lord's throne, beneath her the same skeleton knight he had just seen. Hearing footsteps, Wen Mancha turned around confusedly. Seeing Wu Heng walk in, her eyes sparkled with delight. Master. Wen Mancha looked well, seemingly recovering nicely after childbirth, her complexion rosy. She donned a beige embroidered dress, looking like a lady of leisure. What news have you brought? Wu Heng asked. 2 pieces of news. The skeleton army encountered an enemy force attempting to take a detour and annihilated them entirely, though it does not rule out the possibility that some units might try to bypass and attack London City. The second piece of news is that the skeleton army is about to reach Sea Turd Fortress. Some scattered intelligence suggests that the Hueco Kingdom's armies are likely massed there, waiting to decide the battle against the skeleton army, Wen Mancha reported slowly. The enemy trying to circumvent their defenses were limited in numbers. To pose a threat to London City would actually be quite difficult. Chapter 732, The enemy outside the city. More should be assassinations targeting the leaders. While he was in London City himself, he was not worried about Wenman's safety. The second point, Seated Fortress, was to gather Hueco Kingdom's forces for a decisive battle against the skeleton army. That is to say, the earlier retreat of the kingdom's army was not a mere flight, but an adjustment and concentration of forces, planning to make this fortress the focus of the final battle. To stop the skeleton army. Can this fortress hold back the skeleton army? Wu Hang asked. Wenmancha pulled him down to sit beside her in the city lord's seat and said, Seated is a person's name. Early in the kingdom's wars with the Beastmen tribes, when the Beastmen launched a major attack, it was General Seated who led the human race to defeat them at this fortress, establishing the current border lines. Later, this fortress was named Seated Fortress. For the people of Hueco Kingdom, this fortress also represents a will to repel the Beastmen as well as the undead. Of course, it indeed is a position that's easy to defend but hard to attack. The skeleton army pressed on, and the humans were defeated step by step. Indeed, there was a need for a reason to rejuvenate the waning spirits. Understood, Wu Hang nodded. Didn't you hear about this fortress when you were in Blackstone Town? Wenmancha asked with a smile. No one mentioned it to me, and as a necromancer, I wasn't exactly welcome there, Wu Hang said helplessly. In Blackstone Town, he had only been a member for a little over a month. Let alone this fortress, he hadn't even had a chance to get to know Blackstone Town before leaving. Besides, while he was in Blackstone Town, he was the subject of scrutiny. Who would talk to him about this matter? Wenmancha thought for a moment and asked, Do you have any arrangements? Just continue with the plan as usual. I'm mainly here to bring you ammunition, Wu Hang said directly. Wenmancha nodded. Hartle, go and get some paper. The housekeeper brought the paper, and Wenmancha wrote down the rest of the plan. The main point was to first stabilize the cities they had already occupied, and once the supply of ammunition was delivered, then consider attacking Seated Fortress. Will this do? Wenmancha looked at Wu Hang. I have no objections. I don't understand much about fighting, so it's good for you to arrange, Wu Hang added. By the way, when I came over just now, I saw a small team intercepting a skeleton knight carrying messages. Are the transmissions of letters along the way a bit dangerous? What happened? Where? Wenmancha's expression immediately became serious. Wu Hang immediately recounted the incident he encountered when he arrived. I brought back those 5 people, so you can interrogate them later. Where are they? Wenmancha asked. Wu Hang stepped down from the dais and casually opened the mansion skill, revealing 2 skeletons and 5 tied-up figures. Bring them out. The 5 were dragged out by the skeletons. They sat on the ground, looking around in terror. When they saw Wenmancha, they even took the time to look her up and down. A fierce glint flashed across their eyes. Wenmancha said, The letters are not in a hurry to be sent. Take these people down first. I'll interrogate them later. The housekeeper gestured, and several guarding skeletons came in, carrying the people on the ground out. In the hall, only the 2 of them were left. How's the daughter? She's taking a nap upstairs. I'll take you to see her, Wenmancha said with a smile, leading him up the stairs. They tiptoed into the room and saw the child in the baby cot. And in the room, 4 skeleton ghost hags were standing guard. She's sleeping soundly. With so many skeletons playing with her every day, once she's tired, she sleeps. Of course, she's sound, Wenmancha whispered. Aren't you afraid of skeletons? Just like her dad, not afraid at all, Wenmancha said, smiling. I used to be a bit scared, too, but not anymore. Then the daughter is braver than daddy. Wu Hang smiled and nodded, gently kissing the child's tender face. Let's go, don't disturb her rest. Wenmancha nodded and gave instructions to the skeletons beside her. The 2 walked out of the room again. Master, I'll go and interrogate those people. Later, you give me the ammunition you brought over, and once the time is arranged, I'll send someone to deliver it, Wenmancha said, standing in the corridor. I'll go to the radio room to say hello to Minnie and the others, and then I'll come to you, Wu Hang said. Wenmancha nodded and quickly went downstairs. Wu Hang headed towards the room where the radio was kept. Wenmancha's radio was in the room next to the bedroom. Wu Hang walked in and asked the guards to get up. He then sat down in the original spot. He picked up the microphone. Call Minnie over. Shortly after, Minnie's voice came from the other side. Wenmancha sister? It's me. Master, you're over there. Minnie's voice also became much livelier. I'm here. Is everything okay on Gold and Silver Island? Wu Hang asked. The journey was too long. Each trip took several days. After coming out, he was a bit worried about the safety of Gold and Silver Island. Nothing's wrong. Philippa led the island's mechanists to Natalie City. The day before yesterday, the island's cinema opened to the public, creating a new buzz on the island. Quite lively, Minnie laughed and said. Is there no problem with safety? No, that's managed by Steward Zai Ligui. She even came by yesterday to join us for afternoon tea. After becoming close with Xiligui, he began to also interact with several maids in the island lord's mansion. This was actually a good thing. Wu Hang hoped they would have a good relationship as well. That's good, Wu Hang said. Alright, Master, Minnie replied and then asked, Master, there's a new movie translated by the skeletons, can we watch it first? Chapter 732, The Enemy Outside the City. Look, gather Xiligui and Macintosh. Okay, Minnie said excitedly. Cheers from Roby and Annette followed behind. Alright, notify me if anything happens, I'm going to be busy now. Goodbye, Master. After ending the communication, Wu Hang called the ghost back. He then headed to Zombie World. He listened to Li Yong report on the situation here. Nothing too important had happened during the days he was away. The skeleton set for training had already been sent to the headquarters, and the production of the alchemy pills was still ongoing without any result yet. All in all, there hadn't been much change. Wu Hang sat with Li Yong for a while, then returned to the other world. Coming down from upstairs, Wen Mancha was sitting in the hall breastfeeding her child. Seeing Wu Hang coming down, she brought out the other side and raised an eyebrow. No need, thank you, Wu Hang graciously refused, sat down beside them, played with the child, then asked, how did the interrogation go? They're not from the gangs within the city, you'll need to ask the dead to confirm later, Wen Mancha said softly. What's going on? Hartel, you explain, Wen Mancha gently rocked the baby. The female housekeeper, Hartel, said, we separated the 5 for interrogation, and the consensus is they are currently serving military personnel from the Hueco Kingdom, tasked to intercept the message-carrying skeleton horse and confirm the contents of the communication. Indeed, they were people from the Hueco Kingdom. How did they determine the skeleton knight's schedule and route? The housekeeper continued, according to them, they calculated the timings over these 2 days and waited nearby. Recalling the appearance of these individuals. Indeed, they had run over from a distance. The warrior who charged at the horse with a shield also seemed rushed. Where are these people now? The housekeeper glanced at Wen Mancha and answered, dead. Ask the dead later. Wu Hang nodded. Soon, the baby spat out her pacifier and burped. Wen Mancha handed her to the skeleton ghost hag, play with her for a while, then put her to sleep. The ghost hag immediately cast a spell, transforming her shape into Wen Mancha, took the child, and gently started drifting. Illusion form. A skill retained by the skeleton ghost hag. A type of illusion technique ability, high-level professionals can detect it, and it can only transform into a woman's image. The ghost hag picked up the child and gently drifted while heading upstairs. Really a good method. A natural baby nurse. Wu Hang followed Wen Mancha as they headed outside. Dungeon. There, covered with straw mats, lay 5 bodies. Compared to a normal interrogation, it felt somewhat more humane to kill them and then ask the dead. Think about what you want to ask, and just ask directly when the time comes, Wu Hang said. Okay. Wu Hang invoked communicate with the dead, and the first body suddenly sat up, the straw mat falling to the side. Wu Hang took a step back, indicating Wen Mancha could proceed. Wen Mancha directly asked, what are your true identities? The body answered, Hueco Kingdom, member of the 4th Light Infantry Squad. As expected, the information initially extracted was correct, they were people from the Hueco Kingdom. Wen Mancha continued, what's the purpose of your visit here? By orders, to create some chaos in London City as well as execute other tasks. By whose orders? The commander of this operation. There was a commander. They looked at each other. Wen Mancha asked again, where is this commander? The body pondered, not sure? The last question, is this commander within the 3 districts of London City? Yes. The answers to 5 questions concluded, the body laid back down. Wen Mancha's expression turned serious, it seems we have more people gradually coming around. Ask another few bodies. Wu Hang invoked communicate with the dead again, and the second body sat up. Wen Mancha followed, beginning to question. Several bodies were questioned in succession. The situation was mostly understood, and it was quite close to their guesses. These individuals had all bypassed the skeleton army, gathering around London City. To maintain confidentiality for the operation, they wore blue hoods and red belts into the city. Arrangements would be made for their lodgings, and tasks would be issued to them using tamed beasts. The attack on the skeleton knight on the route was also communicated in this manner. As for who the commander was and whether there were others, they had no clue. Unilaterally issuing tasks. It's really not easy to find the other party. Order a city-wide search. Wen Mancha looked at Wu Hang. Wu Hang pondered for a moment and then said, no rush, making a big commotion might stir up chaos in the city first and might also alert them to our discovery. Do you have a better idea? Wen Mancha asked. The blue hoods and red belts are valuable clues. Arrange for someone to disguise and enter the city tomorrow. See if we can find any leads. Wu Hang spoke decisively. Alright, then we'll do as you said. When Mangekyō smiled, let's head back for dinner first. I had someone prepare a lavish meal. Let's go. Returning to the island lord's mansion, when Mangekyō went upstairs to check on the baby, and the housekeeper went to check on the dinner situation. Outer City District, inside a miscellaneous store. A figure hurriedly entered, looking around. Approaching the counter, they lowered their voice and said, "The squad sent to kill the skeleton knight has disappeared. Have everyone hide, cancel all previously distinguishing features immediately, notify everyone else, and if you can't get through to them, cut off contact." After saying this, they turned and left. Chapter 733, like a magical scroll he sat in the study and waited for a while. 3 ghosts flew back in succession from outside. Zhao said, "I didn't find anyone with a blue hood on my end, but I did see 2 beastmen dueling, knocking each other's teeth out." Bella said, "I didn't find anyone dressed like that in the area I checked either." Both ghosts had no clues. Wu Hang continued to look at Glenda. The 3 ghosts were responsible for different areas, and Glenda, being of a higher level and having stronger attributes, was thus in charge of a larger area. He noticed the gaze fixed upon him. Glenda said, "On my end, I found one person dressed like that, a swordsman by profession, staying in the most secluded room on the 2nd floor of the Giant Tail Tavern in the Outer City District." As expected, it was Glenda who had some clues. "Is there a tamed beast delivering messages to this person?" Wu Hang asked next. Finding these people was not useful, the main goal was to locate the commander hidden in the shadows. Glenda shook her head. "I watched over there for a while, but didn't see any trace of a tamed beast, nor did I find him receiving any information." "I'll check out the situation," Wu Hang said. Glenda merged into his body, and a shared vision appeared in his mind. A blue hood and a red cloth hanging at the waist, not a belt, but it should be the target they were looking for. He browsed a few stalls along the way, then headed straight back to the tavern. Inside the tavern's room, 5 people sat silently, casually chatting about their initial impressions upon arriving here, and then just waited. Until Glenda left, no signs of these people receiving any messages or intelligence were discovered. The shared vision ended, and Glenda voluntarily flew out from his body. "Shall we capture them?" Glenda continued to ask. "Capturing him won't be of much use." Wu Hang glanced at the window that had already darkened. "You all work hard, leave one to watch the city lord's mansion, and the others take turns surveilling those people. If a tamed beast delivers a letter, follow the tamed beast to find the person releasing the messages behind the scenes." Glenda said, "Zhao, you stay and protect your uncle. Bella, follow me to the Outer City District." "Okay," Bella nodded. Zhao thumped her chest. "Leave it to me, don't worry." Having said this, the 2 ghosts flew out. Wu Hang stood up as well. "Zhao, I'm leaving her in your hands. I'm going to rest. Can I go see my sister when it's quiet?" Zhao floated beside him. "Sure, but don't wake her, she'll be a handful if she starts crying," Wu Hang said. "Alright, I'll just watch from a distance," Zhao nodded. Wu Hang waved goodbye to her and headed straight for the bedroom. In the bedroom, when Mangekyō lay on the bed in a red lace long dress, the fabric draped over her, accentuating an exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio. When she saw Wu Hang come in, she put the document she was holding aside. "Master, did you find anything?" she asked. Wu Hang got onto the bed and gently embraced her. "I found the person with that outfit, and the ghosts are watching him. If anyone delivers a message to him, we will follow up and investigate. It always gives a sense of security to have the master here," when Mangekyō murmured, her hands reaching into his clothes and groping aimlessly. Wu Hang continued, "They're not many in number, the chances they pose a risk to you and the city are slim. It shouldn't be difficult to find them out." When Mangekyō nodded, lifting his shirt, "You should just leave these matters for the master to arrange. Your job now is to comfort your little maid." Tossing aside the removed clothes, she gave a seductive smile. "Don't you want to teach a lesson to the criminally multifaceted wife of the crime syndicate boss? Stacking buffs, huh?" "Ah, what did you say?" Wu Hang pinched her chin, giving her cheek a light tap. "Nothing, turn around." With a sultry look, when Mangekyō slowly turned over. At dawn. After breakfast, when Mangekyō went to the hall to assign tasks to the city officials. Wu Hang also left the city lord's mansion and called for a carriage to head to the commercial street in the inner city district. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of a prop shop. Wu Hang, wearing a human skin mask, pushed open the carriage door and slowly stepped out. Behind him followed 2 skeleton attendants. He looked up at the signboard above. It read Hyuga Prop Store in 5 characters. After confirming the location, Wu Hang walked straight in, where a few customers were browsing the goods around the store. A staff member immediately approached and said, "What kind of items are you looking for, customer?" household, or for combat and defense? I can introduce you to some. Wu Heng said, I'm referred by Miss Hartel, the housekeeper from the city lord's mansion. I have already given your rune master a heads up. Upon hearing that the visitor was referred by the city lord's mansion, the staff's attitude became even more respectful. Mr. Malcolm has already instructed us, this way please. Wu Heng nodded and followed the staff member through the hall and into a room behind the shop. After a light knock on the room door, the staff member said, Mr. Malcolm, the guest referred by the city lord's mansion has arrived. Let him in. The guest, please come in. The door opened, and Wu Heng walked in. The inner area was roughly 30 square meters, surrounded by shelves filled with various items. A middle-aged man, who looked to be in his 40s, was sitting at an old wooden table, tinkering with a ring. It looked like he was repairing a broken item. What item is broken? Repairs are risky, and there's a good chance it won't be fixed properly, which also affects the possibility of future repairs, the man said directly. Wu Heng sat down beside him and said, it's not about repairing an item. I have an object here that I would like you to look at. Look at an object. The man turned and sized him up, then said, what is it? Let me see. Wu Heng took out the talisman and placed it on the table between them. Yellow paper? The man had a puzzled look in his eyes as he glanced at Wu Heng. Referred by the city lord's mansion, and judging by his dress and demeanor, he didn't seem to be there to fool around. What do you want me to look at? This paper is something I stumbled upon, and it has a protective effect against ghosts. Can you figure out why? Wu Heng said directly. The purpose of this visit was quite straightforward. To have the rune master in the city look at the talisman. It was still unclear whether the effect on ghosts was due to the pattern on it or the material used. The middle-aged man's brows furrowed more deeply as he carefully picked up the lightweight yellow paper and unfolded it. The markings on the talisman appeared before his eyes. An item? Or a special item? Not sure? To be detailed, it didn't seem to fit either category. The man turned around, took several tools from the workstation behind, and placed them in front of the table. He poured a type of potion, or some liquid, into a copper basin. Then he picked up the talisman and brought it close to the basin. The ink inside, as if driven by energy, began to disperse slowly toward the distance. It really does have an effect, the man said, somewhat surprised, then added, but the effect is too small, it's practically useless. With that, he put away the copper basin and the potion. He then put on a magnifying monocle and began to examine the patterns in detail. Then he said, it should be a special item, a very low effect special item, with almost no significant effect on ghosts. A special item. Wu Heng was somewhat dissatisfied with this result and asked, is there a way to test whether the material, or the pattern, is what's effective? Do you suspect this is an inscribed magical scroll? The middle-aged man said. Chapter 734, Let them come out. Wu Heng's eyes lit up. Compared to other items, this thing drawn on paper was closer to a magical scroll. It was just that magical scrolls were much larger than talismans and needed to be unfolded for use. Is it possible? These two strokes have the effect of blocking ghosts. If that's really the case, it's not simple. It could be the work of a master, the middle-aged man continued. If you want to verify the materials, you'll need to scrape some off, which could likely damage this object. It's no big deal. If the effect is so minor, then breaking it doesn't matter. The middle-aged man nodded, took out an engraving knife, and gently scraped off a layer from the drawn pattern. Then, he turned around and began to experiment. The material indeed has an effect. It could be a special item, or perhaps an experimental piece by a master scholar. The middle-aged man spoke without looking back. Does this pattern have any specific meaning? Wu Heng asked again. Deliberately creating this kind of pattern clearly has a purpose. Otherwise, just piling up the materials would be much simpler. That makes sense. The middle-aged man put the object he was holding to one side and continued, this yellow paper works well, but its function is too weak. If you're willing, I can offer 2 silver coins to buy it as a collector's item. This item, in the current environment, was certainly one of a kind. Whether it was a special item or some master's experimental product no longer mattered. It was rare and held significant research value. Wu Heng smiled and said, no need, this too is part of my collection, I just came to ask around. We can talk about the price, just mention the figure you have in mind. If it's reasonable, I'll consider it, the man spoke again. I have no intention of selling it. When I have the chance to acquire a second one, then I'll sell it to you. The middle-aged man wanted to say more, but he held back. The client seemed far from ordinary and had been introduced by the city lord's mansion. There was nothing he could do if he was unwilling to sell. What a pity. If you ever change your mind, you can come to me anytime. I am willing to pay 100 silver coins for it. Having said that, he handed the talisman back to Wu Heng, who placed it in his space ring and stood up to leave. "Thank you very much." "My pleasure." After leaving the backyard, the front hall was still bustling with customers. The previous attendant quickly came over and respectfully saw Wu Heng out of the store. Wu Heng stepped out of the small shop. He didn't leave right away. Walking along the street for a while, he entered a tavern by the roadside. At this time, there weren't many patrons, and on the wooden steps, a human bard was loudly reciting the great detective stories from the newspapers. London City also sold newspapers, featuring the great detective stories too. However, the progress of the story lagged behind that of Gold and Silver Island, still on the second case. "Lord Wu Heng is truly brilliant. I think I'm falling in love with him." "Stop joking around. We beastmen and humans can't coexist." "I don't care about that. I can accept him even if he's a bit ugly." Wu Heng looked up at the talking female beastman, nearly 3 meters tall, with green skin and tusk-like teeth. She was gulping down her drink from a cup as wide as a bowl. The muscles on her arms were nearly as thick as his maid's waist, strong like a fitness coach who distributes flyers. Good lord, beastmen and humans really have different aesthetics. He withdrew his gaze, not bothering with the chatting beastman opposite him. He opened his panel and took a glance. Level 19, 598,537 out of 355,000. Fame 19, 13,837 out of 66,000. The experience value was nearly double, and the fame had just crossed 13,000. London City must have contributed significantly to the increased fame. But there was still quite a gap to level up. He had to think of ways to increase it. After finishing his drink, he left the tavern immediately and hailed a carriage back to the City Lord's mansion. Back at the City Lord's mansion, when Mangekyō was still in the main hall, assigning missions to the commanders of the city, Wu Heng didn't disturb her. He greeted the housekeeper and went straight upstairs. After soothing the baby in its room for a while, he returned to his study and took out the talisman. Though his visit to the prop shop to inquire about the talisman had not clarified everything, it had yielded some results. He had confirmed that the materials used were indeed effective. The patterns on the talisman also had a good chance of being part of the set. In time, he would have someone contact the main desk to inquire about the materials for drawing talismans and do some more research. The second point was the inspiration from the magical scroll. Rather than thinking it was an array pattern of runes, the middle-aged man's suggestion that the magical scroll and talisman were closer aligned, being recorded on scrolls or paper in drawn form, made more sense. "I should consult a scholar specialized in magical scrolls." "No, that's wrong. I am a member of the Hongwen Alliance." "Why go elsewhere for consultation?" After pondering for a moment in his mind, he opened the door and headed downstairs. In an adjacent side hall, housekeeper Harut was directing skeletons to move some furniture out. There were a few maids last time he came, but this time the City Lord's mansion had switched entirely to skeletons. "Master." Harut saluted. Wu Heng said, "Harut, fetch me a sheet of letter paper and an envelope, and send them to the study." "Yes, master." Wu Heng returned to his study, sat at his desk, and waited a while before Harut knocked and entered. "Sir, the envelope and letter paper are prepared." "Give me a moment, please, and later take it to the association." "Yes, sir." Harut stood upright aside, his gaze toward this side. Frowning in thought, Wu Heng started to write the letter. The letter was addressed to the leader of the Hongwen Alliance, Claudio, beginning with a report on recent developments in Gold and Silver Island, as well as expressing gratitude for the Hongwen Alliance's public classes on the island that assisted in the inhabitants' professional advancement. Then, he mentioned the matter of the magical scrolls and professional scrolls. He expressed an interest in this area and wanted to borrow some books to broaden his knowledge. In conclusion, he wrote that he would return to Gold and Silver Island and any letters could be sent directly there. To avoid any missed correspondence after leaving London City, it was better to mail directly to the island. After he finished writing, Wu Heng reviewed the content carefully. Assured there were no errors, he sealed it with wax. "Harut." Wu Heng looked up and saw the housekeeper looking at him. After exchanging glances, Harut quickly responded, "Sir." "Take it to the association and have them send it directly." "Yes, sir." Harut picked up the letter and hurriedly left. That afternoon, Glenda came back and said, "Bella is still watching over there, but so far, there's been no contact with them, nor any intelligence delivered." A day had gone by and these people still had no intelligence. "Anything else discovered?" Wu Heng asked. Glenda thought for a moment and replied, "There are two possibilities. One is that no tasks have been issued to them, and the second is that the matter of killing those 5 has been exposed, so they won't be issued any new tasks." Similar to what Wu Heng was thinking. Surely, these people were arranged by the Hueco Kingdom, there was no doubt about that. What remained unknown was the reason behind the lack of contact. Wu Heng continued, The second possibility is more likely. Why is that? Glenda inquired. You combed through the city and only found this small squad. Their numbers are too few. They must have known we were investigating this matter and changed their usual habits, Wu Heng explained. What about those few we're monitoring? It's possible they weren't notified in time, or maybe they were left out intentionally for us to catch and kill, Wu Heng suggested directly. That's possible. Glenda nodded. Do we continue to monitor these people? Keep an eye on them for now. If there's still no clue by tomorrow, we'll devise a plan to draw them out. Okay, I'll go and keep a close watch with Bella. I'll keep you informed. Thank you for your hard work, said Wu Heng with a smile. With a smile in return, Glenda said, we don't feel the hardship, and then turned to leave. Sitting in the study, Wu Heng pondered how to find these people. Then he heard Harut calling him to dinner from the doorway. He stood up, left the study, and went straight out. During dinner, Wu Heng and Wen Mancha discussed the matter again. Patrols around the city were gradually strengthened. Wu Heng, on his part, was also trying to find the opposition. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. During these 2 days, the ghosts kept watch over the previously discovered individuals while also searching the city for other suspicious targets. But the other side was as if they didn't exist at all, not a single useful clue was found. Moreover, to maintain the illusion of ignorance about these individuals, they dared not allow the guard team to conduct extensive searches. They were wary of alerting the prey and scaring them off. And so, 2 days went by. Tonight, when the streets were void of pedestrians, a convoy escorted by more than 10 skeletons slowly left through the East City Gate. After crossing the outer city district and making a detour, the convoy began heading toward the Hueco Kingdom. And after the convoy left the outer city district, several figures emerged from the surrounding buildings. Identifying the direction, they formed squads of 5 and gradually left the city area, following the convoy's trail. This way, the skeletons have taken a detour. If we hurry, we can intercept them. Rustle. The group charged through the woods, chasing after the carriage. Soon, they caught sight of the convoy, which was moving at a steady pace. Attack. Following a roar, the group burst out of the dense forest and pounced on the skeletons guarding the cargo. After a short battle, all the skeletons were defeated, and one person revealed the arrows and some leather and grass material hidden beneath the tarpaulin on the cart. What are they transporting these for? Who cares? Burn it, and then let's head back. Quickly, flames rose and crackling sounds filled the surroundings. Let's go, back to the city. Fearful that the fire would draw the guard team's attention, everyone quickly retreated. City Lord's mansion. Wu Heng sat in the study when Bella flew back in from outside. She reported directly, those people indeed followed out of the city. Lady Glenda secretly killed one and took over the body to follow them out. Good. Chapter 735, How we play is up to us to decide. Hearing that Glenda had already infiltrated the team, Wu Heng's heart loosened. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Wu Heng said, keep a close watch, and notify me immediately if there's any news. Okay. Bella turned and walked through the wall to leave. Wu Heng picked up his teacup, took a sip, and walked towards the stairs to go downstairs. In the hall, Wen Mancha sat in a chair, her housekeeper massaging her shoulders. Seeing him come down, Wen Mancha asked, how's it going? It's going smoothly. We'll plan another operation for tomorrow. As long as that commander dares to use a tame beast to send messages, we'll be able to catch him, Wu Heng replied directly. It's good that the master is here, otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to handle this, Wen Mancha said with a relaxed smile. Alright, let's go back to rest. Hartel, you should rest early, too. We can leave the rest to the skeletons, Wu Heng said. Yes, my lord, the housekeeper curtsied. Wen Mancha affectionately tucked her arm in his as they both returned to the bedroom. Outer city district. A vast array of skeletons began swiftly moving through the streets. Although they weren't searching house by house, the dense footsteps, the friction of bones, and the clashing of weapons still filled the residents with dread. Fearful that something might drag them into the chaos. Inside a house. It's clear now, those skeletons chose not to search. They probably don't want to make a big fuss, someone whispered, peering through the crack in the door, then walked back to sit at the table. Around the old wooden table, 5 people sat, the standard configuration of a small squad. The person who had returned spoke softly, the operation was successful. The level of the escorted skeletons was not high. Another person on the left followed up, looks like it was a probe. The cargo wasn't much, and none of it was critical military supplies. That's normal. Their reliance on skeleton warfare means they don't need heavy supplies. Actually, it doesn't matter. As long as we create some chaos around them, it will delay the delivery of supplies. That's true, holding up their progress a bit is always good. They conversed in hushed tones. Then, the person who had been checking outside lifted his head to look at the silent swordsman on the side and asked, "Oliver, what do you think?" "Oliver? Oliver." After being called several times, everyone looked at the swordsman, who finally responded, "I feel better now, just a bit dizzy." The others frowned at him. "Where did you get hurt? Why haven't you said anything?" someone asked. "I have a headache, I don't have the energy to talk with you," the swordsman replied. The others kept watching him, their hands moving toward their weapons. It appeared they were not satisfied with his response. The swordsman furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" The others kept looking at him, glancing at each other, feeling something was off with Oliver but not able to pinpoint it. As silence fell on the room, they pondered what exactly was amiss. Then, a light tapping sound came from the direction of the window. One person stood up, opened a sliver in the window, and a gray-brown beak delivered a note through the crack. After receiving the note and reading it quietly, depart in the morning, wait 2 kilometers away for the other squads, and tell them to change disguises. Finished reading, he tossed the crumpled note into the candle flame to burn it completely. "Oliver, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, someone asked. The group turned to look, and Oliver's body went limp and fell to one side. He hit the ground. One of them went over to check on him, his body suddenly stiffened, and he exclaimed, "He's dead." "Dead?" Everyone's eyes widened. A gray owl, using the cover of night, flew into the outer city area. After dodging 2 patrols of tamed beasts, it swooped down and slipped through an open window of a shop. In the dimly lit room, a tall, thin man dressed in a long robe pulled out some jerky from a space ring and fed it to the owl, saying, "Good job." The owl didn't respond, just swallowed the jerky being fed into its beak. Across the room, another man, plump in stature, whispered, "Lord, killing the transport team, will it not cause chaos in the city? Since the battles outside, Mangekyō has become increasingly ruthless. We want them to be thrown into chaos. As long as they can't locate us, we can play the game however we want," the lanky ranger scoffed. Compared to his own people, the one who should really be worried is that woman sitting in the city lord's mansion. Pressed into a corner, causing a little chaos in the city, setting fire to the densely populated residential area in the outer city district, all of these were things they couldn't endure. Of course, these things were also part of the plans to come and would be carried out one after another. "Follow the master's arrangement," the rotund man immediately said. "That settles the matters for today. There's nothing more they can find out now. You should go rest too. Tomorrow, everything will be normal. Start." The gaunt man's words suddenly sputtered. His face turned red, and the veins on his neck bulged out. The owl on his arm flared up its feathers, flapping its wings trying to fly away. But it was gripped by the neck, and with a snap, its head was twisted off. The bloated man's eyes widened. "Master, what are you doing?" Before he could finish, the tall ranger's neck, amid a grating crack, rotated 180 degrees to face him again. Only the neck was twisted like a pretzel. Horror spread across the bloated man's face as he fell to the ground and turned to flee. The next second, his body stiffened in place, his neck whirled under an uncontrollable force, and his hefty frame fell to the ground. A thud like the beating of a drum echoed. The room fell silent once more. Only the footsteps of the patrol guard passing by sounded from outside. Wu Hang suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the ghost that drifted in. Glenda beckoned, and Wu Hang glanced at the sleeping Mangekyō, carefully withdrew his arm, and followed her out of the room. They entered the study next door. "How did it go?" Wu Hang asked. Glenda replied, "I found the person behind the scenes." "That quickly?" "This guy just sent a message to the squad I infiltrated. I followed it and found their location, hiding in a shop in the outer city area," Glenda said directly. "How's the person?" "Fearing that he would escape, I killed him directly. You can go and collect the body." With Glenda's level, in London City, she was like tormenting beginners, nobody could withstand her possession. "Let's go, take me there." After donning his armor, Wu Hang opened the door and walked out. Descending the stairs, he reached the 2nd floor, where the housekeeper's room cracked open, and a pair of eyes looked out warily. Seeing that it was Wu Hang, Hartle in her loose-fitting nightgown came out. She bowed, "My lord, it's so late, where are you going?" The sagging collar revealed an impressive bust. Wu Hang said, "I'm stepping out for a bit. If Mangekyō wakes up, tell her I've gone out to catch someone." "Yes, my lord," Hartle immediately nodded. Wu Hang said nothing more and with the skeleton, hastened down the stairs. He left the city lord's mansion. The streets were deserted. The surrounding houses, too, had their doors and windows firmly shut. As a squad of skeleton patrol guards passed by, Wu Hang immediately stopped them. "Follow me." The skeleton squad halted and followed behind Wu Hang. "Andy, didn't they notice you?" Zhao asked. There were some suspicions. After all, I don't know their names, just controlled that body, Glenda answered. How did they suspect you? It seems the difference in tone or maybe the accent when I spoke as the possessed person alerted them. They began to be skeptical while talking to me, Glenda recalled. Originally, blending in with this squad had gone smoothly. But after a couple of exchanges, the entire squad clearly sensed something was off. Zhao pressed on, then what happened? Before anything was discovered, the tamed beast sent a message. I chased after the tamed beast, so whether or not they found out afterward, it didn't really matter, Glenda said casually. Andy, weren't you afraid they'd run away if you didn't kill them? I was afraid of losing the tamed beast, and besides, the streets of the outer city district are patrolled by skeleton guards. They would be caught if they tried to escape. There's no way out, Glenda said confidently. Oh. Under Glenda's direction, Wu Heng came in front of a store in the outer city area. He checked the doors and windows of the shop. The window was open. He instructed the skeletons to enter through the window, then opened the front door himself and led a large group of skeletons rushing in. The shop interior was dim. On the ground lay 2 human corpses. Chapter 736, Human Race Must Win. Glenda said, the thin one is the mastermind behind the scenes, and the fat one should be either the shop owner or one of his subordinates. Where is the owl? Zhao leaned in and asked. The owl is his tame beast. We don't need to ask about the owl then. Wu Heng looked at Zhao. His focus was always drawn to the odd and bizarre. You need to be meticulous when solving a case, uncle. The murderer is your aunt. What case is there to solve? Wu Heng commented, then directed at the skeletons, check the upstairs rooms, you two, find some cloths to wrap up the bodies. The skeletons started moving. Some went upstairs to search as 2 others found the cloth to wrap up the bodies tightly. Wu Heng directly stored them in the space ring. He stood by the door, waiting a while to ensure there was no one else inside the shop. Then he closed the shop door and led his team back. Upon returning to the city lord's mansion, the horizon was already lighting up. Wen Mangekyō had also donned armor, and the skeleton army was assembled in the courtyard. Seeing Wu Heng returning, she stepped forward and asked, Master, how did it go? We've killed the man, let's go outside for communicate with the dead. Together, they walked to the courtyard, and Wu Heng brought out the bodies. He unfolded the cloth. Wen Mangekyō frowned, I recognize these 2. Recognize? No, not recognize, I've seen them once. Wen Mangekyō continued, this man was a shop owner from the outer city area, the other a foreign merchant. I met with them once as commercial representatives. They were soliciting development plans and he had asked some questions. Wu Heng furrowed his brow, so, he entered the city quite early. Yes, I just didn't expect this to be his identity, sighed Wen Mangekyō. Take his space ring off. A skeleton stepped forward and removed the ring from the man's hand. Wu Heng looked through it, taking out items one by one. Weapons, props, some everyday items, as well as the deeds to the shop and real estate. Indeed, he truly resembled a merchant. Let's start with communicate with the dead, said Wu Heng. Wen Mangekyō nodded. Communicate with the dead was cast, and the tall, thin man abruptly sat up, his hollow eyes looking toward them. Wen Mangekyō asked the corpse, in London City, who was your highest commander? The corpse answered, it was me. Indeed, they had not targeted the wrong person. Wen Mangekyō continued her inquiry, why are you so persistent in attacking London City? The corpse replied, according to the plan, we need more funds to combat the Crown Prince's army. Wen Mangekyō sharply turned to Wu Heng. Combating the Crown Prince? These were not the Crown Prince's men. Seeing the confusion on Wu Heng's face, he asked, which prince do you support? The corpse replied, the second prince. The army attacking London City was merely personal forces the second prince could mobilize. They did not represent the entire Hueco kingdom. No wonder they exhibited little fighting power and cohesion. They were beaten back step by step by the skeleton army. Wu Heng said, Wen Mangekyō, first ask about the locations of others in the city. Wen Mangekyō nodded, then asked the corpse, report the locations of all your people in the city. The corpse paused, then began revealing each location. The female steward took out paper and pen, recording all the mentioned locations. From their hiding spots. These people were hiding in pubs and homes in the outer city district. A few had blended into the outer city area. Wen Mangekyō took a step back and said, Master, there's one more question. Is there anything you want to ask? After pondering for a moment, Wu Heng asked, tell us about the princes and princesses of the Hueco kingdom. The corpse paused again, then said, the crown prince controls many regions in the southern part of the kingdom, while the second prince holds a few northern cities. There's no definite news about the other princes and princesses. Some might have their own cities and forces, some might already be dead, but none could compare to these two. With that, the body abruptly fell back down. From the corpse's words, they still acquired much previously uncollected intelligence. The attacker of London City was this second prince, but the opposition had clearly overestimated his capabilities. Not only had he failed to conquer London City, but he had also lost so many cities and now lacked the nerve to compete with the Crown Prince. With the skeleton army's steady advance, coupled with the Crown Prince's southern army, maybe these two forces would ultimately trap the second prince's army in the middle. Speaking of which, the second prince really was unlucky. Unable to overcome from either side, both had become his enemies. There was another corpse, and Wu Heng proceeded with communicate with the dead. A bloated body sat up and looked this way. When Mangekyō asked a few more questions, and the corpse answered each one. This person clearly didn't know much, and played the role of just a shopkeeper, either providing cover or collecting some information within the city. As for who was in the city and where they were, this person didn't know anything at all, and he couldn't say. The corpse lay back down. When Mangekyō said, "Throw the corpse out and bury it. Hartel, deploy the guard team, capture people according to the address, and kill on the spot anyone who resists or tries to escape." "Yes, Prophet," Hartel responded, leaving with 2 squads of skeletons. She would go to the guard team, mobilize the troops, and start capturing the people on the list. Master is still more efficient, catching them so quickly, when Mangekyō, holding his hand, returned with him to their residence. "It's all thanks to the ghosts. Give us a chance to meet them sometime. I haven't seen your ghosts yet." When Mangekyō glanced around, Wu Heng smiled and said, "Maybe next time. I also need to ask for their opinions." "Sure. I'll have someone prepare breakfast, and after eating, we can rest a bit more, and leave the capturing matters to Hartel." When Mangekyō then called the skeleton chef to prepare breakfast ahead of time. "What do you think of Hartel? In what aspect? Besides me, let her accompany you. She's quite good-looking and trustworthy," when Mangekyō said with a smile. "Accompany him? Why suddenly bring this up?" "Just thought of it," when Mangekyō smiled. "Let's eat first." After breakfast, when Mangekyō went to feed the children, and Wu Heng waited until it was a bit brighter before heading to the radio room. He picked up the microphone and directly said, "Minnie, are you there?" After a short wait, Minnie's voice came from the other side, "Master, I'm here." The radio in the Island Lord's mansion was guarded by skeletons. Whenever there was a message, they would go downstairs to inform Minnie or the other maids, so normally, the maids would come after a short wait. These few days, anything happened at Gold and Silver Island? Wu Heng inquired. "Nothing major, just yesterday Ziligui, the steward, came by using the skeleton prophet to capture a fugitive on the island, apparently a second-level merit," Minnie recalled as she spoke. Second-level merit, which was a level 15 professional and not a low rank. What did he do on the island? Murder a wealthy merchant. Good heavens, the hard-built business environment, and someone dared to murder on the island. Tell Ziligui to pay close attention to this matter and simultaneously strengthen patrolling and investigations of those coming to the island, Wu Heng said directly. "Understood. I'll go and talk to the steward right away," Minnie responded, and then added, "By the way, Master, Ziligui the steward also brought a message about reporting to headquarters, the matter of the evil cult gathering in Hueco Kingdom." "Ah, what's the news?" "The headquarters has dispatched personnel to Hueco Kingdom, and I heard a hero will pass through Gold and Silver Island, possibly visiting the island." "A hero? The second hero entering Hueco Kingdom?" "Indeed, a great battle was brewing." "Which hero?" "It's called something Holy Light." "Holy Light Arbitration. That's the name. Damn. A religious leader. Go and contact Ziligui, tell her to use the radio to talk to me tonight," Wu Heng instructed immediately. "Okay, Master." Seated Fortress. The ground trembled, and the dense skeleton army charged toward the fortress built of iron gray cast. Arrows rained down densely from above the walls, cracking against the shields raised by skeletons below. Arms-thick crossbow arrows were shot from the ramparts. The skeletons hit instantly shattered, and the scattered magic impacted the surrounding areas of skeletons. The skeleton archers also entered ranged and began shooting at the ramparts. Bullets cracked on the ramparts. After a round of mutual shooting, the ground below the walls was covered with bones. Seeing that storming the fortress was hopeless, the skeleton army began to retreat like a receding tide, withdrawing from the battle zone. "The skeletons are retreating. Human race will be victorious." Cheering voices arose on the walls. Chapter 737, likely to land on the island after determining the time for the evening call with Minnie, Wu Heng hung up the communication. Wu Heng sat in his chair, pondering the newly received intelligence. There had been a level 15 fugitive committing murder on Gold and Silver Island, which might cause some impact. But it wasn't a big problem. Before leaving, he had made adjustments to the skeletons on the island. All were replaced with skeletons of level 10 or above, with many in key positions reaching level 15. Moreover, the skeleton team was equipped with a certain number of firearms. Not to mention capturing a level 15 criminal, even a level 18 fugitive, if the target were spotted, would only meet a dead end. Zombie world was like a leveling ground. High-level skeletons were appearing in batches. Defensively, several gold and silver islands were not a problem. What concerned him more was the hero arranged by the headquarters. The religious leader seems to have a bias against me. Holy light arbitration, say I to Livingston, the orthodox leader, was the only human hero among those governing at headquarters. It seemed reasonable for him to investigate the Hueco Kingdom affair. After all, they were both of the human race and involved many sects. But for Wu Heng, he didn't have a very good impression of this leader. His last level 1 reward, Untainted Holy Radiance, was a special item related to religion. It definitely came from the religious side. It seemed like a reward, but more so it was a deterrence and a warning. Wearing this special item could protect the spirit and summon a light knight, but the side effect was that sinful people would spontaneously combust. Given to a necromancer, not dying was luck already. He will pass by Gold and Silver Island, then head to Hueco Kingdom. Why is it him? The island was full of skeletons, and this orthodox leader, upon seeing them, might find faults. There was also the matter with Hueco Kingdom. His coming to deal with the gathered sects was actually quite good, capable of deterring and striking at the sects. Mainly, London City's skeleton army was also attacking Hueco Kingdom. Would he finish investigating the evil cult and then turn his attention to this side of the battlefield? Still, I must keep an eye on him to adjust the battlefield in time. At least he couldn't let him find faults. Does this world truly have gods? If there really were gods, having a conflict with this religious leader, it wouldn't be good to deal harshly. The legends of divine spirits were rather frightening. And he didn't know how the power of gods was defined. No wait, warlocks and sorcerers are also related to gods, and the association puts those who commit offenses on the wanted list. It seems they're not afraid of the threats from the gods behind. It was somewhat puzzling. It was best not to have a conflict with him. If there really were gods, it was best not to draw their attention. His space ring and zombie world needed to remain confidential. After thinking through the matters, he gave his place to the skeleton investigator and got up to go downstairs. He did not see Mangekyō, nor did he specifically look for her. Standing at the front door, he looked around and walked towards the back courtyard of the city lord's mansion. The back courtyard of the city lord's mansion was planted with some flowers and plants. Probably fearing danger, the plants cultivated were relatively low, not obstructing the line of sight. Wu Heng found a warehouse and used a large door to open the boundary door. 3 skeleton flying dragons were transferred over. The skeleton flying dragons stood in the courtyard, swinging their heads and tails, knocking over a nearby artificial mountain, and the flowers in the flower bed were also trampled down. The noise immediately attracted more skeletons. And when Mangekyō hurried over, following behind. When she saw 3 fierce, huge dragons, fear instantly appeared on her face, and her steps subconsciously moved backward, ready to hide behind the skeleton team. But the next second, she saw Wu Heng standing in front of the huge monsters. He seemed to be scolding the creatures whose tails had toppled the artificial mountain in the courtyard. "Master, these are..." When Mangekyō whispered, asking. After calming down a little, she also realized. These skeleton flying dragons must be another type of undead soldier of her master. Only, their size was much bigger than the previous types of undead soldiers. When Mangekyō, come here. Wu Heng waved. When Mangekyō carefully walked over, hugging his waist, "Are these dragons?" "Skeleton flying dragons, they will stay here to protect you," When Mangekyō explained softly. Skeleton flying dragons? They were indeed dragons, the terrifying creatures often mentioned in stories. And now, they were brought here to protect her. "You. Is this your summoned creature?" "Yes, skeleton flying dragons are about level 13, characterized by flight and carrying capacity. In the future, use them for delivering letters and special items. You can also ride them to flee or hurry along," Wu Heng explained, holding her shoulder. When Mangekyō whispered, "They are used to protect the master, such undead must be very rare. They are quite common on the Emerald Sea side. I brought them over to protect you," Wu Heng explained and said to the skeleton flying dragons, "From now on, obey her commands." The skeleton flying dragon stomped on the spot, crushing another large swath of flowers. When Mangekyō looked at the messy backyard, took a deep breath to calm herself, and said, "Then I'm staying." Next, she looked at the 3 skeleton flying dragons. "You go to that open space over there, don't move from that spot, I'll find a place for you later." The flying dragons went to the open space on one side, still shaking their heads and tails. When Mangekyō felt some heartache for the flowers and plants she had managed to grow with difficulty. The skeleton flying dragons no longer wandered around. The two of them then returned to their residence. At noon, Wu Heng looked at the child in Wen Manchu's arms who was nursing, and gently touched the child's tender cheek with the back of his hand. She's eating really well, 3 meals a day. Wen Manchu, cradling the child, smiled and said, more like several times a day sometimes. It's okay, your mom has strong reserves, enough for you to drink your fill. Wen Manchu gave him a look. I still have to feed the big baby at night, and even with strong reserves, it's not enough for both of you. Don't undermine our father-daughter relationship. What's wrong with having a little? The baby is also willing to share with daddy, right? Wu Heng continued to tease the child. Wen Manchu pursed her lips, smiling as she rocked the child. The couple cooed over the child, when a knock on the door was heard. Then the voice of the female steward came through. Master, madam, all the commanders who went out to make arrests are back. Wait a moment, Wen Manchu said softly. Yes, madam. Wen Manchu fed for a while, then the skeleton ghost had transformed back into Wen Manchu's look, and continued to play with the child. The couple walked out of the room together. The steward Hartle still waited at the door, bowing slightly. Master, madam, several commanders of city defense are waiting in the living room. Wu Heng said, you go ahead, it's best not to let too many people know about what's happening here. Wen Manchu nodded and said, all right, I'll report back to you later. Finishing, she followed the steward downstairs. Along the way, the female steward whispered, Madam, there are several dragon-like skeletons added to the backyard. Don't worry, the master has arranged for them to protect us. All right, madam. Wu Heng did not show himself. However, he still used the Divine Presence ability to descend his Divine Sense into one of the skeleton guards in the hall. Divine Presence was an ability unlocked at level 15. It allowed one to have their Divine Sense descend upon summon beings that were affiliated. Previously, this ability was used to control skeletons for suicide missions such as using the evil sword Silent Blade. After successfully descending, through the skeleton's sight and hearing, he could see what was happening in the hall. In the hall stood 4 commanders in different armors, 3 men and 1 woman. Wu Heng recognized 2 of them, being former key members under Wen Manchu's command. He was unfamiliar with the other 2, uncertain whether they had joined later or were original gang members. At that moment, Wen Manchu and the female steward returned from behind. She sat down assertively at the forefront. Her aura was much greater than that of a gang elder sister, more like that of a high-ranking queen. Have all the people been captured? Wen Manchu asked coldly. City Lord, according to the district, we started arresting people on the list, and over half were killed, the rest were captured. One of them stepped forward and said. Casualties. In resistance from the enemies, we lost about a dozen skeletons, he reported. Wen Manchu nodded in satisfaction, then said, this matter has served as a wake-up call for us. Let's discuss what to do next to prevent enemies from infiltrating London City again. The 4 commanders pondered briefly. One of them continued, we could increase the checkpoints along the roads and arrange for more patrol teams. Wu Heng, through the skeleton's perspective, listened for a while as the group talked. After confirming that all informants were captured, Wu Heng then removed the Divine Presence state and his consciousness returned to his original body. He walked up the stairs, back to the study. He discussed with Glenda and 3 ghosts that the enemy had been fully captured. Since they had participated, it was important to let them know the outcome. After dusk, Wu Heng sat in front of the radio, reconnecting with Gold and Silver Island. Are you looking for me? Across, the voice of Elf Deacon Zai Ligui came through. Miss me? Wu Heng asked with a laugh. Speak seriously. Zai Ligui coughed lightly, her tone serious. It seemed there were other people in the room over there. Wu Heng directly asked, is headquarters arranging for heroes to go to Hueco Kingdom? Headquarters sent a letter earlier, asking Gold and Silver Island to dispatch additional supplies. The leader of the expedition is Hero Seidu. He is that religious leader? Yes. Wu Heng pondered for a moment. Anyone else? They didn't say. It might just be the leader leading the team, possibly with some level 18 professionals, or there might be other leaders with him. It's not specified. Zai Ligui added, the second possibility is less likely. Dealing with those factions doesn't require so many leaders. So, it actually was a religious leader leading the team. Wu Heng then asked, will they come to the island? Zai Ligui replied, they will pass here, and there is a significant chance they will visit the island. Given that Gold and Silver Island is quite renowned now, especially at headquarters, there's a high likelihood they'll come to check it out. Chapter 738, Sea Turd Fortress Dam. After hearing Zai Ligui's analysis, I felt that the religious hero would definitely visit the island. Given the current prestige of Gold and Silver Island, anyone passing by would want to come up and see what all the buzz is about. They want to see for themselves the novel things featured in the newspapers. Zai Ligui smiled and said, Are you worried he'll come to the island and cause trouble for you? You're joking, all my assets are on the island, of course I'm worried. Wu Heng said helplessly. Xyligui went on, when he comes to the island, I'll follow up close by. Let's have the skeleton appear less, and since the Hueco kingdom is also waiting, he won't be able to stay on the island for too long. Some key locations, like the factory, the island lord's mansion, the power plant, don't let them get close to those. Just say I instructed it. Wu Heng thought for a moment and decided to say it. Alright, I will pay attention to that, Xyligui promised. There wasn't really a good way to deal with the religious leader. He represented one of the ruling heroes of their headquarters and possessed considerable authority. Besides, he was only passing by Gold and Silver Island, there was no reason to refuse him a visit. If we were to forcibly stop them from visiting, it might only pique their curiosity. Just as Xyligui mentioned, compared to visiting the island, the Hueco kingdom is more anxious. At most, he will stay for one day and won't have time to find any fault. Besides, there isn't much on Gold and Silver Island to scrutinize. By the way, I've written to the Hongwen Alliance at the headquarters. Any reply or anything, it will be sent to Gold and Silver Island, keep an eye out for me. Xyligui casually asked, wrote what? I asked about some knowledge on engraving scrolls. Have you started working on magical scrolls again? What are you planning this time? Suddenly, Shi Yali's voice came from the other side, her tone significantly raised. You gave me a scare, Xyligui complained, then asked into the microphone, what are you working on this time? In the eyes of the elf sisters, Wu Heng was not a qualified necromancer, he performed no experiments nor did he study magic and books. On the contrary, in areas like mechanical and array patterns, he had developed astonishing products. It was hard to say whether he was neglecting his duties or simply chose the wrong profession. Now he was looking into engraving scrolls again, making one wonder what the new thing he was up to. There was still some anticipation in their hearts. Wu Heng said, can't tell yet, I only have some ideas at the moment. Once I'm sure I can proceed, I'll inform you. Always so secretive. Xyligui muttered. Checking the time, Wu Heng also said, I can't chat anymore, remember to notify me if there is any news. Okay. After ending the call, Wu Heng opened the door and walked out. When he went downstairs, dinner was already prepared. Wu Heng sat down at the dining table, and the dinner was fully served. When Mangekyō asked, who were you talking with for so long? The steward of Gold and Silver Island, just checking on the situation there. That female elf? When Mangekyō looked up at him, then asked, Master, do you also have some feelings for her? What do you mean also, as if there are many? When Mangekyō continued, will she be our lady? We haven't gotten that far. She has an older sister, there seems to be something off about her, Wu Heng spoke as he ate. Hearing something like a secret, when Mangekyō's eyes lit up, tell us, what's wrong with her? Wu Heng recounted others' circumstances. Of course, he didn't mention any of the subtle moves from the back when things were going well with Xyligui. After listening, when Mangekyō put down her utensils and said softly, she must like you too. If she's also good-looking, you could be more bold next time, she likely won't refuse you. This likely sounds a bit risky. A woman's intuition, what's there to fear? If she disagrees, just say you mistook her for someone else. After all, they are sisters and look alike, when Mangekyō said with a laugh. Good grief, she even thought of the excuse for me. Wu Heng glanced at her, forget it, I have enough on my plate with all of you. You really are easily satisfied. Those rich businessmen have more women than you. The next day, early morning. Harut came down from upstairs, holding some packages. Master, the luggage and some necessities are all ready. Wu Heng nodded and stored the items in the space ring. Having stayed in London City for a few days, and after having the ghost confirm that there was no danger in the city, he planned to leave today. With her child cradled in her arms, when Mangekyō's voice contained a hint of despondency, Master, when will you come back next time? I'll come to see you whenever I have the time, Wu Heng said. When Mangekyō smiled tenderly and bounced the child in her arms, say goodbye to daddy. The infant in her arms stared with big eyes, looking at him curiously. Wu Heng touched the cheek with his hand, goodbye my sweet daughter, grow up quickly. Then, he kissed When Mangekyō on the cheek, I'm leaving now. Come back soon, Master, Harut and I will serve you, When Mangekyō straightforwardly said. Wu Heng was taken aback, glanced at the respectful female butler beside him whose cheeks reddened and body remained straight, she subconsciously pushed up her glasses. Always talking nonsense. Wu Heng pinched her face. He walked out of the hall and put on the train captain's hat in the courtyard. The Phantom train appeared, he waved goodbye to When Mangekyō and boarded the train. Disappearing from sight. Deep into the night, the sky was pitch black. Sea-Turd Fortress. The skeleton army surged like a tide, setting up siege ladders against the walls, and, holding shields, began climbing the wooden ladders. Ho! Burning oil poured down from the top of the wall, forming a dazzling fire waterfall. The climbing skeletons, as well as the gathering horde below, were enveloped in a vast sea of flames. On top of the walls, the human defense forces continuously ducked from bullets fired upwards, glanced down occasionally, and then threw down rocks, logs, boiling oil, and bombs. The entire battlefield was covered in thick smoke. Curses, the commander's orders, explosions beneath the walls, and the crackling sounds of bones burning filled the area. The fight lasted a while longer. The skeletons' assault began to slow down, then, holding shields, they started to retreat bit by bit. The skeletons retreated once more. The walls erupted in cheers again, and the humans showed their delight. On one side of the wall, the elderly commander with a white beard looked at the retreating skeletons and walked downward. "Do not let your guard down, beware of the undead launching another attack." "Yes," the soldiers responded. Then, several commanders followed the elder commander down as well. Someone said, "They're just a bunch of brainless skeletons, only knowing to charge forward." "How many waves is this now? Once these bone frames have been mostly consumed, we can counterattack and take London City in one fell swoop." "Don't be careless," the elder commander remarked, a smile still on his face. "These undead were, after all, just that." Then, he continued, "Have those refugees who came over go and collect arrows and dropped weapons outside the city." "Sir, some people died last time, and those remaining are reluctant to go out." "Reluctant? If the undead breach the city, no one will survive. Everyone must go out. Let them back in only after they gather enough." "Yes." Outside the fortress, the London City coalition forces stood in the distance, looking towards the towering fortress. Standing between valleys, like an imposing giant stone, unbreakable. The smoother the previous battles, the more challenging it was here. Moreover, their military strength was continuously decreasing with each attack. "Has the order from Lady Winmanshaw not come yet? Continuing the attack in this manner will only keep consuming our forces. Go tell that skeleton commander to stop fighting." "Yes, let's take a detour, even though it'll take longer, it's still better than being stuck here." Chapter 739, No way to explain. Everyone agreed that to continue the siege on the fortress was merely to incur more casualties. The best approach was to take a detour and attack the city from behind. There was no need to waste too much manpower in a place where they didn't have an advantage. "Jeffrey, go and propose to the commander that the skeleton army might as well take a detour," someone immediately said. Jeffrey was a commander who accompanied the army, specifically responsible for coordination and communication. Others couldn't make a statement, nor were they qualified to offer any suggestions to the skeleton commander, but Jeffrey still had some authority. After pondering for a moment, Jeffrey nodded. "Okay, I'll mention it to the commander. If that really won't work, then we'll write to the city lord in advance to explain the situation here." The few others nodded along, indicating their agreement. Then they all walked towards a building in the rear. Standing before the building, they knocked lightly on the door, then pushed it open and walked in. The building was dim inside, lit only by the silver-white moonlight pouring through an open vent. The skeleton, wearing a noble gown and a sun hat, sat in the room, its hollow eye sockets looking towards the door. Jeffrey and his companions squeezed out a smile. "Commander, we have something to report to you." "Elsewhere." "Damn, where has this taken me?" Descending from the train, Wu Heng gazed at the pitch-black forest that surrounded him. Rustling sounds occasionally came from both sides, as if some wild beasts were prowling through the woods. After boarding the phantom train from London City, Wu Heng's destination was to head to Seaturd Fortress. After all, some ammunition and supplies from London City needed to be delivered by him first. But stepping off the train, it was all pitch black. There was still some psychological pressure. Casting a dancing light skill around himself, Wu Heng released the ghost. "Wow, the cuisine is glowing. How is Uncle?" Zhao exclaimed in surprise. "What kind of words are those?" Wu Heng said as he looked at her. "I've never heard of them." Glenda looked around. "Is this the place?" Wu Heng replied, "We should be at the fortress. The train has never made a mistake." "Zhao, fly up a bit and identify the direction." "Okay." Zhao agreed, soaring up to scan the surroundings. Glenda and Bella then began to scout through the surrounding woods, ensuring the rustling sounds were only small animals. Nothing dangerous. Afterward, Zhao flew down from above and pointed in two directions. "Uncle, there's a city over there with firelight. It should be the fortress you mentioned." "Over there are dense level light columns. It must be the skeleton army." "Right, let's go." Wu Heng expanded the dance light skill and took out a flashlight, heading towards the location of the skeleton soldiers. Upon seeing the congregation of skeletons from a distance, he donned the faceless mask, assuming the appearance of a fisherman with brown hair. Inside the house, Jeffrey sat to one side and spoke earnestly. "Commander, in the past few days of assaulting the fortress, our numbers have only been dwindled while the enemy uses this to plan to wear down our forces. If we cannot take it by force, we could choose to take a detour. The greatest advantage of the skeleton army is that they don't require heavy supplies. We can go around." Jeffrey laid a map on the table, gesturing the detour route with his hand. From the map, the detour was half a circle. In terms of distance and consumption, it was definitely a multiple increase, but there was no helping it. The city was indeed well known, and the skeleton army truly could not take it down. Skeleton Commander, within a hollow of his eye sockets, merely glanced over the map. He stretched out his skeletal palm and waved toward the door, signaling it was time for the others to leave. The expressions on Jeffrey and his fellows turned unsightly. Hesitating, they proposed, "Please consider it. We could also first report the situation here to London City and hear what plans they have." The skeleton still dismissed them with a wave of his hand, indicating they should leave. The commanders frowned in frustration, but there was nothing they could do. They exchanged looks and stood, heading for the exit. Creak. Just as they reached the door, it suddenly swung open. A middle-aged man with brown hair and coarse skin, accompanied by 2 attendants, entered. "Who goes there?" the commanders immediately interrogated. The newcomer was Wu Heng, whose appearance had changed. He glanced at the few people in the room and said, "I've come from London City. I bring orders and supplies from Lord Wenmansha." "You?" Previously, it was a skeleton knight who came. "Why has it changed to you?" Given the ongoing war with the Hueco Kingdom, aside from the original members of the Pint Gang, it was rare for any humans to be assigned important duties. So why had a stranger arrived to deliver orders and supplies? As the commanders questioned him, a skeleton commander in a long dress and a sun hat pushed past them, allowing Wu Heng to take his seat. Then, like an obedient servant, he gently began to massage Wu Heng's shoulders. Everyone's eyes widened in shock at the scene. It wasn't just the shoulder massage. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The oddly behaving skeleton commander was being so compliant. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Facing the skeleton's massage, Wu Heng felt uncomfortable too, but it was obvious that this action convinced the people before him of his identity. It saved him the need for any further explanations. Wu Heng asked directly, "Who is Jeffrey?" "Pleased to meet you, sir. May I know how to address you?" Jeffrey stepped forward. "I am the inspector appointed by Lord Wenmansha." "Tell me about the current situation," Wu Heng replied in an even tone. Jeffrey nodded and continued, "The skeleton army has launched several days of attacks, losing many men and weapons. As it stands, it's only our side that's decreasing in numbers. Is it difficult to take down? This fortress is well prepared, its walls high and sturdy, and it's equipped with many devices. With the current attack methods of the skeleton army, it's very hard to conquer," explained Jeffrey directly. He then added, "We're thinking about taking a detour. We were discussing this with the commander." "A detour? Do you have a map?" Wu Heng asked, puzzled. Jeffrey retrieved the map he had previously put away and drew a line. "We could take this route, avoiding combat with the fortress and mount a direct attack on the cities beyond." Wu Heng studied the map and inquired, "Why didn't the Beastman army take this detour in the past?" "Ah." Jeffrey turned to look at the Beastman representatives behind him. The Beastmen scratched their heads, clueless. Jeffrey answered, "It must have been an issue of supply lines and time. A detour would increase the consumption of supplies." Wu Heng nodded. "How many skeleton soldiers are left?" "About 20,000, replied Jeffrey. Wu Heng pondered briefly and said, "All right, you can go and rest for now. Later, I'll tell you what to do." "Yes, sir," the group said, turning to leave. As Jeffrey was about to exit, he hesitated and then stopped near the door. "Inspector, if the skeleton soldiers are exhausted too much, the enemy will surely seize the opportunity to counterattack. If things turn serious, it could threaten London City, and it will be difficult to explain to the city lord." "I'll consider it," Wu Heng said as before. Jeffrey said no more and, along with the others, departed. Chapter 740, What kind of weapon is this? After everyone had left, Wu Heng said to the skeleton, "Well done. You've pushed quite far in such a short time." The skeleton, holding its skirt, bowed slightly. These high-level skeletons had their own distinct personalities, and their actions often reflected who they were in life. Wu Heng signaled for the skeleton to sit to the side, then spoke into the air, "Go check out the fortress. What level are the high-level professionals? What's the troop's strength? Are there any defensive measures or dangers?" "Okay." 3 ghosts replied in unison and flew out directly. Wu Heng then focused his attention on the map left on the table. The detour mentioned by Jeffrey was also due to several failed assaults, which gave rise to the idea. However, for him, this was not even a consideration. There were quite a few methods to capture the fortress. It only remained to see which option to choose. He sat in the room for a while, casually praising Bone Demon number 2. Zhao was the first to return. Uncle, I checked the position of the city walls. There are loads of bizarre devices up there, and many people are moving stuff around. Let me see. Zhao dove into his body, and the vision was shared with him. Above the towering city walls, torches linked together in a line, large numbers of workers transporting bundles of arrows, and items resembling barrels of oil. On the city walls, there were ballista cannons, and cauldrons of oil set up. After looking at the walls, Zhao flew a distance into the city where many people were trading collected arrows and equipment for some food. The scene somewhat resembled Zombie World, with refugees waiting to receive food. After the shared vision ended, Wu Heng released Zhao. Soon after, Glenda and Bella also flew back. Glenda reported, the kingdom's commander inside the city is a level 17 professional. Judging by the weapons he carries, he seems to be a swordsman. Below him, there are a few ordinary commanders, 3 level 15s, the rest are around level 10. So many high levels. Glenda continued, they all retreated from the north. The cities we previously attacked, these people all ran away, so it's normal for them to gather here. That too, Wu Heng looked towards Bella. She said, I wandered around the city. The recruiting teams are rounding people up for conscription tonight. The ordinary people who've fled here can't escape being sent to the battlefield. Escaping hadn't helped these people at all. The skeletons left undisturbed those who remained behind, as long as they caused no trouble. But those who had run here were forcibly conscripted, joining the fight against the sinister necromancy. Of course, from the human's perspective, anyone would flee when the skeleton army attacked the kingdom. He would flee too. After everyone had reported on their explorations, Glenda asked, what do you plan to do? What else can I do? We'll attack next, and take this city tonight, Wu Heng responded decisively. Is there anything we need to do? Glenda continued. Bella nodded in agreement. After the battle begins, Glenda, take out a few commanders in the city. Bella, spread some panic-inducing rumors. Zhao, you're in charge of protecting me. Wu Heng quickly assigned tasks. Okay. Understood. The ghosts nodded and quickly dispersed. Wu Heng, with 2 skeleton attendants and the skirted Bone Demon number 2, headed for the door. Whoosh! The tens of thousands of the skeleton army began to mobilize. The sound of bones rubbing and weapons clashing echoed through the area. Jeffrey and others, who had just found a place to rest, hurriedly came out of their rooms, donning their clothes. Seeing the army assembling again, their eyes widened. They're attacking again? This is suicide. We did what we could to advise them, and if Lady Winmanshaw blames anyone later, it won't be on us. After all, Lord Island Master is still behind us. If they really attack London City, the other side can't just ignore it. Yeah, let's just take care of our own things. The group sighed as if they had already concluded it would fail. Wu Heng glanced at his watch. It was already 3 a.m. The sky was beginning to lighten, the time when living beings were weakest. Even those who could last through the first half of the night felt drained at this hour. Looking at the fortress in the distance, he activated Mansion skill, revealing intricate equipment and the thick barrel of the electromagnetic cannon inside. From this distance, the entire fortress looked like a scale model. Aim at the city wall in front, and fire a shot to test its precision, Wu Heng commanded. Inside the Mansion skill, a skeleton archer loaded the cannon, adjusting the angle of the electromagnetic cannon. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and the distant city wall immediately exploded. Rumble! The blast sounded like a tsunami, spreading from the city wall towards the fortress, the entire ground shaking along with it. Everyone in the city awoke to the huge sound, faces filled with fear. The walls are breached, run for your lives. The city wall has been breached, if we don't run now, we'll never get away. Suddenly, shouts arose from the streets. It was unclear who was making the sound, only their voices spread through the streets. The walls are breached. That roar was the sound of the walls breaking. Damn. Everyone began to pack their belongings, rushing out of their homes toward another city gate. Inside the fortress, in the war room, the rumble arose, and the chandelier overhead swayed violently. The several commanders at the meeting abruptly stood up, casting suspicious, wary glances outside. It's coming from the direction of the wall. The skeleton army has chosen this time to attack again. There are breaches in the wall outside. Quickly send someone to stop it to avoid panic. Commander, let's hurry to the wall. While they spoke in hushed tones, the commander remained silent. When everyone turned to look at him, they saw the commander sitting rigidly in his chair, his face red and veins bulging on his neck. His teeth were tightly clenched. We surrender, spare me. The commander squeezed these words from his throat. Surrender? Spare him? Everyone was shocked. The commander is being influenced. Use the holy scroll. Before they could finish speaking, there was a snap. The commander's neck had twisted 180 degrees abruptly. His body fell with a slap onto the conference table. All the commanders and captains in the room widened their eyes in horror. The highest-ranking and most experienced commander in the city had just died in front of them. Damn it, it's necromancy, leave this place. With the commander dead, they no longer had the strength to resist. Someone shouted, and the others in the room quickly reacted, rushing toward the door. But one by one, their bodies began to stiffen. They crashed into walls or had their necks twisted abruptly. Soon, everyone in the room lay scattered across the floor. A squad rushed in from the wall at a quick pace. Bursting into the room, they shouted, "Commander, it's terrible, the wall is being. Their words caught in their throats. Their eyes, wide with fright, stared at the scene in the room. The commander and other leaders lay scattered around the room. With necks twisted like pretzels, it was clear these men would not survive. Damn. All the high-ranking officials were killed. The city could not be defended. Outside the city, a shell pierced through the top of the city wall, crossed through, and sent debris flying, the entire wall visibly shaking. Yet, it was only the impacted spot that collapsed while the wall still stood firm in front. Wow! Such power! Zhao exclaimed. Inside the mansion's skeletons continued to load the second shell and adjusted the angle of the cannon. Wu Heng released a summon arrow rain at the electromagnetic cannon. Then he said, "Ready? Fire." Boom. A deafening explosion erupted again, the shell propelled by electromagnetism leaving a dazzling trail of light in the air. Then, as the effect of summon arrow rain activated, a single shell multiplied into numerous shells, packed tightly like buckshot, and hit rapidly. Boom, boom, boom. The shells densely hit the wall, creating numerous craters, riddling it. Enveloped in clouds of dust, the wall barely held for a few seconds before collapsing like a frail sandcastle, raising a great cloud of dust. The waiting skeleton army began their charge. Like a surging tide, with no formation or coordination, they spread out instantly and dashed forward. With the wall now collapsed, the only barrier was gone. What remained was even simpler, a form of combat in which the skeleton army excelled. Behind the skeleton army, Jeffrey and others widened their eyes. Sea-Turd Fortress collapsed, a fortress that had withstood invasions from the Beastmen in earlier years and which the skeleton army had failed to take down after several days of attack. It now lay before them like a wall of piled stones, so fragile. Damn, what kind of people did sister-in-law invite to come here? It seemed like after the old boss of Pint Gang died, they had climbed to an incredibly prominent position. The city is breached, the army has entered. Glenda and Bella flew back. Wu Heng nodded, "Let's go, let's enter the city." Escorted by the army, they stepped over the rubble and directly into the city. Beneath their feet were scattered skeletons, along with the corpses of human soldiers. Once war begins for certain reasons, it is destined to end with the lives of countless people. Where is Jeffrey? Sir, Jeffrey came running from behind. Arrange for everyone to settle down, tell the city residents that the army won't harass them, not to attack the skeletons, not to leave their homes, and to accept the surrender of the kingdom's army, Wu Heng instructed directly. Yes, Jeffrey immediately went to arrange. A few human soldiers immediately ran down and began shouting out this message loudly. Wu Heng looked around and asked in midair, "Is there an association here?" "Yes, I just saw it, but there seems to be no one inside," Gran pointed in a direction. Wu Heng nodded and headed towards the local association. Chapter 741, Where is Prince 2? On the rooftop of the association building, several tamed beasts stared at the approaching figures. Wu Heng stopped at the doorstep. He heard a faint voice, "Uncle, there are many people inside, the ones by the door are the association's guard team, and many are holding strong crossbows, they seem to be merchants and they look quite wealthy." Indeed, many people were hiding inside the association. Generally, a riot in the city wouldn't affect the association. The people of the association itself possessed some combat capabilities, and moreover, there were repercussions from headquarters. Drawing attention from the headquarters of the association was not a good thing. "How high is the highest level inside?" Wu Heng asked. "Level 14, Zhao whispered softly. "Got it," Wu Heng responded, glancing at the skeleton beside him. "Go knock on the door." The skeleton stepped forward, raising its fist and knocking twice on the door. Wu Heng shouted, "Inside, the battle is over." Inside, silence reigned for a few seconds, then a deep and serious voice responded, "The association does not involve itself in any power struggles, you can handle it yourselves." This was also a statement of stance. It meant that the association had no ties with the fortress, no matter who won, the association wouldn't interfere. It seemed that they were still quite tense. After all, Facing an undead army, it wouldn't be surprising if they killed everyone in the association too. Wu Heng said, "Come out and talk. I can assure you that you won't be threatened. Besides, you can't stay locked in there forever." The building lapsed back into silence. Now that the undead had taken over the city, could they hide inside forever? It would be better to take this opportunity to talk with the person in front of them to understand their intentions. After a brief silence, the door opened a crack, and a middle-aged man in silver armor stepped out. Sunlight streamed into the building, revealing rows of strong crossbows aimed at the doorway. The man scanned his surroundings and asked in a low voice, "How should I address you?" Wu Heng responded, "Harry Bogel." "Lowen, local steward," the man introduced himself. Wu Heng continued, "Who else is inside the building?" "It's not just your association's people, right?" The steward said, "Merchants from the city, and some of the members' families. They have no connections with the city's military, I can assure you of that." Wu Heng nodded and continued, taking out a document from his space ring and handing it to the other man. "This is a report submitted to the headquarters of the association by London City, detailing the Hueco Kingdom's harassment towards London City and the timing and details of the military assault. You might want to take a look." The man's eyebrows rose. A war instigated by the Hueco Kingdom? That differed somewhat from the propaganda about the necromantic declaration of war in the city. He took the document and glanced at it. It was stamped with the seal of the London City Association, so it should be correct. "This is a matter between you two, it has nothing to do with us," the other party still maintained. "I'm letting you know the reasons." The man nodded. "Is there anything else we need to do?" Who was right or wrong in the conflict, the local association couldn't change much. Moreover, with the undead army already in the city, what they could do was ensure their own people's safety. As much as possible, avoid conflicts with them. Wu Heng continued, "The association can open as usual, but it would be best not to go out for any missions these days, and don't make any movements to attack the skeletons, otherwise I can't save you." "Is that all?" The man glanced at him and asked, "What will happen to the residents of the city?" "The ordinary residents won't be in danger, and the military won't disturb them, provided they don't engage in any dangerous actions." "All right, I will arrange everything according to what you have said," the man nodded. "And those seeking refuge, the families and merchants, make sure they are restrained as well." "I will." Wu Heng didn't continue, turning around with the skeleton and leaving. The local steward also returned inside the building. After the door closed again, people gathered around, including members of the association and some merchants and nobles of the city. "Steward, what did that man tell you?" "It won't affect us, will it?" someone asked eagerly. The steward said, "These days, we all shouldn't go out, and also do not conflict with the skeletons outside, try to avoid them as much as possible." It seemed the skeletons wouldn't harm them. This was somewhat reassuring. The association was still powerful, even in the face of necromancy. Will the skeletons occupy here continuously? When will they let us leave? Why do the undead have to attack the kingdom? These damned undead, these damned necromancers, they have caused the deaths of so many. Inquiries and curses could be heard around. Gradually, the curses became more frequent, condemning the undead skeletons for killing so many people, scolding that the profession of necromancer was the most evil, and also blaming the Mastermind city lord for attacking while the kingdom was unstable. The steward glanced outside the window and at the agitated crowd. He handed over the guild-sealed report to an assistant. "Post it on the notice board. Those who want to court death can go outside and curse, and don't involve others." The assistant posted the report on the notice board. People curiously gathered around and meticulously read the content. When they clearly understood the content and saw the seal, shocked expressions emerged in their eyes. The Hueco Kingdom had repeatedly harassed London City and gathered troops to attack. Was it the kingdom who struck first? They forced the enemy into desperation, attacking all the way here, causing so many deaths. Why do they do this? The inside is already so chaotic, yet they opted to attack outwardly. It's completely rotten, so many died because of them. That steward posted the report, and people have started cursing the kingdom. Bella caught up from behind. "It seems he knows what he should do," Wu Heng said. Bella nodded. Zhao also floated over, hanging onto his shoulder. "Uncle, what are we going to do next?" "Let's go to the city lord's mansion, leave the outside matters to the skeletons and those commanders," Wu Heng said. "This way," Glenda said, pointing to one side. Wu Heng walked in the direction indicated, followed by skeletons and 3 ghosts. Along the way, a large number of skeletons were running and assembling on the roads. The living soldiers of London City were also continuously shouting that the skeletons would not attack actively and that ordinary residents should not go outside. Following Glenda's directions, they arrived in front of a building. This place was called the Commander Mansion, not the City Lord's Mansion. Glenda explained, Ahead is where the commanders have meetings, and the back is their residence. I've scouted it before. It resembled a guild, the front for office work, and the back housed the leader's mansion. Wu Heng walked in with the skeletons. Upon entering the doorway, several corpses were seen on the ground. Glenda continued, the one who died inside was the commander, the others outside were ordinary commanders or captains. Wow, Auntie is so awesome, Zhao exclaimed in admiration. Their levels are not high, you could do it too, Glenda told Zhao. Wu Heng walked further inside and looked at the body of the dead commander, then took off the space ring from his hand. He did a quick check, weapons, living supplies, and some letters. Wu Heng took out the letters and looked at the content. His gaze slightly hardened. All the surviving letters were written by the same person. They arranged the next steps and the movement of troops and personnel. It looked very likely that this was the second prince mentioned in the communicate with the dead. And the military forces to the north of the kingdom almost entirely swore allegiance to this second prince. Strip the equipment off their bodies. Skeletons began to work, stripping the equipment from the bodies and placing it aside. Wu Heng turned to the nearest commander's body and cast communicate with the dead. The body suddenly sat up, its murky gaze looking this way. Wu Heng asked, do you have any more troops that need to support Seatered Fortress? The body answered, in 3 days, an army of 3,000 men carrying supplies will arrive at the fortress. There really were more troops coming to support. The enemy probably hadn't expected that this impregnable fortress would suddenly fall. Wu Heng continued, we want to ambush them, is there anything we need to be cautious about? The body answered, we will confirm the situation in the city in advance, and I personally will receive the supplies. It seems they cannot let the people inside the fortress go just yet, they must wait at least until this support squad arrives with the supplies. Next, the third question. Whom do you serve? His Highness the Second Prince. Where is he now? The body pondered, I'm not sure of the exact location, but from the speed of letter transmission, it's probably in one of the towns near Bogart City. Chapter 742, Building a Church. Wu Heng recorded this location. Unlike the Crown Prince, who was associated with the association and collaborated with the religious faction to kill the local steward of the association, solving the case himself, the second prince had always kept his eyes on London City, which was his private property. It was personal vengeance. Facing another query, Wu Heng continued, does the second prince have any high-level professionals with him? Yes, I guess they might have reached level 18. Having said that, the corpse lay back down. Yet another level 18 professional. Why were these high-level professionals appearing one after another? The Crown Prince had the support of the religious faction, and during his conversations with the fifth princess, the main ministers and generals within the kingdom also supported the Crown Prince. Where did this second prince find so many high-level professionals? Was it also the religious faction? Or some other power? Why hadn't these level 18s participated in the battle at London City? There seemed to be some missing information here. Perhaps capturing the second prince directly could reveal the answers. After questioning the corpse of the commander, there was no need to question the other corpses. Corpse Battlefield was released, and the corpses all transformed into skeletons and stood up. Wu Heng instructed, put on your original equipment and stand guard here. The skeletons began dressing, while Wu Heng, along with his ghost and personal attendant, headed towards the mansion behind them. Come, let's see if they left anything good inside. Bella said, I just checked, there's no one inside, but not much was taken. As long as the things are here, it's fine. Gold and Silver Island, port. Look quickly, what fleet is that? Someone suddenly exclaimed. The surrounding crowd also turned to gaze out to sea. On the vast ocean, under a high-hanging sun, a fleet made of dark wood came into everyone's sight. The sunlight, filtering through the clouds, cast beams of golden light as if draping the fleet in a holy garb. Then, as the fleet drew nearer, its sails, white as snow and embroidered with a huge emblem symbolizing religious faith, billowed in a sea breeze. Is that the Holy Court's fleet? Are they attacking Gold and Silver Island? The naval defenses of Gold and Silver Island are strong, even the Holy Court couldn't surpass them. Remember the pirate fleets? The island master is appointed by the association. What is the Holy Court thinking, attacking Gold and Silver Island? With such an entourage, it must be the higher-ups of the Holy Court. When the Holy Court lands and sees it's all skeletons, won't that be interesting? That makes me kind of excited myself. People gathered at the port, speculating about the identities of the Holy Court personnel and discussing their reasons for coming to the island. In any other place, seeing the Holy Court ships wouldn't be surprising, but their arrival at Gold and Silver Island piqued curiosity about their intentions. After all, skeletons were ubiquitous on the island. These undead soldiers, which the Holy Court would normally attack, were all over. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, footsteps sounded from behind. Xyligui arrived with many members of the association, glanced at the approaching ships, and said, "Disperse the crowd, and coordinate the docked ships to make room for the Holy Court's vessels." The association members responded and began to busy themselves. The crowd made way, and the congested ships at the port also cleared space. The Holy Court's ships slowly docked. An elegantly dressed, lavishly attired Holy Court troop descended the gangplank and stood on the port. Then, a figure seemingly made of holy light appeared before them. Although his features were unclear, one could discern a crown on his head and a magnificent robe flowing around him, with a dazzling halo encircling him. Xyligui, accompanied by the vice executive and city hall professionals, stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Leader Say I Do." "You must be Xyligui," Say I Do said blandly from within the golden light. "Yes, leader," Xyligui responded even more respectfully. Say I Do spoke again. "Where is Wu Heng? Didn't he come?" Xyligui lowered his voice and answered, "Leader, Island Lord Wu Heng is not on the island. A letter has already been sent, and he should return in a few days." Say I Do seemed unconcerned. "I'm just passing by to take a look. No need to wait for his return, I'll be leaving this afternoon." "Leader, this way, please. A carriage is ready for you," Xyligui gestured. Say I Do nodded and followed her into the carriage headed for the central district. In the isolated crowd around them, the discussions erupted again. Who was that? They're glowing. Must be an elemental avatar. At least a level 18 priest. This ability is much more useful than street lats. Gold and Silver Island is really saving face allowing a level 18 from the Holy Court to inspect. What you just said, it's not like a level 18 island master hasn't been killed before. People continued to discuss animatedly. Holy Court personnel, accompanied by Xyligui and the city hall staff, visited the cinema, exhibition center, and the pen and watch stores in the city. The inspection went smoothly all along. It also let Xyligui and others heave a sigh of relief. It appeared that they were just curious about the island, here for a visit rather than finding faults. It would make things easier when explaining to Wu Heng later. On the return journey, the carriage again passed through the central district. The carriage stopped, and Say I Do disembarked followed by Xyligui and others from the rear carriage. "What is this building for?" An official from the city hall said. "According to the island master's request, it is intended for establishing the Mage Research Association." Say I Do paid no heed to the official and spoke to someone by his side. "Follow up with the city hall and by this place." "Yes," a priest nodded and went directly to the city hall to handle the procedures. Xyligui sensed something was off and asked, "Does the leader like this place?" "I can arrange a mansion for you through Wu Heng." Say I Do slightly shook his head. Soon, the priest handling the procedures returned. "It has been taken care of." Say I Do glanced casually and said, "You all stay here and convert this place into a church." "Yes." The people from the Holy Court nodded. Xyligui and the others widened their eyes in shock. "Leader, this." Say I Do's body then transformed into a stream of light, heading back towards the port. Xyligui and the others were startled. A church of the Holy Court on Gold and Silver Island. It's over. When Wu Heng returns, he'll clash with the Holy Court sooner or later. Seated Fortress. Wu Heng had assembled the radio set. Picking up the microphone, he contacted London City. "When Mancha, can you hear me?" Soon, a voice tinged with laughter came from the other side. "Master, do you miss me already?" Ignoring the playful remark, Wu Heng lounged in his chair and said, "Seated Fortress has been taken down. What are your plans?" "So soon? Did you take it down?" Wen Mancha exclaimed in surprise. While in London City, she had briefed Wu Heng on the significance of this fortress and its robustness. The plan was to amass troops first and then attack when ready. Yet Wu Heng claimed to have captured it overnight. "When I arrived here, I happened upon a skeleton attack and just lent a hand," said Wu Heng. "Master, you are incredible," Wen Mancha said, still in disbelief, then asked, "What do you plan to do?" "Let's hear your plan first." Wen Mancha paused, then said, "Continue attacking downward. Seated Fortress can serve as a resource point nearby, providing easier support with supplies." Wu Heng thought for a moment. "I feel we could rest first, utilizing the rail tracks here." "Master, you want to halt the attack?" "At this stage, it's hard for both sides to calm down," Wen Mancha spoke softly. Both sides were enraged by the ongoing conflict. Hueco Kingdom was currently in turmoil internally, unable to focus all energy here. Whoever stabilized the kingdom first would consider reclaiming the lost lands. Whether it was the second prince initially eyeing London City or whatever reason, they would stir up a war. Halting the war seemed unrealistic. Wu Heng obviously understood this. "That's not what I meant. In a few days, religious heroes from the association headquarters are visiting Hueco Kingdom, and they have a bias against the undead. Let's pause the attack for a couple of days, And another point is to connect the rail to the closest position to London City. Pausing briefly, he continued, let's see the situation, then continue the attacks downwards. Heroes? Hearing Wu Hang mention heroes, Wen Mancha let out a skeptical gasp. Heroes. The highest combat power in this world was also coming to Hueco Kingdom. Continuing the attack wasn't feared. But being targeted by heroes might be more troublesome. Chapter 743, Hueco Transport Team, are they coming for us? Wen Mancha's voice carried a hint of panic. After all, their side was the necromantic army, and the Holy Court was getting involved, making it hard not to suspect bias towards the humans. If that were the case, it would be really stifling. The Hueco Kingdom attacked them without any interference, but the moment they retaliated, a hero of the Holy Court appeared. Moreover, at a deeper level, if a religious hero was involved in this matter, it also represented the stance of the headquarters. Before the war, this matter had been reported to the headquarters through the local association. Arranging for a hero to intervene was aimed at suppressing their side. Hearing the unease in her voice, Wu Hang said, it's alright, it's not aimed at us. Netali City had killed a local steward, the matter involves the Crown Prince and the sex. It's an investigation into this incident. Phew. Master, you scared me, Wen Mancha playfully complained. Even if it's not directed at us, we need to avoid drawing their attention, Wu Hang advised. Wen Mancha understood this reasoning. After all, it was a necromantic army, they had occupied many cities along the way. Alright, then we'll do as you say, Master. We'll station ourselves at Seaturd Fortress first, and after this hero leaves, we'll discuss what to do next. They needed some time to rest, to avoid drawing the attention of the religious hero. This time could also be used to rearrange the entire battle line and restore the railway to facilitate the transportation of supplies. Alright, Wu Hang agreed. Will you stay there, Master? Wen Mancha continued. I still have many things to do, I can't stay here for long, Wu Hang replied. Wen Mancha thought for a moment, then said softly, I can't go there, after all, the baby still needs to eat. I'll let Hartle take over first, and you wait for her for a few days, to prevent any issues with this city. Let her come over then, arrange some extra guards along the way and be careful. I'll arrange for her to leave today, Wen Mancha confirmed. Then let's leave it at that for now, we'll contact each other if anything comes up, Wu Hang suggested. Alright. Hanging up the communication, Wu Hang stood up and gave his place to a skeleton. To let it receive on the radio. It looks like, I'll have to stay here for a few days, waiting for Hartle to come. Stepping out of the room, he saw Glenda commanding a row of skeletons carrying a wooden chest downstairs. Glenda said with a smile, found it treasure vault, there's quite a lot of money and jewels, this commander was quite wealthy. Wu Hang lifted the lid of the chest carried by the skeletons, inside were piles of gold coins and silver coins, along with some gold and silver jewelry. With so much power, it would be strange if he hadn't managed to get anything, Wu Hang said as he collected all the chests and continued, keep looking, there might be more good stuff around. Zhao and Bella are looking, Glenda said with a grin. I just contacted Wen Mancha a while ago, we will stay here for a few days until she arranges for someone to come over, then we can leave this place, Wu Hang plainly stated. Glenda nodded, it's up to you, we have no objections. Wu Hang continued down to the first floor and casually asked, do you think there really are divine spirits? Of course, there are. How can you be so sure? Glenda floated alongside, speaking, some professions need the blessing of divine spirits, and the Holy Court is also recognized by the association. There doesn't seem to be any doubt about the existence of divine spirits. Then why hasn't the Holy Court risen above all other forces? Wu Hang asked again. Glenda hesitated for a while before responding, I don't know about that, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have reached level 20 and couldn't provide you with an answer. After a brief pause, he added, maybe there are some restrictions on divine spirits, otherwise, there wouldn't be heretics and the existence of beings like us. It's possible, Wu Hang nodded. God might not be what it was traditionally understood to be. Wu Hang had thought about this before and came up with two possibilities. One, that the gods are not as powerful as the legends suggest, but just higher-level professions with special abilities referred to as gods. Second, perhaps the gods are very powerful but unable to directly influence this world, otherwise, divine power would have long dominated all authorities. Whichever the case may be, it meant that in this world, gods needed the Holy Court's priests and followers to handle most matters, they couldn't intervene directly. Walking down to the lobby, a burst of voices could be heard. We need to see the inspector, either let us in or go find someone. Why can't you understand, you skeleton? Glenda went invisible to take a look and came back, it's those few commanders accompanying us. Wu Hang nodded, put on the human skin mask, and proceeded directly. Approaching the archway leading to the front hall, He saw Commander Jeffrey and 2 beastmen standing in the hall waiting. Seeing Wu Hang appear, they immediately saluted. "Inspector, sir. Is there something in the city?" Wu Hang approached and sat down next to them. The group exchanged glances before Jeffrey spoke. "We came over to report the situation." "Go ahead." Jeffrey began. "The city's last resistance has been annihilated. Some taking advantage of the chaos may have hidden in the homes of residents. Further searches will be needed." "Are there any captives?" "We have over 200 captives. What do you think should be done with them?" Jeffrey asked again. Wu Hang pondered for a moment. "Check their identities. If they are conscripted residents, let their families come to pick them up. If they were originally military, send them to clean up the collapsed city walls. Arrange more skeletons to guard them. If anyone causes trouble, just kill them." Chapter 743, Hueco Transport Team. "I'll arrange it right away." Jeffrey nodded. Wu Hang continued. "Increase the number of patrol guards in the city and guard several of the city gates. No one is allowed to leave the city. The grain shops and stores for daily necessities all need to operate normally tomorrow." "Understood." Jeffrey looked up at him, then asked, "Sir, are we still marching and preparing to attack the next city?" "No hurry, let's station ourselves in the city first. Miss Hartle will be coming over in the next 2 days, and we'll handle everything after her arrival," Wu Hang said directly. "All right, we understand," Jeffrey replied. Wu Hang thought for a moment, then said, "I won't be here for the next few days either. Just handle the city affairs as usual, and I'll find you when I return." "Yes, sir." "Go ahead." The subordinates saluted once again and promptly left the hall. Glenda reappeared. "It's all right for you to show your true appearance. The news won't reach the association. Better to be cautious. Let's wait until we become heroes. At level 20, it will still be somewhat difficult for your reputation to increase. We could first raise Zhao and Bella to level 20. With the 3 of us, we could provide even more assistance," Glenda suggested again. Glenda's role now was more like that of a strategist for him. Creating stories to enhance his own reputation, discussing some important matters with her too. In terms of power, reaching level 20, a ghost's lethality was also quite terrifying. A level 17 professional could be killed directly by possession, and if there were 3 of them, the combat power he could exhibit would be even greater. In Zhao's case, there are still some restrictions. "We can first raise Bella's level these next few days," Wu Hang said. Glenda responded, "You should also think of a way for Zhao. Once we've all advanced, she'll be the only one left, and she's sure to be sulky. I'm also looking for a solution. Don't worry. When the time comes, we'll appease her," Wu Hang said with a wry smile. During the conversation, Zhao cheerfully flew down. "Uncle, we've found some good stuff. It's too much trouble to move the skeletons away, so you come and collect it." Wu Hang and Glenda exchanged glances. Given Zhao's personality, she might not feel down about leveling up later. "What sort of good stuff?" "This way, follow me upstairs." Zhao flew up first. Wu Hang followed her up the stairs. Zhao rushed into several rooms, pointing out paintings, sculptures, gem-inlaid swords, and various finely carved jade ornaments. Anything that seemed valuable was collected into the space ring. Larger items were put into the mansion skill. Basically, anything of value was collected. "We'll leave the beds, people will need them later on," Wu Hang said. "Leaving some for them is fine too," Zhao replied. This commander was indeed quite wealthy. More like an emperor of this place. Glancing out the window, Wu Hang said, "Now that everything is packed up, you can come back, then let's go check out the other side." "All right." The 3 ghosts agreed and promptly entered into his body. Wu Hang went to the room where the radio was set up, opened the entrance, and headed to Zombie World. Stepping out of the boundary door, it was still the dormitory in Xinfu City. He opened the windows to let the room air out. Then he picked up the walkie-talkie that was charging nearby and pressed the talk button. "Liang, are you at the base?" "I'm here. Come to the conference room." Received. Wu Hang released the ghosts to move on their own and also headed to the conference room. Just as he got to the conference room corridor, he saw Liang walking in from the other side, carrying her little owl. Both smiled and entered the conference room. After sitting down on either side, Liang took out a spreadsheet. This is a compilation of some factories in various cities, with a record of those with equipment that is still relatively intact. Wu Hang took it and glanced over it. The list of factories was not short. Food processing, tool manufacturing, there were also some automotive parts, agricultural machinery, and other factories. Some of the factory names, he was quite familiar with. Wu Hang said, "Compile a list of survivors familiar with production and then have them teach the skeletons how to use the machines, gradually restoring production." "We've already started compiling it. We are also gathering relevant types of survivors at a few points around the area." They will be arranged to train the skeletons in the factories, Liang said. Compiling factories, teaching skeletons how to use them wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Liang also knew why Wu Hang did this. While she was compiling factories, she was already looking for the right survivors. Not bad, Wu Hang praised, continuing, I'll go back to Shanfu Port Base after this. Are you going back today? So soon? A look of disappointment flashed in Liang's eyes. Wu Hang motioned with his hand, and Liang walked over and leaned into his arms. There's urgent business to attend to on that side. Of course, you're thinking about Chi Henkai. If I had known, I wouldn't have let her into our home. Liang said, puffing up. I recall that last time, it was you who let her in, Wu Hang said with a laugh. Humphrey, I regret it. You like her more, Liang turned her head away. Wu Hang laughed, we now have planes, and it's not a far journey. I'll go first, and you can come over in a couple of days. Liang looked at him seriously, you promised, I will really come over. You can come over anytime. Alright then, Liang nodded. Wu Hang also said, I'll have something to eat with you at the canteen, and then head to Yangtong City Airport. Let's go. The canteen is open. I will take you, our commander, to inspect the canteen, Liang said with a smile. They got up and walked towards the direction of the canteen. Chapter 743, Hueco Transport Team. The base canteen served rather ordinary meals. Meat dishes were few and far between, with the menu consisting mainly of noodles, dumplings, and the like. Wu Hang ordered a bowl of noodle with hot oil, which was allotted 2 slices of luncheon meat due to the privilege of being a leader. Liang spoke while eating. Last time you mentioned an elixir that could speed up agricultural growth. Have you managed to produce it? It should be almost ready. I'll get back to you in a couple of days. If not, we'll look into fertilizers, Wu Hang said as he slurped his noodles. There's also. Could you ask the other bases if they have any livestock we could buy and breed? As you've seen, we hardly have any source of meat, Liang continued. I'll figure something out when I get back. Wu Hang was indeed considering matters regarding animals. Not only to provide livestock to rear for the zombie world but also for the cultivation of the corpse core. Alright. After lunch, the two did not linger much. Wu Hang bade farewell to Liang and headed directly to Yangtong City Airport. A flight would only take about 3 hours, and they soon landed at Sanfu Airport in South Korea. Upon disembarking the plane, Chi Henkai and a few people from the base were already waiting at the airport. Chi Henkai greeted him with a smile, "Leader." The others followed suit with their salute, "Leader." "Let's go, we can talk while we walk." Wu Hang led the group towards the outside. A convoy was already assembled at the entrance, with Wu Hang sitting in a truck and Chi Henkai in the driver's seat. "How's Yang doing?" Wu Hang replied, "She's fine, much paler than before." Chi Henkai looked at him, "I thought she was clinging to you and wouldn't let you come back. You two are always jealous of each other. In a few days when she comes over, you can squabble in front of each other," Wu Hang said irritably. "Who's scared of who?" Chi Henkai puffed up her chest, started the vehicle, and then asked, "Heading back to the base?" Wu Hang thought for a moment. "No need to return to the base now. Let's see if there are any zombies that haven't been cleared nearby, and we'll take care of them." Chi Henkai nodded, pulled out a map to look and confirmed a route. "There's a county over here. The skeleton army didn't pass through this area, so there should be a good number of zombies. Take the entire skeleton army, we don't need so many people in the convoy, have the rest go back." "Alright." Chi Henkai picked up the radio to give the order, and half of the convoy headed back to the base. The rest of the people, escorted by the Skull team, rushed to the location indicated on the map. Dusk cast a glow of evening red across the sky. The convoy stayed far back in a safe area, while Wu Hang led the skeleton army onward. Before long, 3 ghosts flew back from different directions. "Uncle, there are no special zombies." "Neither here." Bella reported, "There's a level 2 zombie here, a big guy." The big guy's presence wasn't much of a problem. Wu Hang turned to the side and said, "Arrange a skeleton to lure the zombie over. Bella, get ready to absorb its remnant soul." "Okay," Bella nodded. Bella had reached level 18 without encountering an unfinished wish. This was also because Wu Hang had previously fulfilled all of her unfinished desires. At level 18, she had merely advanced without any restrictions. This trip was also planned to further increase her level. Crackle! A skeleton hound stepped out of the ranks and sprinted forward. As soon as it approached the zombie crowd, the ferocious zombies immediately noticed it, and their roars spread out like waves. Zombies converged and surged like a black tide. The array from the soul-capturing jade shone down from the sky, while at the same time, the zombies collided with a skeleton army's spear array. Both sides clashed instantly, and strings of remnant souls drifted skyward. "Bella, go." Bella nodded and took flight. Wu Hang and Glenda both looked towards Zhao, who, sensing their gaze and curiously asked, "Uncle, Andy, what's up with me?" "It's nothing." "Where's the mutated zombie?" Wu Hang asked. "Give me the evil sword, and I'll kill it myself," Glenda said. Wu Hang passed the evil sword to her, and Glenda took off directly. "Uncle, will Sister Bella reach level 20 today?" Zhao leaned on his shoulder. "It doesn't happen that fast. You'd need to defeat 4 or 5 hordes of zombies to get close," Wu Hang said and then asked, "Once Zhao's restriction is lifted, shall we go for an upgrade?" "It doesn't matter, I'm already level 18 and strong enough to protect you, Uncle." True. The sky grew increasingly dark as the battle between the zombies and the skeleton army drew to a near close. The skeleton army pressed on, cleaning up the remaining zombies. After Bella had devoured the remnant souls, Wu Hang also collected all the corpse cores. Then, Chi Hangkai brought the convoy over. "Shall we head back?" Chi Hangkai asked. Wu Hang said, "You guys tidy up and head back first. I'll rest in a nearby building for the night and continue clearing zombies tomorrow." "In such a rush?" "It saves the back and forth," Wu Hang answered. "I'll tidy out the room for you." They found a motel, and Chi Hangkai helped straighten out the room. After the rest of the people had scavenged the surroundings, the convoy began its journey back, while Wu Hang arranged for the skeletons to stand guard and then return to the boundary door. He headed back to Seaturd Fortress. Stepping through the boundary door, Wu Hang appeared in the study of the commander mansion. Looking out the window, the entire fortress was eerily silent and dark, like a dead city. It was normal for the city to be quiet after a recent battle. Wu Hang released the ghosts and found a bedroom to rest. Lying in bed and pondering for a while, sleepiness overcame him. And he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Wu Hang had something to eat. Just as he was about to go to the zombie world to continue helping Bella level up, Glenda flew back first. "The commander named Jeffrey has come again, he's in the hall." Wu Hang's brow twitched. "Let's see what he wants." Donning his mask, he walked downstairs. Seeing Wu Hang descend the stairs, Jeffrey's heart lifted. "Lord, a recon squad reported a transport team from the Hueco Kingdom approaching us." "A transport team?" "It must be the logistics team mentioned by the commander-in-chief, the one tasked with transporting defense materials." Chapter 744, Where is the Second Prince? The transport team mentioned this matter when communicating with the dead, but the Seaturd Fortress has fallen, and this transport team hasn't received the message. "Still transporting supplies in this direction?" Wu Hang turned his head and looked at the sky. The ghost beside him, in an invisible state, flew straight out. His gaze returned to Jeffrey and he asked, "How many people?" "Where did you see them?" Jeffrey answered, "Approximately more than 40 people, 5 horse-drawn carriages, 2 kilometers outside the South City Gate." The ranger brought back the news. "They should be near the fortress by now." 5 horse-drawn carriages? Given the importance of Seaturd Fortress, even in times of peace, they shouldn't be sending just this little in supplies. Was this the first batch of supplies, or was there some other purpose? Wu Hang asked. "They haven't received the news that the fortress fell?" Jeffrey continued, "They might not have. When the fortress was breached yesterday, the other 3 gates didn't have time to open before the battle ensued, so it's very likely the news didn't get out." "The gates weren't opened?" "No, the gates. Unlike London City, without the orders of the commander or the city lord, the gates are not to be opened. The skeletons massacred their way through. By the time they wanted to open the gates, it was already too late," Jeffrey explained. "The high-ranking officials in the fortress were wiped out by Glenda in one fell swoop. There was no chance to issue any orders to open the gates. Now, it seems that at that time, the fortress was like a cage, trapping everyone inside. By the time they realized the walls were truly breached and the skeletons were killing their way in, it was already too late to think of opening the gates." "So, you're saying the transport team hasn't received the message and is still delivering supplies?" Wu Hang said. "Yes." Jeffrey then said, "My lord, give me a skull team to go out and kill those people and bring back the goods." "No rush, wait a moment." Wu Hang gestured for him to sit down and wait for a while. Jeffrey was somewhat perplexed but sat down nonetheless, although his eyes betrayed a sense of urgency. If they wait any longer, the people from the transport team will have reached the fortress. Wu Hang was still waiting. Soon, Glenda, who had gone out to scout, flew back and directly entered his body. Immediately after, an image was shared. On the road south of the fortress, a team appeared, dressed in the Hueco Kingdom Army's attire, escorting 5 horse-drawn carriages. "I ask, if the fortress is really gone, aren't we going there to die? They are deserters, they surely say the fortress has fallen, otherwise they'll be the first to be chopped." In front of the transport team, 2 mounted soldiers were conversing in low voices. "It's gotten so cold all of a sudden. You've been with too many women recently," Haven't you? There are plenty of refugees who have escaped. You're catching women every day, no wonder you're cold. Damn, it's not that kind of cold, the man cursed and then asked, if the fortress is really gone, what are we going to do? The other glanced sideways at the rear. What do you think this squad is for? If there's danger, we ride our horses back and deliver the message. The commander ordered us to scout the road. What do you think? Having heard this, Glenda didn't listen further and shot upwards, following the road to look into the distance. A short distance from the team, more level beams could be faintly seen, slowly advancing. With that, the image ended. There were 2 waves of the transport team. The first wave was fake, serving as a decoy. If attacked or if the fortress's fall was discovered, they would immediately turn back. That would relay the message to the real team following and then they would retreat. And what Jeffrey mentioned about the gates being closed, with no one escaping, was also not accurate. Some people had still managed to escape the city by various means. After all, in this world, with professionals, scaling the city walls using ropes was not an impossibility. These escapees running along the road encountered the transport team and also informed them of the situation. But it was clear the transport team did not quite believe it and decided to see the situation here for themselves. Looking up again at Jeffrey, Wu Hang said, "Go pick a few men, change into the Hueco Kingdom Army's uniform, and follow me later. Don't speak carelessly." What do you mean? Appearing puzzled, Jeffrey asked, but the next second, his eyes widened, and he abruptly stood up and stumbled several steps backward. He saw the person opposite him changing his appearance. From a rough-skinned man with brown hair, he transformed into an old man with a fringed beard, the very same commander of the fortress who had been killed and whose body had been carried away. You. Jeffrey was somewhat on guard. Wu Hang said, "It's an illusion technique. Don't make a fuss. The transport team is split into 2 groups. The first is a decoy. Once they are attacked, the ones behind will turn and flee immediately." Really? How do you know? Jeffrey was even more perplexed. It was he who had came to inform about the transport team. How would he know about the first and second batches? Get ready, we'll meet at the South City Gate in 10 minutes. If you are late, I will report to Lord Wanmanshaw and have your command stripped. Don't, please, I'll get ready immediately. Jeffrey turned and left. South City Gate. A transport team of over 40 people with 5 horse-drawn carriages appeared on the road. After covering some distance, the team did not advance further but simply observed the city wall in the distance, assessing it up and down. The flag of the Hueco Kingdom, guarded by human soldiers. No problem at all. There were no signs whatsoever of a breach. The cavalrymen waved to those behind, some escorted the carriages closer to the wall. Before a call could be made, the gate opened. Wu Hang, disguised as the commander, emerged with a few dressed as soldiers of the Hueco Kingdom. Wu Hang's cold and stern gaze swept across the members of the transport team. "Commander, sir." Seeing the commander of the fortress emerge, the cavalrymen immediately dismounted and bowed respectfully. The rest of the soldiers followed suit and paid their respects. "Why only these 5 carriages?" Wu Hang asked sharply. "Sir, some spread rumors that the city had fallen. Our commander told us to come first, the rest of the supplies are behind," the cavalryman immediately answered. "Tell the rest of the team to speed up. As for those spreading rumors of the city's fall, cut them down," Wu Hang commanded. "Yes, Commander. I'll rush back with the message and have them send the supplies quickly," the cavalryman said promptly. "Go." With another salute, the cavalryman remounted and left. The remaining people brought the carriages into the city, and then the gate closed. Swarms of skeletons surged from all around, slaughtering all the members of the transport team. Glenda's voice reached Wu Hang's ears once more. The messenger cavalryman noticed nothing. "The second team is coming." Soon after, the second transport team arrived. This time Wu Hang stood atop the city wall. The people in the transport team below gave him a slight bow. The gate opened, and Wu Hang beckoned. The transport team promptly entered the city. And as the last carriage passed through, the gates closed tightly behind. Wu Hang gave the order, "Kill them all." In an instant, gunfire erupted from all around. A barrage of bullets shot towards the unsuspecting transport team. Soldiers of the Hueco Kingdom fell to the ground in a moment, their blood tainting the air with a metallic stench. Jeffrey reported, "Sir, all are dead. Take the supplies to the warehouse, check the wall, see if there are any possible exits," Wu Hang instructed. "Yes, sir," Jeffrey said, as he and his men took away the carriages and supplies. Wu Hang ordered skeletons to remove the transport team commander's body, while the rest were transformed by the skeleton mages into undead skeletons, rising up anew from the ground. At the commander's mansion, Wu Hang took out the bodies that had been brought back. Communicate with the dead was cast, and the body suddenly sat up, cloudy eyes looking in his direction. Wu Hang asked, If your transport team does not return, what are the consequences? The body should be sent to investigate and confirm the cause, the body answered. Wu Heng continued to inquire, how many more troops do you have? Not sure? What other plans do you have against the skeleton army of London City? Not sure? Wu Heng pondered for a moment, then asked again, where is the second prince? The rest might not know where the second prince was, but maybe this one, responsible for the supply transport of the nearby cities, might know something. Not sure? Damn, wishful thinking. One last question remained, though it didn't seem particularly necessary. He asked nonetheless, where do you think the second prince might be? The body answered, Niller City. Chapter 745, obvious targeting. The questioning ended, and the corpse was laid back, face up. Wu Heng used a human skin mask to record the corpse's facial features in case there was a need for them later. He then ordered the skeletons to throw the body out. At this moment, Jeffrey came back from outside. My lord, the supplies have been delivered to the warehouse, and we are currently tallying them. Good, leave the rest to you. Notify me if there's anything. Yes, my lord. After Jeffrey departed, Wu Heng remained seated in his place. The fortress had been occupied, and the news hadn't spread too widely. It seemed things were not too bad. Next, it all depended on the second prince's attitude. On his side, the plan was definitely to wait for the association to investigate the Hueco kingdom, before continuing the offensive. But if this second prince still sought trouble, it could become unpredictable. If I could find the location of this second prince, it would be possible to dispose of him first. Wu Heng pondered, as Zhao and Bella flew back from outside. What happened? I heard gunshots. Zhao looked around curiously. Just fought a bit. Where did you two go? We went to see the wall repairs. Who fought against whom? Zhao asked with curiosity. A Hueco Kingdom supply team, replied Wu Heng. Zhao nodded, then asked, what's a supply team? Bella explained softly, it's a team that transports supplies. So, like a courier service. If you understand it that way, it seems correct. Tap, tap, tap. While the three were chatting, footsteps sounded from upstairs. The skeleton in charge of guarding the radio hurried downstairs, pointing towards the upstairs. There was a message from the radio. Wu Heng stood up and followed the skeleton into the radio room. The logbook read, Master, we have important matters to report to you. Please respond upon receipt. Picking up the receiver, Wu Heng asked, is someone looking for me? Master, it's me, Minnie. Minnie's voice came through. It seemed she was still by the radio. Minnie, what's the matter? Wu Heng inquired. Minnie represented Gold and Silver Island. He began to ponder what kind of issue had arisen on Gold and Silver Island. Minnie spoke, Master, Steward Zai Ligui is here with me, she wants to speak to you. Wu Heng, Lord Seidu came to the island yesterday, Zai Ligui's voice came through. Seidu was a religious hero. So, he really did come to the island. How did it go? Did he find any fault while on the island? Wu Heng probed. It's not like that. He didn't seek trouble. After arriving on the island, he visited the exhibition, opera house, and several other well-known places before hurrying off. Zai Ligui spoke softly. Wu Heng was somewhat surprised. It seems the hero didn't care at all about this little necromancer. I overthought it. Not exactly. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. When he left, he arranged for someone to purchase the building you left for mage research and plans to establish a church on the island. Zai Ligui's voice grew more austere. A church. On a small island managed by a necromancer. That's even more sinister than finding faults on the island. Tell me the whole story, Wu Heng said. Okay. Zai Ligui recounted the events after the other party arrived on the island. After arriving, they took him around for a visit. But just when Zai Ligui and the others thought he was merely sightseeing and about to leave, he had someone purchase a shop in the central district and left people to renovate it as a church on the island. Wu Heng didn't speak, he sat in his chair, deep in thought. The other party hadn't conducted widespread inspections, but was building a church instead. No, that's wrong. As a hero, he had more abilities and artifacts. Maybe he already searched the island, didn't find anything, and then decided to establish this church as a way to keep an eye on the island permanently. Very likely. I'm sorry, I should have been more stern at the time, or had the city hall refused to sell the building to the Holy Court. Zai Ligui sounded somewhat self-reproachful. Everything had happened so fast, and by the time she realized it, the other party had transformed into a streak of golden light and left. There had been no time to do anything. Wu Heng also snapped out of his contemplation and replied, this is not your fault. If he wanted to do this, none of you could have stopped him. If the building hadn't been sold to him, he would have thought of other methods. It's better this way, now we know his intentions. The other was a hero, with far more authority than anybody present on the island at the time. Even if Xyligui had been tough in refusal, she wouldn't have been able to stop him, and he might have done something else in secret instead. Xyligui then asked, "So what should we do now? How long will it take for them to build the church?" Wu Heng counter-asked. "I'm not sure. I heard that the statue and some decorations have to be transported from the Holy Hall. It will probably take some time," Xyligui reported. "No problem, let them decorate however they want, as long as they don't cause trouble on the island. We don't need to bother with them," Wu Heng stated directly. Xyligui said, "Okay, I understand." "Understood, Master." Andre Willow's voice also came through from the other end. It seemed they were all listening on the other side. Wu Heng continued, "By the way, what do the ordinary residents think about the Holy Court coming to the island?" Xyligui answered, "The people on the island don't have any particular thoughts about the Holy Court. After all, the island's indigenous people just maintain a stance of not practicing any religion, so as not to offend anyone." It matched with what Wu Heng thought. Gold and Silver Island was formerly Pirate Island. It was already pretty good that they hadn't formed an evil cult. True believers of the Holy Court can't become pirates. This is also good, the Holy Court doesn't have much of a foundation. Wu Heng then asked, "Is there anything else happening on the island?" "No, everything on the island is quite normal. Ever since the hero appeared on the island, according to Macintosh, some thieves and sorcerers have fled overnight," Xyligui answered. Wu Heng was somewhat surprised, so, he had that kind of effect. "Yup. I guess it will be quite some time before we see any fugitives daring to come onto the island again," Xyligui said with a smile. This made sense, actually. Even if one didn't want to admit it, an island run by a necromancer subconsciously would be felt lacking in discipline. Some special professions, criminals, fugitives might consider visiting the island to check it out. A hero from the Holy Court landing on the island, even if one didn't know he was a hero, with so many the Holy Court experts showing their faces at that time, those who should run would still run away. "That's reasonable." Wu Heng nodded. Xyligui continued, "That's all I wanted to tell you, so we will just ignore them for now, as you said. No need to bother with them for now, we will see what happens later." Wu Heng confirmed. "When will you return?" This question came in Xiaoli's voice. Wu Heng calculated in his mind, "Perhaps in a few days, if there's nothing else, I will head back. I've learned a few new dishes, you can try them when you're back." "Sure." After a few more words, he hung up the communication. Wu Heng remained seated in his chair, pondering the issues just discussed with Xyligui. The Holy Court, as expected, harbored enmity towards him. A level 20 hero personally visiting the island, and they had confirmed the construction of a holy hall. It seemed a bit too targeted. A religious hero. Unkillable, and without reason to fight, truly a troublesome matter. He is a hero, and there are other heroes in the alliance, Wu Heng muttered to himself. He had some connections at the headquarters. The vampire leader Lilith, the Hongwen Alliance's leader Claudio. Could he persuade these people to stand by him? If necessary, I could see if I can get these two to lend me a hand, at least to limit the other party. Once I reach level 20, new opportunities may arise. This old guy is really quite crafty. "Uncle, what does old guy mean?" Piao asked from the side. Glenda and Bella also looked at him. "It's not a nice word, don't learn it," Wu Heng said. "Is it a swear word?" "You could say that." Wu Heng stood up, stretching, and said, "Let's go, we'll first upgrade Bella in Zombie World. Strength is the real deal." "Exactly, we'll eventually take on the headquarters of the Alliance. The Alliance headquarters is for your Aunt Glenda to deal with, it's too dangerous for us." "Boring." Glenda rolled her eyes at him and dove into his body. Piao and Bella followed her into the body. Wu Heng opened the boundary door on one side, and stepped through as well. Exiting the boundary door, he found himself in the travel inn he had selected. There wasn't much to pack up, a convoy would come later to collect everything. Wu Heng released the ghost once more and stepped out of the main gate. Outside, countless skeletons crowded around the perimeter. "Uncle, the base's convoy is over there collecting supplies," Piao said. "Don't mind them, let's continue clearing the zombies ahead." Finishing his words, he said to Big Skull in charge of commanding, "Move out, we advance forward." Clatter clatter. The skeletons around immediately sprang into action, continuing their march forward. Onward they went. As the army moved out of the cleared area, scattered zombies began to appear in the distance. Let the skeleton hounds lure the monsters. The skeleton hounds ran out directly. At their approach, they quickly drew the horde's attention, which then became a surging tide of zombies coming from afar. The soul-capturing jade opened, and zombies rushed into the midst of the skeleton army. The clashing melee erupted. Stream after stream of remnant souls floated to the sky. Bella flew out directly, starting to devour the remnant souls everywhere. Dusk. The battle between the skeletons and the zombies neared its end. The experience required for Bella to reach level 19 had already accumulated to 2/3. It would only take a couple more zombie horde clearings for her to be able to upgrade. The skeletons began cleaning up the battlefield, while Wu Hang collected the corpse cores into his backpack, then started to transform more skeletons. As daylight faded, he picked a random shop nearby and had the skeletons guard it. Then he returned to the other world. Seated Fortress. Wu Hang came down from upstairs and saw a figure sitting in the hall, holding documents and examining them carefully. A tailored black butler's uniform with a white shirt underneath. Neatly tied hair at the back of the head, forming an elegant bun, occasionally adjusting the black-framed glasses on the bridge of the nose. Hearing the footsteps from upstairs, she looked up. "My lord." The steward stood up and bowed respectfully. Chapter 746, The Plan Ahead. Hartle had arrived. Dressed in professional attire, he exuded a solemn and proficient air. Wu Hang descended. "When did you arrive?" "I just arrived this afternoon." Hartle replied respectfully. Unlike Minnie from Gold and Silver Island, Hartle behaved more like a professional steward. Minnie, on the other hand, having been a slave, didn't quite understand these things. They both looked after the island lord's mansion while learning on the job. "What arrangements are there for when Mangekyō afterwards?" Wu Hang asked casually as he sat on a chair. "The madam said that if you leave, I will temporarily take over the management of Seated Fortress. The army will be stationed in the city for now, waiting for the headquarters to decide on the next steps." Hartle answered earnestly. This was something he and Wen Mangekyō had discussed together. It seemed there had been no changes. Wu Hang continued, "Do you know what happened to the transport team this morning?" "I saw Jeffrey when I arrived, and he told me about it." Hartle replied. "We killed the people from the transport team, and they might send someone for reconnaissance later, so be mindful of that." "Yes, master." Hartle nodded. With the matters discussed, Hartle would now be responsible for things here. "Have you eaten?" "Not yet." "I haven't eaten either." "Prepare something, and we'll eat together," Wu Hang said. Hartle glanced at the skeleton guarding the doorway to the living quarters in the hall. Wu Hang realized and said to the skeleton, "From now on, there's no need to stop her." The skeleton stood at the major entrances to the hall and living floors to prevent anyone from breaking in while Wu Hang was away in the zombie world. As a result, Hartle, sitting in the hall, was also kept out. "What would you like to eat, master?" "I'll have it prepared." Hartle asked. "Anything will do, I'm not fussy." "Very well, I will make the arrangements right away," Hartle said, about to leave. Wu Hang reminded him, "The fortress's management is in your hands now, don't let outsiders know I'm here." "Yes, master." Dinner was quickly prepared. Thanks to Hartle's status as a steward, the meal turned out to be quite acceptable. "Join me, I don't have that many rules here," Wu Hang said, looking at Hartle standing by. "You first, master." "There are rules for stewards," Hartle responded, his voice even. Wu Hang didn't press further, eating casually and continuing the conversation. "Were you originally a resident of London City?" "No, my family is from a small city in the Hueco Kingdom. I followed my husband to London City." Hartle kept his gaze steady. "How do you find it? The life in London City?" "Very good, better than before." Hartle spoke directly. Wu Hang went on, "Things are different here from London City, and there might be some danger. Take more skeletons with you when you go out." "I understand, thank you for your concern, master." Wu Hang nodded, stood up, and said, "I'm finished eating, try to rest early after you're done." "Master, there is bathwater ready upstairs, you can take a bath before resting in your room." "You should rest early, too," Wu Hang said and then headed upstairs. After taking a bath, Wu Hang returned to his bedroom. Here, the nights were without electricity, and the illumination from the illuminating stone was still inferior to that of electric lights. The entire room was bathed in a dim yellow hue. Wu Hang lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, and began to ponder the recent events. The first was the construction of the church on Gold and Silver Island. There was no hurry to act on this matter since the other party had just mentioned renovations and hadn't shown any malice. It wasn't right to turn against them just yet. The second was the issue of raising his notoriety. The original strategy involved taking advantage of the fifth princess's involvement in the Hueco Kingdom's struggles, seeking opportunities within to spread his own fame. But the latest developments had clearly surpassed his initial plans. The investigation team entered the territory of the Hueco Kingdom, with many factions assembled. The heroes from the Snake Badge Consortium and the religious heroes of our headquarters also headed to the interior of the kingdom. Especially since the heroes from the Snake Badge Consortium are widely recognized as the strongest heroes, our religious headquarters heroes don't see eye to eye with them. Thinking it over, it's not appropriate for me to get involved. Getting mixed up in this mess would likely drag me down too. Not to mention trying to reap benefits or spread fame. Now, it looks like the second prince's line is better suited for me to make a difference. London City has been battling the territory held by the second prince, advancing all the way up to now and has already occupied a large expanse of land. As long as some order is restored, it will be possible to disseminate fame. Moreover, it was the Hueco kingdom that made the first move, so there's a justifiable reason. Taking the territory held by the second prince should be enough to level me up, right? He muttered to himself and opened the panel to have a look. Level, 19. 785,351 out of 355,000, fame, 19, 15,244 out of 66,000, the fame is only 15,000. Compared to leveling up, it still falls far too short. The transport team says the second prince is likely in Niller City. I wonder if there are any experts by his side. If he could be captured, it would resolve the fight in London City and provide ample territory to garner fame. Once Bella reaches level 20, let's see if there's an opportunity. Then, he thought over the miscellaneous matters again. Feeling drowsy, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Hang opened the boundary door to the zombie world. Stepping out of the shop where he stayed, he saw a convoy parked at the side of the road. A large group of survivors, accompanied by skeletons, scavenged for resources in the area. Appliances, tools, anything still usable and of some value was loaded onto trucks and transported to the base. The efficiency was quite high. ZZZT. A slight static noise came from the walkie-talkie on his waist, followed by Chi Henkai's voice, "Leader, I've brought the photocopies you requested." Wu Hang looked in the direction of the convoy and saw Chi Henkai waving from afar. "Bring it over." Wu Hang spoke through the walkie-talkie. The skeletons surrounding the building made way for the truck to drive straight up to the building's entrance. Chi Henkai hopped down from the truck, smiling, and said, "You're up early." "I've been here, it's you guys who have come too early. No need to work so hard scavenging. You're the leader, out leading teams to kill zombies. If we, in charge of logistics, don't work hard, it just wouldn't be right," Chi Henkai earnestly said. "Manage your time well and don't overexert yourself." Chi Henkai laughed and walked to the back of the truck, pulling back the green tarp. "How about taking a look at the printed sheets?" Inside the truck bed were stacks of neatly bundled papers. Wu Hang pulled out a sheet and glanced at its contents. It was written in the script of the other world, part of it concerning the Hueco Kingdom's attack on London City, stamped with the seal of the association. Another part detailed subsequent planning and the promise to not harass civilians but only target invaders. These were commissioned by Wu Hang for Chi Henkai to print, to be posted in cities and villages they conquered later on. There were several hundred bundles on the truck, enough to distribute to the conquered cities and villages. "Is this good?" asked Chi Henkai. "It's fine, as long as the writing is clear," Wu Hang said after putting the sheet back. Then with a casual wave, all the papers were stored in the space ring.